I was about to send out a welfare check. Wait, do I have my own stream up? I heard that. Yeah, I do. How annoying. How annoying. Cal, thank you for the 3-month resub and welcome back. Way to start the stream. Thank you, Cal. Ah. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this, so I can put this over here, so I can change my own titles.
Hello, everybody, and thanks so much for bearing with us during that small technical problem with the players in the
small tech, guys. I missed nothing. Small tech problem. I missed absolutely nothing. All right, we're here. We're ready to watch. So stay tuned. North American Siege. What's up, mine? I got a little T4 team and I'm IGLing. Any quick advice for first time IGL? Just watch everything back. Watch everything back. Try to have answers for your team. That's ultimately the job of IGLing. You need to be the guy with the answers. What's up, Alan? Hayes, Hateful, Lou, how we doing? You do know I change your titles, don't you? I do know, but for the watch parties, I've just kind of been changing them. Don't you know that I've been changing them the last couple days? I don't mind doing it. I know it's kind of annoying to change for each game, but I think that it's been a good thing. Are the guys playing E5 later? Yeah, the guys are in Element. Element starts in like 2 hours, guys. Guys are in Element. We can get the bracket and everything whenever that gets released. When I shaved my mustache yesterday. Did I see the High Bear's new video? Of course, I retweeted it. Of course.
It's a huge map.
You did not want to see that live? Yeah, unfortunate for M80 yesterday, huh, guys? That's gonna be my new video going up today as soon as I get a thumbnail made, but I think I'm just waiting on High Bear. I think he's a little busy at the moment, so hopefully we can get that some point today so we can get the video up. Do you think Smoke Raptors Echo is a good combination to counter Monty Garage takes? Yeah, I think I mentioned it during that club game, but you look at DZ, Spirits playing Smoke. It denies not only the Montane, but it also denies that Glaz that plays outside the garage door, right? I do want to say, you know, obviously, am I streaming Element Fireloader? We're going to prioritize the NAL, and we'll check in with the guys, hopefully, after. Until then, not going to be a factor at the moment. All right, so we got Cloud9 Orgless, guys. Cloud9 not looking too good. Yesterday, a lot of sad tweets, right? Dream was pretty sad after yesterday's game, losing to Envy. Them not winning a single attack on Skyscraper. Fell to JJ. Now we see him on Lair. I want to say this is probably a pretty comfortable map and favorable matchup for these guys as well. They're playing Orgless. Another team who's been struggling arguably harder than Cloud9 has been struggling. This is a must-win game for Cloud9 at this point. And we do see him on defense. Deimos ban coming out from them is a good ban. We'll see a lot of Deimos on this site. Especially if a team wants to attack the operation side, you get the Deimos under to lurk.
I mean, I think Eddie holding this passively is a good idea. Just denies backside and Skybridge as an avenue for rotation.
It depends if people, or not if people want to watch it. It depends if the guys want to share their screens, Hayes, because like it does take some FPS. The guys might just want to be pretty focused today, so it's really up to them whether they want to share their screens and kind of stream their POV. They're pretty locked in. It actually might be a good thing that I'm kind of focusing on NA.
5 of the 6 rounds on the attack, and Deimos has brought in 4 of the 6 rounds on those attack.
But worth a shot if you want to send a message. They Dami, whoever they might be wanting to do that. Not sure what the Monty was doing and how they didn't know Packer was there. Packer playing the king position. That's a free pick. Rest in peace, Dream. You know, he's kind of pissed about that kill. What's up, Aspen?
Just like that, it's all level. Would you take that trade? The problem is you've lost your Monty. If you'd have lost your Nook, you would have probably taken it. But as it stands, Eddie is sitting on half HP. Time now for Cloud9 to try and reconsolidate themselves a little bit. Get stuck in for this final 30 seconds. You can see they are developing crossfires there, and they are starting to buddy up just a little bit. Gitty, he's got a very important engagement here. Epic has to transition.
He does. He's melee the barbed wire. Giddy will give away his position on the swing. Epic's actually able to come away with it. Taking advantage of the Malusian.
Surprised we're still taking a gunfight on the rocket stairs there. Just giving them a 1. Kind of sloppy from Cloud9. Just taking some really bad gunfights in that round. Literally, Orgless just needed gunfights to win that round.
And somehow that first attack goes their way.
Epic's done a lot of hard work.
Oof. Come on, Cloud9.
4-3 is pretty crazy. You would usually play something down there.
The King's position's a crazy call out for that spot. Not too crazy.
His intention throughout the entirety of that round was all
I kind of fuck with the call a little bit.
some vert holes. The fact that he was able to get a kill on the vert there onto Dream, and then successfully make his way up rocket stairs. Like, there's no way he should be allowed up rocket stairs. I don't know why Gitty got so antsy on that peak. He just needed to wait. There was barbed wire there and everything. Honestly, at the point where you lose Bino on the Monty because they just clearly don't know Pakistan.
No one's streaming the quals, debating on doing a results graphic. Yeah.
You think, oh,
whatever's easiest for you, Hayes.
really bad play. There's a bit of information.
I know, like, Element's probably pretty stressful for like your kind of position, right? Like,
an R6 room take.
it's like, where do you can't figure out the results. You gotta wait for like tweets or like, you know, hunting down people and like talk, like, it's doesn't sound fun. I don't wish that on anybody. Whatever's easiest on you. I just bet you like that call sellout. Damn, okay. Hey. But like, for real though, like, the King? You guys can't deny that. It's pretty. Like, there's worse nicknames than being called the King, you know?
Attack and find momentum is if people get antsy. Getting on rocket stairs, as you mentioned. And honestly, that seems to be one of the defining traits we've seen across a lot of these teams that are struggling to have a role in the NA League so far. Cloud9, a lot of antsiness on the defense. Orgless, same problem.
Okay.
Same problem.
Cloud9 going to downstairs. This is going to be that archive roam / bunker. I call it a bunker, but it's not a full bunker. We are extended into armory, which is one of the easier positions to fall out of.
Team trait, isn't it? You know, you look at the best teams in the world, and those guys are happy.
I expect those guys to fall based on time. It's usually, again, you don't fight it too hard. Silent is getting pushed right now. Gonna take the fight. Wow. Wow. I'm kind of surprised to see him just swing that guy. Now we're going to see Cloud9 fall. All downstairs into the basement. Can they get Eddie up? This is pretty good if you can get Eddie up.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
You still got to have 3 Candelas. They got to have the Ram drones come out. You got Ace, used all 3 of his breaches. Ash also got 3 breaches. Tons of vertical play here.
But the problem is either Kixrow's ahead of the play or Eddie's behind on the timing or the communication is just not great between them. So Kixrow ends up getting blind.
It would need to be a results graphic with the matches played that day.
Yeah,
that sounds good. I like that.
Sure, you're able to
I think the result was good.
Then you have bullets flying
Who's the real king knows? Dampen or Spoit? Well, Spoit has technically won a major.
Maybe 4v4, depending on where Bino died. But what could have been a much cleaner advantage with Fens or Eddie on higher HP is now made worse.
Afternoon, Element. 3:13 in the afternoon.
Just slow down this push. Eddie trying to get through that filtration wall there, but you can see that the tin openers are frozen out at the moment.
I realize I'm also a fraudulent streamer and didn't post a going live tweet.
You need vert control. And if Fens has to get upstairs, but you can see already that he's got no boogie drones left, so you can only imagine that they've already been used. Kobilax now doesn't really need to challenge too heavily onto this angle. The C4 can go out, but it isn't going to net anything. It's just going to further whittle down this clock.
Ooh, Impact able to find one, but exactly. Kobe is kind of stuck in this corner, but he really doesn't need a peek here. Just play your life as the rest of the execute goes out. Fens is covering Eddie inside of the site. Nice Vulcan pack being popped. Kixra loses that fight, and Eddie down with Diffuser cold inside of B site. Fens is completely stuck at this door. No way into the round unless he cedes his life to the Vulcan fire, and he will not do that. Another very slow attack from Orgless this time with much less people on Cloud9 getting antsy. The utility does the talking, the angles do the talking.
Dan the man. We talked about Dan 3041. I don't know. I don't remember his numbers. It's been a while. What's up, 10? Alan Durf, that is the king.
Whether it's the two brow, whether it's the Vulcan packs. He played a little bit of Malusi in round 1. It didn't
I distracted him in.
It's that kind of thing that really is going to give them the advantage here, because we know that Orgless, they're going to be a little bit slow.
Jesus.
That was a
Jeez. Is this a mid-off? I mean, in the sense of, like, neither of these teams are gonna make the major, right? NA is, I don't want to say completely obvious, but, like, you know who the better teams are. I think everyone would rattle off this. If I told everyone to name the top 4 teams, everyone in chat would probably name the same teams. Maybe one extra team.
Very similar result, I'm sure.
So NA is pretty top-heavy.
For another attempt. And they are going to see,
at least for Cloud9 sanity, though, like, this is a big game for them. Losing to Envy yesterday, a team that they are arguably better than and should be beating. And now another T2 team. I mean, all these players are from T2. Also not having much success in the league.
Hipfire headshots a guy like through the floor. Not like wallbang through the floor, but still from the first floor to the second. Packer getting aggressive on the Monty ends up getting isolated and
guys, not having a mustache is also throwing me off. I was recording a video this morning. I had to cut it a few times because I went to watch it back and I'm like, my God.
So it's okay that Packer swung, tried to rotate, didn't know.
My God, who am I looking at?
Aside from those early engagements that, of course, the antsy ones we've already mentioned, that was an easy layup for Cloud9. That was a round that was trending their way and then some. Orgless have made some changes. I really like the addition of Eddie on the Ying and Epic bringing that glass. I think that will solve not only problems getting progress in the early round, but also, Ollie, if they end up having to rotate, they're going to be really happy. You've got a couple Candelas, assuming Eddie's alive.
CNI is good players, but not a good team. I'd agree with that. They're not mixing. They are not mixing right now. You had a mustache in the reason? I thank God, Oliver, again that you cut it off. Come on, Nally. Yeah, that interview was like a month ago at this point. This was the first time I ever talked to Iber. It was a while ago. He's been making that for quite some time.
They're maybe going to miss that a little bit here. Obviously, Bino in the previous round that we saw this site, he didn't make it this far into the building, put it that way. He burst through.
All right, back to the top floor. Looking like we're going to see more of a standard
making a lot more progress, and you just know that Orgless are going to be much more careful now.
Bridge green side take. So Flores kind of distracting, making a gap on the main stairs. Got the barbed wire off, but now this is like the main push here. Bino has the bomb. We're going to see 3 players on the bridge side just come in. They have the ace. They need to get this wall open. Unfortunately, they don't have anyone under.
How much of a factor those electric claws, those Zotos going to be? Smoke canister going out.
So it depends if we're gonna if we are going to use Cade tube. That wall might stay shut. The wall's opening. Where's the tube? Hello? Silent. We got 3 tubes in our pocket. We're not using them. Questionable. Questionable. And now we're kind of set for execute. I mean, look at the time. Look at the low time. If there was tube, this could have been absolutely over for Cloud9.
Surely Eddie doesn't hop in.
I mean,
Blast jumping in. I mean, this is usually Grim, but Grim's banned.
Through the smoke, 4v2 for Orgless. Okay.
Cloud9.
We move forward.
Dream.
Now just Dream and Silent to
Dream.
up. Nice little headshot with the TCSG, and Eddie goes down 2.
Dream.
It's cost a lot.
Dream for 3.
Mabino ADSs, you don't need to do
Oh
that.
no. Dream just got sold.
The cleanup somehow makes it work. That
Dream just got absolutely sold. We got to use our tuber outs, man. What the hell are we doing? Please. Use our operator utility, Silent. Please, God.
Unable to control myself when you're doing the end bit of the round and you're going through the motions. I'm usually pretty quiet. I'm just sat here thinking, gathering my thoughts, but I just could not control myself. That was a serious. What are you doing?
Mustache was fantastic. Ooh, much appreciated.
You're not that guy. Seriously, there's a time and a place, and this ain't it. Fortunately,
oh, this hurts to watch, Cloud9 fans. This hurts to watch this kind of siege.
It's decisions like that, and
it's just.
It's the sort of thing that can cost you in different circumstances. As it stands,
no real strategy. Like, we're just taking gunfights.
Very good play. They were able to flood in.
I got my haircut. Yeah, I did. I did also get the haircut. Still a little bit longer, which you can't tell because the headset's on.
The utility usage was fantastic from Cloud9. I don't even think that we saw a single Zoto canister thrown. If you're picking two brow for the gun,
yeah, I just it's a lot to get used to with the haircut and no stash.
I mean, it could do some harm, but it isn't likely to do some harm if you pop it in the.
Thought he was going to use those tubes for the glass. I guess not. Yeah, he just kept them in his pocket. That would have been another good case of tube. Like, if you're not going to use it for the wall, at least use it for the execute, right? Start using it for that tank or display window jump in. Start using it for the doorway that the Monty was pushing in, but we didn't see it get used at all. I missed the Morgan Wallen look, but I fuck with this. Wait. All right, people say I look like Sean Strickland, I guess, some UFC fighter. But I will say, the number one thing that in public people say I look like was Morgan Wallen. So good to see someone else saying that. I was at a Morgan Wallen concert. Surprise, surprise, I like country music. I was at a Morgan Wallen concert, and I had multiple people stunned. They thought I looked like Morgan Wallen. Like, literally walking down the hallway, and they were just, like, gasping for air because they thought I was him. And that happened multiple times that night. And then at a different concert, I was getting food, and I started getting swarmed because they thought I was Morgan Wallen. And I'm like, no, guys, I just play Rainbow Six Siege. Guys, I just coach professionally Rainbow Six Siege. Sorry, I'm not Morgan Wallen.
I'm gonna have a chance. He's pivoted. He's gone now. Ash isn't for me.
Yeah, they took the tub away from him. You're right. Different bomb site? All right, it is a different bomb site. Bunk. So it's not like they went to the same bomb site and said, hey, Silent, get off it. But Silent now on the Legion. Kobe on the tubes. Let's see if some two brows get used, huh? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Morgan Wall never won a major.
You look at the time and you see it around the halfway point in the round. The defenders happy to sit up here.
Used to coach? Okay, you're right. I am lost.
There's no way you can walk on in.
What do I think could make C9 better?
This is great, but it doesn't do that much vertically. It's much more of a horizontal.
Oh, man.
blocker.
They just lack a direction or something. Man, I don't want to be on anyone's hate watch, right? We see M80 struggling right now, but when Fett wasn't there, Vivid was the coach of M80, and they did struggle, and we are seeing Vivid also. I don't think it's all on him, but something's like, some fit-wise with this roster is not working. Something is, not sure. I just feel like they need to be a little bit more loose as a team. Like, this is not like a structured kind of play style of a team. I don't know if Packer's trying to lead it similar to M80, but I feel like it's got to be more like that CL4L team when Bodega and Packer were there. I feel like that's maybe their play style to lean in towards more.
I don't even think Cloud9 had to retake it.
Power and green to prevent the sense plant. Yeah, that was actually their best defensive round right there.
It really irks me.
How do you beat the green take? With the green power. And that's how they need to be playing.
In this game, you need godlike RNG and you need the exact right tools. You need Capital. If you're going to go direct and you know the defenders are holding above, you need some sort of coverage.
What's up, Walk?
There was none of that. What's the ROU projector going to do?
Well, and it's not just like what's the ROU projector going to do. It's like when we see a direct on that site, Ollie, where does it come from? The exterior wall. Instead, the guy with the diffuser has his back to a staircase that leads to a floor they don't have any pressure or control of. Yeah. Especially after Fens.
It's just it's hard. It's also hard to like it's hard to judge some of these players because I do think Packer is one of NA's best IGLs. Like, you guys could say what you want about him, but like he really does have a good mind for the game, and like I really do think like there's a big difference between NA's top IGLs, like top 4 or 5, but I do think he's still like a top 6, top 7 IGL. Like, he deserves to be in Pro League, 100%. Kobe, good enough of a talent, he should be in Pro League. And those two work together. We've seen them work together. They made a major together.
One of the reasons I'm more frustrated about it is because we've seen some good attacking rounds from Orgless so far. Yeah,
but after that,
it was good, and then it got a little bit sketchy.
It's tough. It's tough. Sometimes players just don't work well together. Sometimes it's the system, and I don't know what it is without being inside the team.
And then when you just see him go direct, it just, I don't want to say it's lazy, but it just feels.
But yeah, it's just, it's nothing scary of a roster.
And yeah, it's going to cost you, but that's the whole point. Anyway, rant over. We'll see what round 5 holds. Back down to the base.
Who's the top 3 IGLs though? NA wise, I mean, you're talking Troy, Nafe, and Hot and Cold in my opinion. That's the top 3. And then after that, Fultz easily. Like, I mean, you could say whatever order you want. I don't really care. But the top 4 teams have the top 4 IGLs. Like, that's just how it is.
This is a little bit more aggressive from Kobilax.
Very important in current day Siege to have a good IGL, because most attacks are kind of like set pieces, right? You know what to do in the first like minute. That's all like scripted out. How to clear the map, cool. And then you have an idea for the execute, but you need an IGL to know, like, can we go through that idea? Is that original plan that we have good, or do we need to pivot, right? Do we need to go for something else? That's why it's very important for an IGL. Or to have an IGL, because you need someone that's going to have a plan when you're stuffed or 3 guys flanking. You need someone to give a call, like, okay, hit the site, just different stuff like that. Cloud9, 2 back-to-back good defenses. Much better from them.
This has been nothing but a superstar show from C9, peaking in round 5.
Kobilax had a great showing yesterday, and I think Silent did as well. On that skyscraper map. They were unfortunate to lose it, but it came down to attacks. We've seen them defend.
JJ Blaz, Packer, and eventually Mr. B with a new generation of strong IGLs need more experience. I would, bias, but I would love to see Mr. B in the IGL, or not IGL again. I would love to see him in the league, because I personally believe, again, with there being a shortage of IGLs, I actually think he's a good one. Mr. B is a good IGL. Like, his teams are always dark horses. They'll catch people off guard.
I mean, as is everyone, really.
So it's kind of crazy to not see him in the league.
5-2. To be brutally honest, he's one of the lowest rated players in the league. We don't always look to Dream for flashy kills and big numbers, but he's certainly holding his own in this matchup.
And I also think when you talk about, obviously, Kobilax, not the highest rated player on Cloud9 going into today. That was Silent.
His teams play such entertaining Siege. No, exactly. They do. That's why, like, they're annoying to play, because they usually play pretty fast. Mr. B loves, like, Ying and, like, fast operators, rush operators. He usually is really good at scouting as well. Like, a lot of his players are really good fragging kind of players that he surrounds himself with. And I think he does a good job of enabling them. Didn't think this stream was going to turn into a Mr. B glaze, but
Silent doesn't necessarily need to pop off and go big, because he's got a lot
here we are
around him that ideally, if Kobilax is starting to really come into form, if Dream starts picking things up on the back line, he doesn't need to be that pop-off player that he often...
I just think if there's 10 teams in Pro League, it's kind of crazy for him in NA to not be there. I mean, I do think there's also some other T2 talent that I'm also surprised is not in the league, but...
Packer really feeling himself here. Strange to see Skopos be brought for the top floor as well. Typically, it's something that you would bring for either a mid or a basement site, but there is still use here. Essentially, will be leaving his team a little bit high.
Like, I almost wish we got to see JJ and Mr. B make the league. Like, EU gets 2 teams. Like, I mean, good for Cruelty to beat M80. Here we go. Kobe is just off the leash at this point. He's taking fights. They're confident. This is much better from Cloud9. Stop playing super layered, Cloud9. Fight these guys. We are better than them.
Shield execute through a single window, and you didn't see if there was a Gershmot on it.
Kobe's talking some shit right now.
Second time. Like, it's the second time we've seen a blind walk through for a barricade.
Like, I'll be charitable. Maybe it's I'll even check, but I'll be charitable. Maybe it's possible that they droned it. It was clear, and then
it got thrown. Okay.
Yeah, Kobe had a Gershmot in his pocket and then threw it. Right? Maybe that's possible. I'll go back and check, but I'll allow for that. Either way, still. Do
you think Aiden from MDX will end up in PL?
For the trade? Like, I get the intention, but I
think he's good enough to be.
I'm going to check. And to be fair,
I'd say, like, yeah. I mean, I feel like the bottom tier pro league teams, you could recycle a lot of like I do agree. Resided, I think it's also really good. Mike Dub, I'm a big Mike W fan. I think he's really good as well.
That's why you check
Like, there's a lot of players that I do think could be in the league. Yeah.
Because Orgless, there you go. You see it activate right there. Orgless droned it, and that's no longer. This is why you always. This is why everyone, before you criticize a team, find a way to be charitable, because it is possible that Orgless actually did drone it, and in that split second before they hopped in, Kobe threw it, which is what happened. That's why you always give him the benefit of the doubt.
Did we trial Mr. B for DZ? Yes. Oh, good. Good question, because this stream was turning into Mr. B Glaze.
However,
And I still stay at Mr. B and think he should be in PL. However, it was not a fit for DZ. As far as scouting, he scaled the lowest I've ever rated anyone in any scouting on defense. He is the worst defensive player that has ever tried out for us. We needed a second voice, or we wanted to get a second voice instead of just Troy making calls. Man, there was a round on Bank where we were up like 5v2, and Mr. B called for a power on the two guys in ATM. When Troy wanted to play it, right, just we have man advantage, let's just play it backed up, force and execute. Mr. B called for a power, and we ended up losing the round. And Troy lost it. Troy's like, don't you ever make that call again.
Terms of the bands that we've got coming in.
But he's got a unique style, right? Like, it wasn't a fit for DZ. Like, that would not have been a good pairing. I think that was mutual. But Mr. B's fun to watch, though. And again, still think like that core we were talking about resided Mike Dub could be in Pro League for sure.
I mean, it is genuinely like Packer is just one of those players, and C9 are one of those teams where if you're playing against them and you ban both shields, you still need to practice for how to counter that parry. Just on the off chance he brings it. You got to be ready for it. It's an operator he loves. It's an operator.
Pretty sure also during that trial, pretty sure he has a wireless mic, and was making a call, some kind of mid-round call in prep phase, and was just in the bathroom peeing, and we could just, like, we're trying to take him serious. He's making some call, and we're just like, wait, are you pissing right now? Those were the good days. We need more characters like that. Look forward to both of us making E5 this weekend. We'll see you guys in the group stage next week. Yes, sir. Best of luck to you guys today, Naz.
Maybe the smoke. Maybe a little bit unorthodox to be that B-low player. You would expect the Toxic Babe canisters to be used upstairs.
Did I see you went 3 weeks without using mouse feet? Yeah, I did see that. That's just part of his lore. That is part of his lore.
I mean, they really didn't want him to peek that. There was a drone.
It was probably still shitting on people, too.
And there was also a Claymore. A great pick from Eddie. And if he can get himself back to site and avoid Packer here, oh, we might just get...
Like, I'm just going to... I mean, just going to say it. This LFO team, Mr. B's team, I feel like... I don't know for sure, but Revelations, I think, would be shitting on this team in scrims. And I don't know that for sure. I don't know what the scrim results look like, but I just feel like Mr. D team's is better than this team.
But Bino can get active. Epic can start getting aggressive, using that shotgun close on the door. Bino peeking out from behind the Kiba. Nice nade by Silent there to make this a 3v3. C4 dodged by Packer, going for the follow-up on defense, but switching to that shotgun. It's looking good for that mute. Epic tagged up quite heavily, but pulling out the sidearm. Quick draw from the hip. Packer's able to lock it down and just barely get that defuse over the line. Epic looking to find that pre-fire.
Wow, they're holding their ground. I'm surprised we're still peeking this. No Damos tracks, though. Yeah, he's got to find one quickly. Ooh, this guy can long arm. Long arm, what do we... Hello? Oh my god, LG almost threw that. Or sorry, Orgless. Jesus. Why? Just long arm.
Big round from Orgless there.
Oh.
Got to look at that on the balance of things, and it was very touch and go.
Am I gracing Element 5 with my presence?
No clear winner in that round.
Might be showing the guys a little bit later. We'll see how we're doing. I kind of been letting the guys rock this week. Like I took a step back I've just been co-streaming, and I've also had some things in my personal life that been trying to spend more time with since I had to scrim for 2 weeks, and I was devoting a lot of time and shit to the game. So I kind of took a step back this week, and like the guys have been like double scrimming, going over a lot of stuff, reviewing, putting in a ton of time. So just kind of letting them do their thing. I'm here if they need me, and again, we'll check in with them and try to help them out a little bit later.
It's also just like they did not want anybody.
But also, it might be good for them to not kind of have the distraction that I bring with the streaming and everything. They could just focus on their game.
But good fundamentals and easy to miss in the heat of the moment when you literally have to react as soon as your teammate starts shooting. You have to swing. Really good to keep it competitive. It feels like we've got a really close game on our hands.
The more in my beautiful mustache.
Cloud9 were able to get a plant down, and the round looked good from them. Obviously, there were a couple of glaring holes, but they looked better.
E5, just like CL, is very dependent on what your bracket ends up being. I mean, kinda. You're not wrong. Look how CL was with the brackets. All the drama that happened with that. What's up, Jonah?
That happens sometimes, obviously, but that was one particular play that disrupted them. A good one, but still one particular play, not necessarily like an overall strategy.
No, I do not have a wife, but we have been together for
maybe struggling a bit more. Still managed to get a 3
5 years, I believe.
Down, as you said. But Orgless, the
what's up, Demon?
in that cruelty game were these defenses. And to see not only a victory, but one where they were keeping it competitive the whole time.
Boom.
Early is very nice. C4 goes out. Really nice stuff from Bino. It can be
What was that?
a real pain.
What was that?
So it actually goes through the feet holes, but
James kind of laughing at that. Like, what was that?
There goes your thermite.
I feel like we never did that before in scrims. That looked brand new to us.
Big downsides
That was a thing.
Since the lineup tool got added for C4s and throwables.
5, yeah, it's been a long time.
Sorry, not thermite, for Maverick. Excuse me.
I mean, thermite in
You
this
can line
case.
that. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a downside for thermite, because thermite's on the camera.
That is marriage without the priest.
But it's the Maverick lines that make those holes, that make it so easy now to get that C4 and really.
Yeah, we got together when I was still playing Siege.
A bit of a fine art before, and it's been made.
That's how long ago it was.
Like
I was in the DZ house in Houston.
More of a science. There's a formula. First smoke going out. Eddie playing a pretty tried and true formula, holding that close end.
Nice. Not sure why Bino was trying to get aggressive there. That was kind of not a good play. I'm just gonna say it. That was not a good play at all. No pressure on him. They're just mamming the wall. You're two-man advantage. Why that? Like, you just got to stay alive in sight. You got to make a problem for the attack. It's a 3v5. Don't give him a freebie.
They've got all the vertical angles too. Cloud9 deciding to reckon with this vertical control very late in the game, and I don't really know how you dispense with the smoke. You've got
it kind of, not gonna lie, if you look at my career, it kind of was a debuff. I joke about it all the time.
But Eddie makes it through. This is a very, very, like we said, simple defense from Orgless, but they're playing the positions that they need to, retreating just about at the exact point they have to fall back. And now Cloud9 are really long on options. No nades, no flashes. Only one drone to speak of.
Do I have an assistant coach with the team while I've taken a step back? Well, we have Trinsic, who's our analyst / other coach on the team right now. And he's been helping the guys with map ban stuff, notes and stuff like that. And then obviously, like, the other guys are really good at looking at that stuff as well, making sure that we're going to the proper maps. If we end up making Element, I was looking for an assistant coach in the past, but I didn't find anyone that was like fits the criteria that I was looking for, because he was either someone really, really new and would have took a lot of coaching and training, which is not bad, or the people that are like in T2, like at the T2 level, have really bad availability, like not available until
that was really worth pinning down. Yeah, you can put some on green stairs.
7-8 East, which is like, we sometimes double scrim. I would kind of need someone earlier. Kind of need someone that has a little bit more of an availability.
Worries about Cloud9 and their attacks.
Coming in right when we start scrimming kind of sucks. So if we make Element, I'll go back on the search and try to help the guys a little bit. Because at the very least, we also need someone to record all 5 POVs. Because I know for VOD review, just trying to... When I'm not there recording all 5 POVs, it is a little tough.
win rate on the attacking side.
But also taking over,
Maps like Skyscraper aren't
still help out,
not gonna do you any
you know,
favors.
say what to say during timeouts and things like that.
There's a bit of a trend
One step at a time, though.
And you also do keep finding yourselves on these maps that are very difficult to attack that seem to
Any guess why C9 didn't make changes to reload? They probably just thought, with time they'll work things out, right? It's a newer roster all put together.
First day, only won 2 attacks out of 5.
32 years of first-hand experience. I believe you. Trust.
Skyscraper going to layer, you're putting yourself in this position.
Take a chance, someone who isn't experienced but guaranteed availability. Well, the thing is, with the non-experience thing, is like,
Bases teams around those ops. They both get banned. If you don't
it's
get
gonna just take a lot of time from me to train and go over and stuff like that, and it's like I already don't have the availability. That's the unfortunate part. So I kind of need someone experienced that could just step in, kind of already knows what they're doing, and again, I can always be here. Maybe I'm hard to reach by DM, but I am here. I can help out.
They bring 2 for watch 1 round. And now
Honestly, just kind of take the team under their own wing, in a sense. And I could just be like a mentor.
So they're at least going to be able to find some of these cameras, and it looks like they've got a good track as to where some of these
Best team in NA, I think DZ right now.
He's able to take kicks out now.
Kobe.
He's got-
Ooh, almost got the second one.
Oh, he gets domed by Epic.
16-6. Kobe's having a fantastic game. He is floating, G.
part of his head visible. And you're making that SMG 12 have its work cut out for it. Very difficult to land that shot if you don't hit it immediately, because that recoil is just going to.
Do you have any thoughts on Kobe Lax? That he's floating?
Smoke who went for that
What's up,
back
Rex?
in round 7, now trying to recreate some of that same success, like Ollie and I talked about. Complete lack of flank watch in this round compared to the abundant surplus they had in the previous.
F3 versus Omnis is still the most entertaining R6 match I've ever seen. Hey, Dean, did you ever watch the rematch
Switching on this top floor.
when we were on DZ and we rematched Ominous and we fucking took him down again? We took him down again, those frauds.
That's information that Cloud9 really do with right now, because if they realize that it was a 4 versus 2 on the site, they should hit that as soon as possible. Packer and Silent, they are going to be buddied up at the moment, and the diffuser is going to be in their hands. Eddie needs to really make quite a sharp rotate to be a factor in this round.
Oh!
Good
Epic
entry.
slapped
Just Eddie
down
now.
by Packer.
Envy in the 1v3, but he does have hatch control, but they know they just run through the site.
How much can he do? He spots one
Wow.
moving to the site, but Silence
That's a
got
good
the
flood
line
right there
on
from
him.
Cloud9. Not too familiar with Orgless. This is a bad look for C9 to lose. I think it is if they lose this game, I think it is a very bad look for them. This is a week they definitely expected to get points, playing Envy, playing Orgless. And I think they're about a 5th, 6th place team. I think they should make the playoffs. Right? They have the players. They have the talent. They just need to gel and figure out something together. They should be able to make the playoffs. And they just can't be losing to teams that are supposed to be free points.
An attack in round, their first attack of the week. Timeout right now for Orgless.
You hate the word envy. I think it's sick.
Don't want to let them get too far ahead of themselves. What are a couple of things that we can do going into this next portion of the game? The bans have been done as well.
I was so confused. You told me to look at my Instagram DMs, and
I mean, Cloud9 have only won one.
I got nothing. I don't even use Instagram, so I pulled that up. I got nothing.
See if we can steady the ship before things start to go from bad to worse.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, if you don't take it and they win another one, it's 6-4.
C9's bad luck. Like the organization's bad luck.
Plus,
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
We've seen teams wait.
Just say that. No way. I missed something in there. Gotcha.
They probably should have used it earlier, but yeah, it's just like you're late in the game. You got to win 2 just to retake the lead, and that puts you on match point with only a 1-round buffer. Yeah, definitely take it. 5-4 is like, in my mind, not like
Best way to play top floor on layer on defense? Do you play first floor and flank?
depending on how that happens.
No. I think all 5 players should play top floor.
That's what Orgless could do. I mean,
You will see every single pro team play all 5 on top. You do have an opportunity, right? If they're going operations or meeting side, aka they're trying to take meeting and they're trying to take rocket stairs and they're trying to take bathroom control, that default take, then your guy that's playing bridge could flank, right? You could play a C4 op, could walk down green stairs and try to contest. As they take rocket and go for a mass plant, you could threaten a C4, right? There's a potential there.
Send individual players in to try and get kills on isolated players.
But I think everyone should play on the top floor.
The much slower structured play we saw, and it had a lot of success. Obviously, not just in that they won the round, but they got a 5v3 at the beginning.
Why doesn't NA let us hear the coach? Good question. Want to talk about competitive integrity? Why do we hear Europe and we don't hear North America?
16 kills might be at the head of that spear.
Good question.
Definitely a big factor.
It should be
Really glad to see Kobe likes
all of them or none of them.
fulfilling the role that he's on this roster. I'm sure that Silent.
I feel like that even at LAN events where,
He's had the team on his
you know,
back
let's say Brazil calls a timeout versus an NA team.
so far.
I know primarily it's an English cast, but why do we hear the NA team talking? Just be like, if the Brazilian key called the timeout, let me hear the Brazilian comms.
So,
Again, maybe the average fan can't
gone as well.
listen to him, but
Walls nice and easy. Obviously, mute camera
there are
roll.
people that speak Portuguese that can at least translate things and make things fair, competitive integrity-wise for
You don't need to play that risky Maverick anymore and risk it in C4
For the teams.
Instead, just deal with those mute jammers, impact EMPs, placing utility a little bit higher up the wall. There's plenty of ways of getting around that.
I think Julia made very good points.
Will be allowed a shield though. And he's
Look,
got
I do agree with Julia, and I respect Julia almost more than like 99% of the coaches.
in that final
But like,
ban him.
I heard his timeout on BDS. That the one time he called a timeout and he said, "Play Valk."
If Packer flexes
And Valk was banned.
that third ban. Instead, they take something different, something that
So what's it?
only
What's he
really
scared
had
of?
Impact in the previous round that Dokkaebi. Though very strong operator in general. Now,
I do agree with this point, though. I mean, again, competitive integrity-wise, I do agree.
very clear picture.
And it should definitely be a thing at LAN events. I just don't think most timeouts, though, from what I hear, from watching all these games, from what I hear, I don't hear that much crazy stuff being talked about that I think someone's going to counter.
On board, that smoke especially, we've seen how problematic Eddie can
I haven't heard it yet. Most timeouts are like,
Eddie's been
hey guys, we're not doing the right steps. Focus on the steps. Focus on the comms. Right, slow down. That
definitely had those
like that's kind of how it is.
EMP to try and open that wall. Smoke just to buy a little bit of time here. Now Bino's going to be in a good position here. Going to be trying to impact trick and will succeed.
Now, if I heard a timeout like, hey guys, next round we're gonna go lab site, bring the mirror, let's actively try to impact check them. If they go for this, let's go for the power, and then after that, let's go back down to the lab site. I want you to run the Valk, do a heavy roll. Like if I heard those kind of timeouts, totally understood.
They need to be careful
Right?
how that's used.
Coach just laid down the game plan, and
hustling with kicks around the ball.
could someone listen to the stream? Yo, hey, next round they're gonna go Valk and they're gonna do this. Make sure we bring the IQ. Like then, sure, I agree. But I have not heard that yet at any level.
Players flooding around him. Kixro with the trade. This little angle, passive angle held, backing off. C9 in a really difficult position now, especially since Eddie, again, 2 and 7. But how many times he held that position and held it successfully? Wasted so much time for the attack. Kiba going out.
Monty Packer just walked into a crossfire.
Again, player of the hour.
Oh, 5-5.
Important positions work. That's his third.
Guys, Cloud9 struggling on
But without putting any numbers on the board,
on attack
he has
again,
held
right?
those
They were up
sky breaks
4-2,
across
was it?
two different
They've won
bomb
one attack so
sites
far.
and held it
Sheesh.
to success for Orgless.
It's the second time in 2 nights we've seen Packer just walk into the site. on the ball
I
anyway.
know, I know.
Second time in 2 nights.
Zypher, thank you so much
Just with him. We've
for the
seen other
sub and
players
welcome
do
to
it
the
as
candy
well.
jar.
Saw
Thank you,
Silent
thank you.
on C9 do it.
What is with these shield players that just walk in and just look the other like?
Yeah, Julio has been screwed over big time. The Eminem and the bleed, yeah, that is rough. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Having been in that situation with SK,
Say that it's just like an indictment of
esports is it's predatory.
First time, it's like, okay, you know,
It's scary. It's so scary. Like if you're not with a good organization, it's terrifying. So thankful to have DZ. And then it's like when you're not on DZ and you're about to like you're getting offers from like LG and stuff like that. You're like, ooh, I don't know. Are we gonna get paid?
Intel to set that shield up for a later
Terrifying.
site push. I mean, it's like it's happened across too many teams at this point in such a limited period of time.
Yeah, you can't just pick a shield and win.
Yeah.
Wish Unwanted stay together. Same.
You can go into Ranky. Don't use your mic. And just pick
How do I
shield.
approach timeouts? A lot of times I just hear fluff and don't hear any real stretch calls. I'm kind of
It's
a
not gonna happen. Like, you need that
I
serious level of
I like to
coordination
diagnose macro a little bit more than micro. But it does just depend
Great job after
on the
that
team.
tactical timeout to
Like,
regain a level
sometimes we're not doing the steps right. So like, you know, on one end, I'd call it timeout and be like, hey, make sure we bring the ace. We're going to get the guy out of break wall after we take east, right? Then we're taking break. And then make sure you, guys, we're not acing the 90 wall. Isolate the CC player. Walk at the guy. Or, guys, they're bringing a Valk. Like, why are we not bringing IQ? Fit IQ back in our lineup or stuff like that. A lot of times, like, giving an idea for a site rotation as well. But sometimes timeouts really are like, guys, we're not talking. Like, we just lost a couple rounds and our egos are starting to come out. We're shutting down. And you will hear a lot of timeouts like that because mental is a huge fucking thing in esports. It really is. And a lot of these pro players have not played pro sports. So they haven't really learned the tools of, like, mental strength. Where you just, you know, you go down in points and immediately shut down, and you have to coach them back up. Sometimes it's tough love, sometimes it's motivating, but yeah, that's kind of most fucking timeouts right now. Do I read YouTube chat? Yeah, yeah. I pick and choose how to chat a little bit, but I'm reading everything.
But you are correct. Losing a lot of health, dealing with the attacker in turn. So the defenders are feeling a little bit aggressive, wanting to take some fights against the attack, but Cloud9 are struggling for space. They are struggling to find control, open up breaches, and that's about it. You can see, though, setup coming.
I heard Pojo say something about Adam signing those shitty SK contracts. Yeah, he literally... Guys, we got the SK contract, and that guy just signed it instantly. Didn't read it at all. And then we were forced to sign because our player just signed for SK.
As soon as you hear that fire and those
we would have been separated.
Going off, you know that it is about time.
Awful time. Adam, not a smart guy.
I don't think they're anticipating this though. Ooh, caught out on the air jab.
That's big. That's actually huge. Epic's still able to trade this. Look at how weighty of a gamble that was for C9. They used all of the Capitão's utility just to try to bait the attention of the defense, and it just might work. Flashbangs go out. Epic and Bino both low. Fence has got to net at least a kill here, but he lets the Nomad cross and then dies. I honestly cannot believe C9 have betted all on that fake.
Oh my god.
And it's on Bino on basically 1 HP to try to bring this round over the line. The site's on first.
Didn't Adam leave SK for Obey after one stage? Yeah.
I don't think they'll have intel on this.
Yeah, we actually got hosed.
Slip through the gap completely as Dream just starts putting the diffuser down. Moves around the corner, but Silence checking the right position. Yeah,
we actually got hosed. Hindsight 2020, but should have cut Adam then. No, you're 100% right. There was a time in the team we were at a crossroads. We were actually pretty good. We were a third place team though, but we were pretty good. We had Chala, who was like statistically one of the best players that stage. Played Blackbeard for us and a little bit of support. We had Chala and we had Adam. Both of them hated playing with each other. Adam did not want to play with Chala anymore, so he not threatened us, but like ultimatum, hey, I'm leaving unless you get rid of Chala. Adam was struggling, but like he was our entry and we kind of needed him. Also, a lot of people in the league thought Adam was really good. And like he was really good at getting kills and stuff like that, but I think we made the wrong decision because we kept Adam, left us after a stage, and we had lost Chala, who went to TSM, ended up winning DreamHack with them, and obviously being really good at TSM. And I was a full believer in Chala. Like, I got rid of him, but I was a full believer in him. Like, I really thought Chala was... So I just knew we were making a big mistake. I just knew it. That guy was actually so good. People just thought he was like a baiter and stuff like that, but like, bro. Nowadays, look, every team's got one of those.
That's quite a glowing sort of accolade.
Listen, I like ultimately like there was a strat that I saw M80 do in their scene.
Chala was good on BB. He was. He actually was nasty. F3 better than SK. Nah, SK was better.
Still really cool.
Whole deal with Evil Waffle being dropped by SK after one game. Yeah, so that was... We lost really badly to... Who was it? EG? Or, I don't know. Who was our first game? Scrims were going amazing with Evil Waffle, but game days, he was a completely different player, unfortunately. In that game day, I think he was IQ with nades, and he never threw a single nade the entire round, the entire game. And we were struggling.
Wasting any time, straight in.
Oh.
with
I was about to say, there's nobody home. He's also got diffuser. He's got to be
hang on,
careful he
really
doesn't
big
run
fights.
into a defender and end up losing his life. Might have been just a free
We were
point.
struggling.
Had
We didn't have an
his
aggressive
kind
entry,
of- he's
so we made the
wrestling
decision
with
like
the
it was
Ooh,
not
they
worth it
laid
with
into
people
the
waffled.
shield.
We got
Now
Nyx,
he
who was
pulls. They were
aggressive
buffering
and
for the trade, but it's
coming
all
off good
Orgless
seasons in
retaining
CL.
those advantages. Dream now left to pick
Cloud9, I
up
tried to
the
hit the site. There was too many roamers on this site, and this is generally what you'll see. I mean, this was overall a good call. They had Kobe Lax track the site player. They ran at him. But they probably could. I agree. They probably could got a plan off. I don't know.
Certainly hasn't panned out the way C9 expected. Dream's got a minute and a half, but they've got
On my knees in a
now.
Walmart
Tag
parking
him as
lot,
he
Chala
rotates
dropped.
in the
I
stop.
know. Chala was so
Nice
good,
remote
guys.
diffuser. Only 2 drones
Like,
remaining, despite
I don't think he went right to TSM. I don't confused on the timeline, but he was also an SSG for a while, and
taking any vertical fights.
he was really good there.
Taking any fights.
He was, like,
Nobody's
carrying.
on the horizontal floor. Dream will go for the plant. Likely start to hear somebody drop. He'll move off. He's got a lot of time to work with this too, and spots Eddie crossing. That's
All right, Dream fan club, hang on. 50 seconds left. Come on, Dream. Come on.
Eddie close around the corner, not contested.
That's one.
Yet will peek and will give his life.
Plenty of time here. Hang on. He can do that a couple more times.
There might be something
This
here.
I wanted to say this was smelling like a Dream clutch.
Overtime.
Unfortunate swing right there. I thought he would have just stayed.
There's nothing there.
There's nothing there. He
Oh,
was-
Charlie went to MW, which then became SSG. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he was nasty there.
I'm going back to
You've
the
gotta
VAR
bait it
real
out.
quick.
I remember watching him at a DreamHack when he was popping off carrying, and I'm like, why did we get rid of him, bro? Why?
There's no other way for it. You need to try and
And he was like such a cool dude too.
ill-advised decisions one at a
Like he
time.
fit culture-wise with what we were going for.
You look at it and think there is a world where it comes off.
Whereas,
Rewind to the-
you know, Adam was a little
I
toxic.
feel like that is where the problem really lied.
Yes.
I
So that's
don't
what-
mind Packer doing that, but he's cosplaying a blitz as
You ever play like Canadian team of holes, he feels coach. Doing whatever you can to support a player like that. That's the easy answer. Whatever you can do to support.
He just gets wrecked.
Someone like Canadian is going to basically be a player coach. You got to let him
Not only that,
do what he does best, but don't make him feel alone. Give him as much support as possible.
Then great, let's actually get the plant down and then hold it in a post instead of.
Sometimes I forget Nyx is an entry. Yeah, Nyx.
Oh, I'm running out
Just
of
say
space.
whatever the hell you want about Nyx. When Nyx was on
So that's
DZ,
what I wanted to check. And so basically
he
the setup
was
we have
for, I believe,
of
2
Orgless
stages, the number 1
one
entry.
defender, then you have
Statistic,
one
like
inside
actual
defender,
entry
and two
KD. He went from our first stage, he was like -20, and that's all we worked on in the offseason, and then he became one of the best entries for like 2 stages.
On the side where Packer was, there's only 2 ways they could deny that plant, either by rotating down the stairs or getting an angle from that hatch. But if it's fully clear over there, could you not just send Packer in with the Monty to protect from the hatch, somebody like plants behind him, and then you have a gun or a drone covering the stairs? Nobody was around that site to actually contest it, or even hear it for that matter.
Nyx was crazy for a while.
I think this is our first overtime, isn't
I
it?
just think
It is our first overtime.
I'm
It's
biased.
also one of the only overtimes the NAL. We've actually had very little.
We just
support.
enabled him and knew how to work with him on DZ after DZ when he went to rec and things
Now we
like
have
that. Like
Shopify
no one
and
else kind of
OT
knew
and
how
SSG,
to
but that was also on the same thing. So
utilize him.
our first OT, third OT of NAL.
Like I still think Nyx is a good player, even when he was on the Turtles here.
You kind of happy with Cloud9
Multiple games where he was top fragging in the objective role, and he understands the game, which is why I always took him as like a scouting coach with me. But yeah, it's other factors, unfortunately.
I'll be honest, we've not really seen a good shield play this entire match.
He'll be on the Flores.
I actually was thinking the same thing. I can't really point to. I mean, to be fair, you know, a lot of them were banned. Orgless obviously banned 2 of them, so it's not like Packer and Cloud9 have had a bevy of opportunities to use that shield, especially since they wanted to sneak it by.
Wide Houghton leave for SSG?
But no, whether from Orgless. who's
You mean leave Mirage for SSG? Because he was on Mirage, and he left to go to SSG so we can get paid.
I'm intrigued by a very important swap though. We've complimented Eddie on the smoke a lot, and now he's moved to the Tachon.
As far as why we got rid of him on DZ, we were stagnating.
So far this game, and can fill a similar role
We had constant problems with that roster, and the
the
guys decided that they wanted to get rid of him for,
guys
for, uh, 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 for NJR. But
Destroying the shield as well.
again, I was part of the vote.
Fair stuff.
I was the last person. Everyone else already said yes, so really my vote didn't matter too much. And ultimately, I regret it and should have just retired right there. I should have saved Matt's. I should have saved Matt. Should have not let him leave DZ. And
only got limited hard breach.
that's exactly when I should have retired.
Dream only has one left now, and as we've already discussed, if half of that gets destroyed, it is only ever going to be a line of sight. You're not going to be able to transition through that. A bit more information to be gathered here, and Kobilax maybe just going to try and push Epic a little bit further back down those rocket stairs or out of position.
Ooh, Cloud9 operations. You see that Capital fire from the outside the bathroom window, just like in my lair video guide. Really, really good because it keeps the rocket player. He has to stay there or he has to run away and take all that damage from the Capital fire and I mean, die. So it's a really good fire to trap people. They get all the control they want now. But they have to deal with this Tachanka fire. 30 seconds left. They're not going to have enough time. We got a Damos track Tachanka, but I bet he's on a mute jammer.
Getting into playoffs with so few games remaining. In the 4v5, only 20 seconds left. Silent trying to creep up the hall. He's unsure. Moves back, moves forth. Fence can contest this whole thing with a shotgun. It's a high-low with shotguns on both angles. Nade goes out. Will find the Azami, but Cloud9.
They just have to get kills here. Yeah, this is an LG round. Orgless round, sorry. Not a good attack again. Didn't really problem solve the end round. Got stuffed with the Tachanka and did not problem solve. That was not a good attack.
Big comeback here for Orgless.
Are you being serious about the retiring part? Yeah, of course. That is probably what I regret because it was a selfish move thinking back on it. Like I already had retiring in my mind and I might have even brought it up to BC. I've already had it in my mind. And I didn't act on it because invite was coming up and I wanted invite to be everyone wants to win an invite. Everyone wants to win an invite. And like I did not want to retire unless I had one more shot at invite. But like I stuck it out for those 6 months or whatever it was because it was COVID. And obviously it was like the worst event we've ever played at. I was miserable. You watch any of those games back, my face, I was miserable there.
I mean, he's been doing it in a different way. There's been a couple of occasions where I think Kobilax got an ace in one round, for goodness sake. But he's been that star of the show.
The 2020 roster with Matt Sky's Hyper Eclipse could have gone. Yeah. We got top 6 at SI. That was our best SI.
Good point to bring up because at this point, the bulk of Kobilax's kills have come on the defense. He broke double digits on the defense. He reached 12 on the defense. He did open up one particular round on Dokkaebi, but the vast majority of those kills were on the side we just saw, and to be fair, the side that Orgless will get.
BC was coach? Yeah, BC was coaching.
One in round 13 and round 15 if we need it. But as you said,
why'd I leave DZ?
3K in the first round, but it's always 1 or 2 every single round.
It was kind of mutual. I mean, I talked about this, but
my impression of it will be very, very strong.
I was burnt out with coaching. I was there for a long time, and I didn't fully have the keys to the operation.
He can just be the difference maker for one round. It'll close it out 8-6.
And I don't know. I was just burnt out. I just wanted to do strategy, so I actually talked about taking a step back, and I offered that I would stay on, that they should look for a new head coach, right, or someone to step in as head coach. The idea was floated that BC was going to be head coach and work with the guys, and I would just take a part-time role and just do strategy because that's what I think I'm good at.
They set up little mini games and they had some problems to solve. Some of that element here as well. Definitely a little bit of time sink.
But yeah, then they kind of wanted to go into a different direction. Just they didn't like the plan, which is totally fine. So at that point, it was kind of mutual, and I was completely happy. Like I was like, cool, I'm done. And then I got a phone call from Matt, and yeah, got to go to Unwanted where I fully had the keys and everything. Was able to do everything that I wanted, which was very good for my overall happiness to get top 4 SI with the roster for 1 month, having full control, doing everything that I wanted.
Ooh, Packer, I just don't think you need to do this. They just saw you. They can cut you off. You're trapped.
Very slow from Orgless, but they are doing a good job of maintaining this control. He's going to go and try and flush Packer out.
All right, looking like a garage take.
He's one bullet.
Interesting why we're not just taking the map here. We already did use all the ram vert. We're just trying to take garage. Fens actually, that was a good trap. Packer was in a spot he probably shouldn't have been. That was too aggressive of a spot there.
Like, it is really good teamwork, but Packer just didn't need to do all that.
But this is Cloud9. This is not looking good for them. They lost garage control. They have no one upstairs, no one on vert. All the vert is made. There's like nowhere to play in sight. It's Cloud9. And I think we're gonna see a flank. We see Kobe going for a flank. Yeah, Dream's gonna go down to top down because there's nowhere to play. Kobe's flanking right now. Something needs to happen from Kobe or this is over. Wish we can get on Kobe's POV. Here we go. This is where it's gonna come down. Kobe gets one guy off the vert. Now Kobe can hold everyone from walking in, but I think he's on the wrong hole. Oh, Giddy's about to get absolutely screwed here. Unfortunate. Oh, boy. Did not do enough from the flank. Too many people went down. Again, they forfeited way too much map control. That is not how they were winning defenses earlier. Cloud9 was contesting. And now we're bunkering.
8-6 for Orgless in their second game of the stage.
Not good. For Cloud9 to only get 1 point on a week that they are playing Envy and Orgless. Not looking good. If you had more time with Unwanted, do you think you could have won? I mean, I'm biased. What do you think I'm gonna say? Nah, we sucked ass. I do think we could have won something.
Maybe a bit disappointed with themselves. The story of the week, they are struggling on attack. It's not as clear cut on
I think that was just a roster that needed a little bit of time.
Also able to defend that last round is a great example of some of the synergy and opportunity spotting that they are capable of when they are on.
Because also look, like landscape changed for sure. If we stayed together as a team, M80 would not be the team that they are, right? That would not be the XBC core. Now they would have still made the roster changes, but I'm pretty sure Stompin would have played for actual M80 Pro League team and not G2. Like the Unwanted splitting up changed quite a lot. And speaking of Unwanted splitting up, Dream in the chat. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Dream. Oh, that was hard to watch. Oh, I'm so sorry though. You guys were starting to power up. Defenses were looking good after going down 0-2. I thought everything was figured out. You guys were taking fights and challenging these guys, and oh. But I think these newer maps, wait, the big concrete mazes are a good or bad thing? Kind of form boring to watch. I think as like a map pool just has to be different. Some maps are gonna be like that. I think we have 3 of them with labs, lair, and club. And then some maps are going to be a little bit more entertaining to watch. I think it's just important that the map pool's different. If we had 9 maps that played the same, it'd be gross. Yeah, can we get some Dream as sex? Where's the Dream emotes, guys? We're all Dream subs in here. Oh, we all thought Dream was going to get that clutch on labs. The 1v3 downstairs. I felt it coming. I felt the crowd standing up. In fact, I was so close to standing up. He got the first kill, and then we're in that 1v2, and I'm like, oh, this smells like a dream. And then, unfortunately, fucking died at that moment. I thought you were going to bait the plan again. I thought you had so much time to work with there. 50 seconds left. That was a great fucking play to bait the guy in purple or toxin. Kill that guy. I thought you immediately were just going to be like, all right, I'm just going to keep faking. 40 seconds left. I was like, I really thought you fucking had that, man. I fucking thought. With the AK-12 too, I was like, ooh, this smells like a fucking Mitch clutch. Need a 7 map pull? Dami, get out of here. Yeah, they both dropped. You thought you get a freebie? Yeah. This wasn't meant to be. Thank you. You know what was meant to be? Fruit. Also, my hair's crazy right now. Should have stopped by to say hi. Been a big DZ and Min fan for years. Oh my god. I got fans? Thank you, Colin. No, but for real. Appreciate that more than you know. Thank you very much. Thoughts? If another opportunity for an unwanted roster to exist, would you do it again? What does that question mean, Obi? Like, another team that's Orgless? Me getting not paid again? So you mean Turtle Tactics, right? You as well, Demon. Have a good one. Imagine if you coach King Mr. B. Well, what if I told you? I'm just kidding.
Welcome back to the NAL, where
I think they were looking for a coach at one point, but I was not interested. There's a lot of teams, like, I've been offered a good amount of teams, guys. You could have seen me around. Wildcard versus Cruelty.
You know what?
Is this going to be a banger match, guys?
Right. Well, what was exciting was the fact that Orgless brought it back. I mean, they played really well when it came down to their defenses for the most part. But that being said, Cloud9, I think they could have won it.
Twitch because you're streaming their games. That's true. That's true, Hayes. But I'm making the opportunity for myself in a sense, you know? I'm grabbing esports by the bulls.
Swing positions. Everyone was trying to clutch at their own wits.
I mean, I'll say I really enjoyed the attacks from LFO, especially in that last round. I mean, they did a very good job at understanding the pacing and how they wanted to
name names now. I mean,
initial picks that then just transitioned to a much smoother execute to finish out the game.
And they also had individual players that were really showing up, and we would like to highlight Epic specifically for this game, and that's really what we were.
I could throw a few out. I mean, interviewed at Wildcard, but that one was like I did not want to go to that one.
One player step up to the plate.
Was hit up by OXG when I was like first announced I was stepping away.
But, I mean, even for Epic, being one of the newer players coming into the scene, being brand new into T1, to have a pop-off game, it really speaks into existence, not only for the rest of us, but especially for a player like himself. I mean, you're only as good as your last game, and if you're ending on a note of being 16-9, I mean, it really speaks into existence of how well Epic really can be as a
was asked to go to
can't focus on it too much, but it isn't.
I won't say the organizations, but there's two teams in Saudi that expressed interest, but I was not interested in moving. One team in EU and 3 T2 teams.
A bit of a performance himself.
Yeah, he had an amazing game. Obviously, it was all for nothing, but he had a pretty big, impactful rounds. I mean, obviously, you can't really talk about Cloud9 without highlighting him specifically. I believe this is the ace that he got. I mean, he was just really a one-man show for Cloud9. He was keeping them in the gate the whole round through. And when you look at a team like Cloud9, and we talk about a lack of firepower, and you have Kobe Lax who's consistently on that entry, putting up good numbers, it's obviously...
Talk us through the laxing DZ tryout. Wait, Modern, you remember that?
Be able to play themselves around.
All right, I could talk you through that one. So here we go. Was it DZ? No, this was before DZ, right? Did we try him out on DZ? No. I only remember one tryout with Lax.
But they still did. So we also have an interview with Orgless. This is the second interview that we have.
GK was one of them, yeah.
Out of the 6 play days. So Fence is on the other side. Congratulations to you guys.
Are those just the most awkward conversations? Like, you know, everyone is in a group chat without you? Wait, what do you mean? Did I miss something prior?
Into this game, were you nervous? And if so, what was the reason or what was the mental like throughout the rounds to be able to actually bring it back?
Watching on YouTube or Twitch help you more?
But I don't know. I was a little shaking in my boots a little bit at the beginning. I didn't kill anyone. But we weren't about Cloud9. They just lost to JJ. Like shit.
Well, technically I'm not monetized on YouTube, but right now I need the YouTube hours to get monetized, so probably YouTube, Colin.
My question was more going to be about along the lines of, we've seen Cloud9 weeks on end, and I wanted to know from your perspective after playing,
because it's helping me with watch hours so I can get partnered.
POV of a team playing against them, what did you feel it was like going up against them?
I mean, I don't know. They didn't have much structure. It felt like if we disrupted their first plan, we won the round every single time. So like, I don't know. They kind of lack a little bit of firepower. If Kobe's not dropping 20 or Giddy's not dropping 20, it's over.
For sure. Well, congratulations, fans. Obviously, we talked a little bit back and forth on Twitter a few times. Now, going from yesterday's game versus SSG, I mean,
oh wait, no, I don't think so.
Bounce back and focus on the next game outside of obviously, you know,
I don't think so.
minor details of just, you know, wipe it off, go to the next game. I mean, it's a pretty big performance from one to the next. I mean, I just kind of want to know the takeaways that you take from one game and apply into the next.
I mean, it's pretty dire right now. We need to win every game.
So we can get Moolah, not ever coach again.
Like, we're just going in knowing we have to win this game. We need points this week.
Is there a goal in mind of like reaching, like, do you guys like, is it to just make top 6? Is it to like even push maybe into top 4? I mean, what's kind of the goal for you guys?
So I continue to make so I can continue to make content.
And then once we make playoffs, it's make EWC.
And try to bring some eyes to PL and make things as easy and as entertaining to understand. That's the goal. I tried making a bank video today, or first couple of recordings of it, but I made it every single time I make it. I feel like I'm making things easier and easier to understand. So I'm just going to keep recording it and see how the breakdown I can finally get. Because the first time I recorded it, I was all over the place. I was confusing. Then it got better. Then it got better. So I just got to keep recording myself, make a bank video. And maybe like by the 10th time, it's easy to understand and I can put it on YouTube.
Yep. Okay, well, thank you so much. I was like expecting there to be more to that sentence, but I'm going to let you leave on the high and celebrate the fact that you get more points added to your standings. So congratulations once again. And who knows?
Can I talk about, wait, what? The Canadian exit from DZ, why, what happened?
I think there's some nerves there too. I remember
without going into too much detail, the Canadian exit, because I feel like I talked about this a couple times. I mean, at the end of the day, it was just like a change of the guard. Like, there was, I think the team was just wanted to go into a new direction. I think at the end of the day, as simplest terms, that's the easiest way to put it. However, like, it came to a boiling point. Like, Nafe could no longer play with Troy. There was a moment in the game that we played versus Liquid versus EWC where there was a little bit of an argument, which happens in esports. And it was not like an ultimatum, but it was like a pretty serious problem that, like, don't know if we were going to be able to fix in the team. So again, ultimately, like, it was like the team wanted to go on with Nate's side, and that's what happened.
Crazy like you did yesterday, fatal as well. But I mean, yeah, I just want to see a good game from both these teams that we can actually highlight very important moments.
All right, well, you guys heard it here first. We want to see something so that we can highlight important moments. If you want to see those moments, make sure that you stick around because we're going to be taking a small little break and then we'll be back.
Once you had a bank strat with a mirror window in garage facing CCTV. After that, I was hooked on the DZ. Yeah, I mean, we did some freak stuff for sure. As a coach, how do you deal with the situations? Well, I'm going to be... I'm going to be really honest. I was almost useless in that situation because I myself wanted to leave. And I brought it up to BC as well that I sat down with. I had an offer from... Oh my god, what was the organization? Oh, Beast Coast. I had an offer from Beast Coast. They wanted to bring me on after Fett was leaving, and honestly, I was very tempted because I wanted to team with Hot and Cold again. That's just the duo, right? So there I was at EWC. We just got knocked out. There's a lot of drama happening in the team. And I myself, I didn't want to be a part of that drama because, like, I myself was about to leave. I had a lot of calls with, I believe it was Gunner and Hot and Cold late at night. And they kind of convinced me to leave. And I was all for it. And then I woke up the very next day And I got a phone call and everyone was like, hey, we're getting rid of Troy. And I was like, all right, well, maybe I don't want to bring up the fact that I want to leave right now. So I kind of suppressed it and stuck with the team for a season, which was great. We ended up getting first place, but then ultimately, like, I should have just fucking took it. I should have just fucking took the job way sooner. Because I ended up joining him.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles.
Sure, you're they were just about to gossiping about the league.
They're right.
We can add this all to Wikipedia. I mean, I don't care. That's like the fun part of streaming is like now I'm not under any organization. I could talk about any roster moves and things like that that people haven't heard about behind the scenes or like, again, I don't think I've ever told that one on stream yet though. So that was kind of good. I for some reason forgot about that one, but yeah, because everyone always asks about Troy leaving, but I don't know why I forgot to mention like
Available now.
I was gonna leave, and that's probably one of the regrets is that I didn't leave right there. I stuck it out thinking, hey, maybe with Troy leaving, I can get a little bit more responsibility in the roster, and honestly. Shit, I was Troy made because without Troy there, I don't know. I feel like I took a lot of blame. I was like, all right, well, this just wasn't meant to be. I should have went to the team that actually wanted me there. Ever be willing to do podcast episodes, talk about this sort of stuff? I mean, yeah. I feel like I have done podcasts and stuff like that. It's just people don't ask like hard questions. People are like, yo, tell me about your career. All right. There's a couple of those out. If any bad blood with any of the players you've cut or had to cut? Yeah, Gav hates me. Gav hates me. No, that I've cut? I mean, I will say a couple of players that we've had to cut, like, it's also the kind of person that I am that, like, I stick with my team. Meaning, like, I don't really talk to many people outside. Like, when Matt is not on my team, it's like, as you can see right now, Matt calls me fake and, like, you know, we don't talk and all that. We don't hang out, and that's just kind of how it is. I'm very close to the people on my team, and that's about it. How did DZ decide on Kobe? The team, again, with Naif, we wanted to go fast, so we thought we wanted to get an aggressive entry. I will say, and maybe this is something else that hasn't been talked about, our Kobe was not our first choice. We were actually going to get Surf. And Surf kind of pulled a fast one on us a little bit because Surf originally told the Sonics that he was going to sign with them. And obviously that was Troy and Super over there. And then, so I guess he tried out with them, said he was going to, you know, go with them, but he tried out with us, and then he told us, you know what, I'm gonna sign with you guys. And then we would talk in Discord, and like we were talking about going over maps and how he's gonna go tell Super that he's going to actually turn down their offer and join us. So we're like, cool, we got our team together, and then boom, a couple hours later, he changed his mind again and said he felt bad, and Super and them convinced him to stay on the Sonics, and also because the scrims I think were going better, and you know, obviously no hard fit. Like, he's performing extremely fucking well over there. But yeah, we were supposed to get Surf. So that led to us. Who else did we try out? It was between 3 players. It was Surf, Kobe, and shit. There was somebody else.
Cruelty versus Wildcard.
What's up, Lolo?
Second game of the final day here at the NAL Week 3. Welcome back, everyone. And this is going to be quite an interesting.
It was another T2 player, yeah.
Prove themselves. Wildcard when it comes to their fall off since reload.
Fuck, who was it? Oh, Bay. Thank you. It was Bay. Yeah, Bay was our other choice. That's who it was.
And you know what? We were hyping this game up.
And ultimately we went with Kobe just because if you looked at stats, like he was just that more aggressive entry that we felt like we needed. But ultimately that's not DZ's play style. So I will say that was not a good move. Nothing on Kobe. I mean, he just dropped like what, 18 or something in that game and they lost. Nothing on Kobe, but like fit-wise for DZ, clearly that was not what was needed, right? Like we needed, look who they have now, like a player like Citizen. Bay could have maybe been that. Bay was a little bit more of a passive entry, which probably would have fit on DZ a little bit more. Also, if we got Surf, roles would have been weird because we wanted Surf to play entry, that passive entry. And as you can see right now on Shopify, I think he's in a more comfortable role, which was also a factor in him not joining us. Surf felt like he was more of a support player, so roles made more sense on Shopify than the role that we would have probably had him play. So it all worked out. I guess in a sense. I mean,
that was the strength of them. They were constantly getting M80 on their
yeah, I forgot it was Bay too.
At what they could do. This was one of their executes where they were able to go for the round, and then they essentially had different looks every single time. First round they went for a beautiful execute. The second round they pieced apart.
How was the Astralis Grand Finals from your perspective? I don't know how to describe it besides like a dream. It was a dream matchup. Ooh, wow, 71% DZ. DZ are looking. Oh man, a lot of DZ glaze coming out of me, but my God, are they looking good? 71%.
They were kind of always there. The scores of obviously them being in last place up until yesterday doesn't really reflect how talented the team actually was statistically.
I mean, I think when push comes to
but yeah, like the Astralis one, obviously a dream. Like, it was a good matchup. Felt like we were gonna win that. And that game went so fast.
They're showing a lot better teamwork, which is great.
Like, and when we won, like,
time and time again throughout the league, sometimes they
yeah, I don't. It's just it's a feeling that like makes you want more. Right, Hot and Cold said the same thing when they won the major. He was just like, okay, I want to feel that again. That didn't feel good enough.
They did. Yeah, they did. The defense is absolutely. I mean, it wasn't even just an M80 bad.
Any players you wanted to work with but never did? There's a bunch, but one that came to my mind is immediately Bosco. We were supposed to get Bosco. When we got Skies and Eclipse, it was supposed to be Skies and Bosco. I just thought Bosco was one of the NA legends, the actual GOATs, and it was like literally peak Bosco. Like, actually King Bosco. And we should have had him, but it got blocked.
Can't even get into the building. There's so many crossfires all around this position, all off the back of Ivan being able to tuck up in this corner. Beautiful heads up play.
So good at teasing. Oh, our bad, Colin.
Droning out that spot. It's a very common spot to be clear whenever pushing and executing into CEO. But regardless of that, you can't take it away from the play that was made there. They played it perfectly. He played the spot. He used the Akiba barriers to keep himself safe and force M80 into an unwinnable situation and just punish them off of their mistakes.
Like back when we first made DZ, guys. I'm gonna hit you guys with some like old, but back when we first formed DZ, we obviously like knew like we kind of went into it knowing that roster changes were going to need to be made for us to be competitive, right? It's just unfortunate the way it was. Like, we were a third place NA team. We did end up finishing first place, but like to compete internationally, we felt like we needed more firepower. So we kind of knew going into it that we were with DZ and with the backing we were getting that we were going to have to make changes. So pretty early on, we made like a top 5 list. If money wasn't a factor, like who do we want in NA? And like you had names like, obviously, like again, we're talking, what season was that? We're talking like 2018.
out of them. Granted,
Okay.
when we're talking about seeing something
I just realized I'm
haven't
blocking.
seen anything
1 sec.
coming out of Dash.
So we made like,
In
we
particular,
made a
is
list
where we saw
and we
Dash
would
really
rank it
come alive.
quite
Really
often.
come
We'd
to
have
the point
Bosco,
where we're talking about
okay,
Batman,
and
we're
Bosco in
talking about
2018 was like a top 5 player. We had Eclipse. Eclipse was a top 5 player carrying Rogue. We had shit.
He was their spearhead on that attack. He was utilizing that shield, making strides, making headway.
We definitely had Skies. Right, and we were eventually able to get these two as a package, but I'm trying to think who else there was. Oh, Geo. 2018. It was Geo was up there. We tried to get Geo. We were very close to getting Geo, and then Geo went to Rogue instead. We already had Hyper at the time. We already had Hyper. The idea was me, Matt, and Hyper, and we were trying to get 2 amazing, like, top 5 players.
So now it needs to start here. You don't have any more lifelines.
Was I on the list in 2018 for you guys? Ambi, you were on the... Yeah, as soon as you started playing Siege, you were on that fucking list.
I mean, you can never count Kansan out.
Shit, 2018 was Bolo 18? No. No, Bo wasn't on the list yet. Yeah, no. Right?
All come alive today because again, you don't have
Oh, it's
any more
Bolo.
lifelines. You need these points if you want to make top 6.
But like, anyway, there was one more player on this list that I can't think of, but you can see where I'm kind of going with that. 2018, like, all those players were like top 5 NA players.
Couldn't be an excuse anymore. So yes, maybe you need to go a little bit of a setback, go to a clubhouse.
Oh, just turned 24.
But comfortability is important. They've shown that they're still here. They're still the same
Okay, so
players
yeah,
that
not
were
yet.
on reload. And even though we haven't seen them, do the same
Not
as
yet.
reload, hopefully we can see them actually just continue to keep
Yeah.
shooting more bullets. As for the other players, we've seen them in the previous weeks show up. And now, if they can just put it all together, especially against a team like Cruelty, yes, they had a blowout performance yesterday, but themselves. So if we can see
Getting Nick was the best decision you could have made. NJR,
we might see a
yeah.
better version, or
But we got so much hate for that.
to that reload performance
Again,
Yeah, and
we got
similar, like
roasted
what
for that
you mentioned
move to
earlier,
get
is the fact that
Nicholas
when we're looking at this
Jr.
map,
But if you look back on it, again, the only thing that could have been better is I should have retired. I should have not let Matt go. I should have retired and moved to the coach role 6 months early, because that was an awful 6 months of playing in the game.
They know where they went wrong with SSG. We actually saw a light in those 3 attacks that we did see come out.
Stomping? Yeah, you're right. We should have been considering stomping.
But they were pretty convincing. And if we
2018. That's on us.
5-1, already seeing the attacks are convincing. They're starting on attacks once again. I'm actually fairly confident that they know how they want to approach this map in particular. Learning
Cafe, we saw Cruelty on Cafe. Did we not? Was that not the SSG game?
And as for Wildcard, we saw them lose to SR just recently in a 7-5 where they were having hiccups. But
where's
also
that?
contributing the fact
Okay.
Dash did not come into
So it was a 7-3. However, we saw them get freaky. There was a literal 5-man spawn peak round on top floor Cafe. And they were looking better when they were starting to do aggressive, weird shit on attack. They ended up winning, what, 3 attacks, I think, at that game? It was 3-3. I need to... Bank, they look good. People are calling them bank crutches from what I've seen. Why did M80 take them to bank? Blah, blah, blah. These guys are bank crutches. We need to see them play that good on another map. Iconic DZ was nearly a thing.
Yeah, and with the prediction as well that you guys have sent over, both going for
Yeah.
Cruelty, I think
Yeah,
that
I forgot
makes
about that,
a
Modern. You're
lot of
right.
sense. And after the mapping that we're seeing, it makes
Dude,
even
DZ, we
more
were king
sense.
roster
We're
moves
gonna
over there.
head
My
to our
God.
casters, Links, and Ollie, who could also maybe let us
We
know
were king
whether or
fucking
not
roster
they
moves.
can
Iconic was, though. Fuck, when was that? He turned us down. It was after Astralis got dropped from their team. From their, and he went to M80. That's when we tried to get him. And he said no. That hurt on the ego.
Their 3 rounds that they won were on attack, which has consistently been their issue.
But you can't blame him. M80 money was greater than DZ money back then.
And now on Cafe Ollie,
Can't blame him.
Wildcard looking to improve, not necessarily a side, but making sure that everyone's just performing at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Cafe pick for Wildcard, honestly, for me, bit of a head scratcher. It's not a map that they hold in very high preference at all. The last time they won this map...
Was Stompin even born in 2018? That's crazy.
167 days ago, and it was against this exact Cruelty.
Surprised Bolo wasn't on our
A bit of a history lesson for everybody there, because I
list.
quite a long time ago. But all, it's interesting.
You're right. I don't think we ever talked about him. He had to be really young at the time. Had to have been.
Think of December.
because that was a player that anybody could see since he was 14 years old that he was going to be something.
So not a map that we really associate wildcard with. On the flip side, it is fairly decent preference for Cruelty, but I'm all aboard the train. I'm on this hype train of Cruelty. I've always said you're as good as the team that you've just beaten. And if we're saying that M8...
All right, wildcard, same kind of scenario as Cloud9, where they need to put these kind of teams away, right? They're obviously, is it last place or 9th place? But if you look at, they played all the top teams. Wildcard played DZ. They already played Shopify. They've already played SSG. They've already played M80. They lost all those games. They did end up beating Cloud9, which, thank God. Now they're going to be playing the weaker end of the standings, the weaker teams. They got it. This is where they need points. They got to start winning here so they can get into the top 6.
See what these attacks look like immediately. I do not want to wait a single second.
That's it. They've thrown the gauntlet down now, and they need to show to everybody.
Oh, sorry. Right. Yeah. That's what I meant to say. Wildcard lost it. Yeah. Wildcard lost to Cloud9. My bad. I stumbled over my words there. They did end up losing the 7-4 on Chalet to Cloud9. They beat SSG. Yeah, they did. Yeah. My fault, chat.
And let's be honest, it could be a starting step, and if they get 3 points today too, not only are they leagues above wildcard, they're above.
All right, Cafe. I feel like I haven't watched too much Cafe except what Shopify played it twice this season.
That game yesterday against M80.
That SSG one as well. SSG
M80.
Cruelty.
They've not exactly got the easiest opponents lined up for them. They're going to be playing SSG. They've got Oxygen. They're going to be playing against SR. M80 got some difficult games in the later half of this stage.
We got a Zami, Clash getting taken out of. I'm still surprised every time I see Clash getting taken out. I'm not sure what maps are. Really, the good maps are Clash, because I'm seeing some maps that I think are, but then a team will never pull out Clash, so I really have no idea what to expect anymore. Mira's up. We're not running it. Instead, we're playing Cocktail Setup, and we're seeing a lot of teams run Echo on this top floor site. I'm guessing kind of made famous a little bit by Furia.
And that's going to make Cruelty's job just a little bit more difficult.
Baby Shark on almost his patented Vigil at this point.
Noah's Army, but it looks as though Wildcard do still want to hold some key areas. Main one there being that piano.
Baby Shark, ironically, despite the fact that in that game against Shopify, he was playing this position as the Azami, is playing the same position as the Vigil.
Bro, I'm gonna pass out.
Because those Kibas, you create a little fortress, create a little maze that you can bob and weave behind to get back to Pixel. But now instead on that Vigil, he can dodge the drones.
Why Castle?
Wait,
Castle Freezer, top door, top
missing
floor.
some steps, and with the drone potentially spotting him and the ERC not
top
activated,
floor.
it's
I did not see which door got castled.
Baby Shark retreats back to Pixel immediately.
It's good damage on Matumbo there. This is pretty good aggression.
Somebody's going to find himself in a little bit of a world of hurt there, as a lot's being thrown at these defenders, and Wildcard quite rightly just backing up from it a little bit. We can see Kanzani's going to be rotating one of the Yokai drones round just to provide a
Spiker go down lower. Ivan early lurk.
With that opening pick. Spiker taking down.
Spiker trying to do his best faults where he 1v5'd him, hauled down his VIP, but obviously, or tragically gets taken down.
And the defenders, well, they've just got to focus.
I haven't had a game pump my heart like that in a minute. That was a good dub. That was a much needed, very good dub. We had Dream in here very sad earlier. You made Dream sad.
Ooh, that's a risky play right there. And also puts him in an off spot to actually take the fight against the Monty. That's really pushing that position as far
left door.
Baby Shark opening up this new angle.
Depends. Is there a rotate? Sometimes there's a rotate in Freezer, and if you cast that door, I need a. We're so close to seeing it, like right here. Doesn't look like we do have it, but if you put a rotate there and reinforce the wall, you can get really aggressive outside of Freezer. If teams hold piano flank from inside Cigar, you can use that rotate with that castle, and you can just come flank very quickly at any moment. But again, I don't think we see the rotate there. Oh, we do see the rotate there. Okay.
Dash not getting anything big puts Baby Shark in a difficult spot just by happenstance. What a flick by Kansan.
Fatal with the 3K. This guy's the MVP on this team, yeah? 10 seconds. We're going to have to see Echo drones. This is scary. This is scary.
Knows one is pushing. He's got the
Get
time.
back on that
He's
echo
his
cam.
side. He's got
Oh my God.
Gotta hit it. Was so close to the defuse.
Oh, he missed.
No! It gets caught
Oh
on the
my
disc.
God. Almost
Now
unwinnable
stuck
now
in
at this point.
1v2.
Montane up.
Everyone in the lobby on low HP.
Wow.
Kansas could just graze Fatal, and that'll be the end of the Hibana. But Matumbo can constantly pressure, set up the Hibana perfectly.
Fatal
for this
4K.
engagement, and
Holy
close it out
shit.
Perfectly. Cruelty in the post. Take round 1.
What a brilliant opening round. You know, you see Siege the way it's meant to be played. It's fantastic.
Hibana makes no sense. What, as an operator? Hibana's usually taken for
They had a
castles
good handle on things.
on this map.
One thing that I will comment on is that they struggled to deal with Baby Shark inside of Cigar. If they'd have done that a lot sooner, everything would have been made.
Kansan to be on top team. No, you're right. The thing is, Kansan plays a very niche.
Baby Shark was playing much more aggressively than just
Like, not every team needs a
giving the players a really hard time.
a mailbox in the top 4.
He wasn't really challenging.
I feel like
them,
most
though.
already have
Presence
somebody.
there was enough,
That's
and he was able to
kind of
support Dash
why.
for a long time. Dash hiding out, of course, in Cigar.
Whatever breakdown strats on YouTube, like how Reaper used to. I'm doing strat videos right now, but more so like just like some of the best setups, stuff like that. I don't, yeah, kinda. Like my first video, like I'm talking about bank basement defense, and honestly, there's 3 operators that every single team uses on bank basement defense, and that's Smoke Tube Goyo, and talking about why that's so strong, and basically how to play the extended positions and waste time, and what you have to do to support that Smoke Goyo and Tube, and like why it's being brought. I use the bathroom real fast.
It is a bit of a risky play, but it's kind of like if it pays off, you win the round. If it Dash dies, you're in a really tricky spot. Because if you're able to cover Dash, you basically hold Cigar completely. But once Dash dies, they have the double door open and they can completely cut off Baby Shark's retreat. So if Dash was able to survive, much different round. But once Dash dies, Baby Shark's a pretty easy player to deal with after that. Also, huge round from Fatal, 4-0 so far. And just a good, strong first attack from Cruelty. And we were hoping to see them continue off that momentum from the previous day. It really looks like they have not skipped a beat, even with Wildcard throwing obstacles in their way.
You really just want this Cruelty roster coming into this game feeling like they're the best players in the world.
You do.
You know, they're gonna be high on life. They're gonna be thinking, this is it. It's our game. We're just here to. We just need to go in and go through our motions because we know that we're solid. And I think that that little bit of confidence, or that lot of confidence that they got yesterday, will go a long way. We certainly saw it a little bit there in round 1.
Oh.
But we see it continue. There it is. Skimzy, just walking up the stairs. It's as simple as that. Dash, just preoccupied, trying to get a cheeky angle onto the top of those red stairs, and immediately cameras hacked. Now, granted, it isn't going to give too much. There are 2 BPs knocking around, so that will give a little bit of information over, but if they're in dodgy positions, the defenders will take them. Look at Kansan go.
This is the problem. Who really pushes here? Kansan could retreat, but the Dokkaebi call goes out. You don't want to take this long fight with the SMG-11. Default cam disabled. That's a good heads-up play by Skimzy, but it's just a 1v1. He smokes him!
Beautiful.
I cannot believe he's got away with that. I mean, Kansas in a tricky spot, but with the record he has in this stage, I think it's a pretty clean 50-50 for who wins it, but Skimzy running away with that. Both players positioned by the staircase. Dash over by red, Kansan over by white, felled both by the Dokkaebi. This is the danger with Cruelty, Aldi. They can play structured, and then right there, they can play fluid too.
They are going to suffer, though. Skimzy eventually shut down from his reign of terror and an equal man count, but Bay with a lightning swing is going to take Matumbo down. So Cruelty are on the back foot now. We haven't seen them really fight from behind yet. Obviously, it's early in the game. BP going to get destroyed. The diffuser is in Pyrox's hands, but I don't think they're going to be given the space to get this down.
Ooh. Unless Ivan has something to say about it. He gets one, spots another. How's he come away with that? Crosses it twice and gets all 3 of them! Hat trick for the end of round 2 is Ivan looking left, right, and center.
Kansan's playstyle's niche how? Like, he plays like the mailbox cutoff role. And like, you're not gonna, like NJ's on DZ, you're not gonna get rid of NJ. J90 on SSG, you're not gonna get rid of J90.
Honestly,
That kind of thing. That's why, like,
there is a lot of inappropriate things that they could fall into and come out holding even more inappropriate things.
Have to get Bolo to come out of retirement.
Doing fantastically at the moment. That was a 4 versus 2. You really ought to be winning those.
A lot of begging.
I can't believe they were given the space to do
A lot of begging until finally his competitive itch.
Yeah, and I mean,
Why is the player upstairs not playing the cigar hatch? Like, okay, you've lost the guy, but play in cigar. Try and deny the plant. There might have still been a bulletproof alive.
Well, and the other thing too is like, this isn't even necessarily a misplay. It's like, if you're Spiker, you're kicking yourself. Like, you put that guy to 1 HP, and he... Like, it really is a combination of they are genuinely outplaying their opponents too. And
Mailbox is an attacking role. It's not really what the role's called, but like in this case, if you look at the operator lineup, it's a lot of time it's the Twitch player. It's a passive player that's sitting on cutoffs, and then like he's the util guys. Twitch, Brava, Flores. It's not like a real role, but it kind of is a real role. You know what I mean? Like most teams have a very passive player
Did we see a Dokkaebi flank up a staircase with an SMG-12 to catch a defender off
that plays cutoffs, while the rest of his team is a little bit more aggressive? Because most maps you have, like, there's that kind of spot. Like, someone has to play some of these spots, right? So you need a player that kind of specializes in them. Cafe, White Stairs window is usually the spot where the rest of your team is taking cigar and working together. You need someone to play White Stairs window. Like, that's just a spot you need. So that's why that guy's usually the mailbox.
I mean, to be fair, he's smoked with a shotgun. That could be a powerful misdrone. Ooh, Baby Shark. Spiker, excuse me. Baby Shark looking for this jump out. Fatal moving in for the defuse, but even though we did criticize it, if Spiker does go undroned here, as it looks like Cruelty are setting up for an execute, he could throw this thing completely awry, but instead, are they pushing Pillar? They're not going for an execute at all. He finds one, trapped inside. Ivan's able to get the kill, but Wildcard mounting a very solid offensive. One on the opposite side of that wall. Kansan will remain passive. Tags up the Monty. Ivan can't react in time. Another one, ADS, sets himself up, but Fatal comes away with it. He's found himself...
That A should have fried Kansan.
Ying and the Monty need to pair up, and again, Baby Shark, there's no way he's been read in this position. No way he checks it. He does! What? Fatal peeking on the opposite side of the wall, and now the Ying and the Monty can regroup.
Yes, Thinking Nade was the mailbox. That guy was Thatcher. He played top hat Thatcher. Any top hat Thatcher player back in the day, Laxing, mailbox. Thinking Nade, mailbox. Those were the mailboxes back in 2018. Fucking top hat Thatcher. Upside down on a window, the only thing you see is a fucking top hat, and you can't even shoot him. God, that was the worst.
They are simply not losing a single kill. Fatal's got to be careful, but if he can set this up, push him into a corner, and get him from Matumbo!
As Cruelties!
From the back in a man disadvantage.
What the fuck? 3-0?
And take their third attack straight on Cafe.
It's the best Monty we've seen in NA. Without a shadow of a doubt, the best Monty play we have seen. How many times have we criticized players for ADSing? And I was ready to go in on Fatal because he ADS'd. However, he got the kill. And it just goes back to what we were saying. These guys cannot put a single foot wrong. Everything they are doing is working out for them at the moment. And it is great to see. Some really good synergy there. That's how you play around a Monty. You have to have somebody on their shoulder.
Wait, what did he say in all chat?
Back-to-back 2 versus 4 rounds here.
Was Rampy going to join DSC at one point? He wanted to, but it got shut down, yeah. That was going to be a thing.
Which is what is happening. I don't know if I have ever seen a team make this dramatic a turnaround over the span of 1 week. I mean, Beast Coast even. Beast Coast, it was a lot more of a work in progress last stage, right? Because I would say that's probably the biggest...
Guys, is Cruelty going to win...
They go down
is Cruelty going to win NAL? What's happening? Are we not alternate reality right now?
Getting some wins, and then look really strong by the end and end up winning the NA League, right? Not saying Cruelty will win the NA League or go on and win.
Oh, no, I think we're saying Cruelty's going to... Yeah, I think we're cool. I think we're saying that, actually, Lynx.
Like there was a lot more of a process from Beast Coast, whereas Cruelty have gone from, to be fair, attacks that looked all right with good ideas.
Shit on M80. No other way to say it. They just got shit on.
Incredibly strong strategically, and when they're not, players who are making all the right decisions, like...
And now, absolutely winning rounds that they probably should not. Shitting on wildcard. Monty's got to get banned, right? Yeah, there's the Monty ban. Okay. Monty banned, but this is where, like, Cruelty's good in this meta. They're going to run some other shit. We got Blackbeard now. I'd be surprised if we didn't see something else.
Everybody thought would not win a single game in the league.
Yeah. It's true. It really is.
Called him shit.
Wildcard then with
Nice.
the timeout. Makes sense. Got to be winning defensive rounds on Cafe. I mean, Cafe is a map that we talk about. Oh, you know, access to the building isn't guaranteed. You've got to be careful off the spawn, you know. C4s can be flying out of windows. You can't just ball up to the building. It takes you a minute to get there on the roof and then start to establish themselves. Cruelty have just ripped that up and thrown it out. They've been very quick on that entry. Skimsy in particular has made some very early inroads into the map. And getting to the building, it's just not been a problem. It's like Wildcard are just playing a little bit too scared at the moment. Like, they need to realize they're on Cafe. They can be a little bit more bold and a little bit more brave. But when the previous 3 rounds go that way, it does knock the confidence a little bit. And you do get sort of shocked back into this position of, oh, we need to be a bit more careful about things.
Good find on that shock drone, I will say, from Wildcard. Talked about shock drone getting a lot of intel before. That time it spotted immediately.
All right, how are we going to respond after that timeout? We got to try to get a little bit more aggressive now because we're seeing Baby Shark up against the windows here going for more of an aggressive play, but we did see that round 1 when he was Vigil. Now he's on the Sentry. No C4 or anything from there, like pure util, shield, barbed wire. But I feel like, yeah, he's going to fall back. He's going to layer back here.
They're at least worried about it, but at the same time, Wildcard have accounted for this. He's got the shield to fall back.
Fatal is 7-1. Someone check this guy's PC.
A lot like normal Cafe right now, where Cruelty struggling for control, down half of their drones. Still a lot of top 4 players to clear.
I think this is better from a Wildcard for sure. They've not played as aggressively inside of Cigar, and they've actually got more utility in there as well. There's deployable shield, there's some reinforcements knocking around. It's much more standard.
Yeah, it has been a rough few play days, but like I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt for Wildcard. Because they played all the good teams. Now, these are the teams they need to win against. If they are trying to beat the accusations of their reload kind of being Mickey Mouse. A little bit of a C1 take here. We see Heaven, Skylight, Newbauk. Did end up losing all the fights though, but I don't mind it. That's one of my more favorite ways to take top floor control. Fights just didn't go in their way.
Really hectic entry game from Cruelty right there, and good reactions from Wildcard. Not much.
And I would be pissed off if I was a Wildcard fan if you somehow lost this round.
And diffuser in Wildcard's possession until being beamed.
There we go. Wildcard's back. All right. Gotta believe. Ever played a team that asked for a PC check after?
Nothing to make us move. The Capitals band and the Grims band.
There was a time when Hot and Cold, it was SI 2020, I think. Hot and Cold got accused of cheating because he taped his earbuds kept falling out of his ear. Like they just weren't fit for his ear, so they kept falling out. So he taped them under the headset, so they wouldn't, like he just taped his ear so they wouldn't fall out, and got accused of cheating.
That play there just got deleted by the warden.
Accused of having a listening device and coach in the back room telling him things.
They've got nothing to make us move. And finally they get
Zach was pissed. Zach was absolutely pissed. That admin got ripped into.
But at least around the they rotate down, and we're going to go to kitchen.
That's kind of the funny thing. It's just like, it's not even that they've been playing top 4 whole lot. It's just like, it just always seems like the rounds, aside from like that mining round, it seems like every round has really been based a lot by what happens up there. It seems like a lot of the action.
Vector ACOG OP? Yeah, I fucking love the Vector.
Can you believe it's the first time we've seen Kitchen? We're 5 rounds into a Cafe defensive half.
This is what I mean.
Have we ever accused anyone cheating? Actually, yeah. Pasha. We accused Pasha of cheating in Rally. That guy absolutely shit on us. Someone go watch back. That guy, well, I mean, sure, he's still nasty. He just dropped 20 in his last fucking game on VP. But that guy was a rookie during Rally, 18 years old, brand new, shit on us. There was 2 moments in particular. This guy rappelled up garage on Clubhouse. Someone go find the clip. Rappelled up the side of Clubhouse on the garage. And we ran out strip. You know how far that is? This guy had the bearing, and everyone knows the bearing recoil. Perfectly fucking tapped us running out. That shit was insane. So yeah, we might have accused Basha of cheating.
Kansan just fires blindly through the smoke, follows up with a C4 in the exact same position, catches the front and the back of that bakery push all in one fell swoop. Pyrox shoved out of it, put to low HP, lengthy 30 bullet free fire.
Yeah, Cruelty could make playoffs. They're still technically in it. It's what? There's like 4 games or so. Yeah. They get enough points for sure.
They had some decent attacks to start, albeit spearheaded or at least bolstered.
Winning NAL DZ.
Crazy individual performances. But if last round was shaky, this round has completely fallen apart at the seams as wildcard from beginning with Kansan's double to the end.
I remember if it was first half or second half. I mean, we were on the attacking half, or did it switch back then?
It's really nice to see wildcard stabilize. And the patience that they're exuding here is fantastic as well. It just further adds on to time where they're in control. That's going to feel pretty good at the moment, especially given the way that the first few rounds went.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Who's Zach? Zach was the owner of DZ, by the way.
And wildcard chain some rounds together here.
That's 2 for wildcard though. That's pretty good for him.
In the previous 2 rounds,
good.
That's been more evident, and I think
DZ because bias. I got no bias. Like I honest to God have no DZ bias. Why would I have bias on the team that I'm no longer with, you know? But they look unbiased spin there, look the best right now.
And wildcard are going, let's just sit back from this for a minute and see what happens. Okay, I'm going to pre-fire through the smoke. Oh, I'm going to throw a C4 now as well. They've got a little bit more about them to just be like, okay, we're going to slow things down somewhat.
Yeah, DPZ, yeah, Con, yeah. Yep.
It is good awareness from wildcard, but also, as you said, Cruelty are very often committing behind those set plays. Usually, where we saw success on Bank yesterday was not necessarily like rushes like that.
A long ass walk, Aspirin. What did happen? Well, wildcard was down 0-3 against Cruelty. Cruelty looking like, you know, took down M80, about to take down wildcard. Good timeout out of wildcard. They're kind of back in this game. They win this defense. Not the worst. Not the worst half.
Not really what they did here. It was a slower attack from Cruelty on this 3rd floor site. Fully in Cigar, just as Wildcard's defense was based almost entirely in that location. Baby Shark
loves Vigil. This guy loves it.
Fenrir is playing inside of the Humidor. We'll see how they change it up again, but Baby Shark wants to try and find something here. And
ooh, tried to call that from sound.
Window, though it seems
trying to get aggressive on this side. Little mini plays. I kind of like those.
From wildcard, isn't it? They're obviously feeling a little bit more confident now. They've got some rounds going. They can afford to send a C4 out on a whim and have someone just watching a doorway for a little bit, see if anyone jumps up on that rappel. And it just gives Cruelty a bit more of something to think about because, I mean, time hasn't been a huge factor for them. The pushes typically are coming in.
Using the Echo Drone. This is what I was thinking. That's what they were doing.
Pretty well by wildcard. We have a bit of info here, though. The IQ. It's going to be able to spot that yokai drone. May spot the drone, but it's not going to know what the drone has found, and that is that there's 2 players out on that rappel.
So they're going to be going after Bay here. He has obviously no Jaeger, no Amai, no Aruni, and there's about to be a bunch of nades dumped onto him.
They've not got a Ying in this situation. They've sacked off the Blackbeard to try and take control of that top floor. So how are they going to deal with that?
Here we go. We're going to burn ADS. 1 nade, 2 nades, 3 nades. Goodbye, Bay.
Getting aggressive on that window. Expose himself quite heavily to the 417.
See, that's just a set piece right there. That's kind of how you play Siege in a lot of situations. That's just a play to get the pick. Now, the rest of the round, like we have Ivan lurking below. He's got below control. They're seeing if, you know, they might get another pick. But this is where it's really important to have a good IGL. And like, how do we want to end the round now? We got C1 control. Cool. Spiker refilled. Good mid-round. We have no way to get this guy out of here. 0 nades left on board. This is actually really good out of Spiker. We don't have a buck or anything under. This might have been a mistake from Cruelty.
We can see there's going to be no one roaming. This just ends in a repel into Cocktail. It isn't going to go too well for Cruelty. Lion scan comes out. You can hear smokes going.
Yeah, we just repelled in thinking, hey, it's free. Well, guess what? It's not.
Spiker just hiding there in the off-angle spot.
We just
not droning it in the late round of unfortunate.
We just thought that shit was free.
And that 5v4, it seemed like a 4-2 half was well within reach. But Kansan lining them up on the white stairs side.
And I will say, like, that's kind of the difference between the top teams and the not top teams. Sure, can you complete a set play for a kill? Yeah, but Siege is more than that. No good mid-round out of Cruelty. Kind of a sorry-ass mid-round.
Before the round even started, Cruelty seemed set up for a dominant half, but after the tactical timeout, Wildcard, in the face of crazy gunfights and hero plays, play patient, play passive, tie the game.
There was 5 drones left there at 20 seconds, and they still didn't know where people were.
Should they have repelled in immediately after before Spiker filled, or is it more they just didn't do anything to pick? I mean, they probably should have went up tempo with it, or they needed to at least hold the control, upside down repel, something. Hold the control.
More creative solutions to deal with that player if a couple of attackers are banned.
But they didn't hold anything. Let them sneak back in.
It's representative of the Siege we've seen.
Which is fine, right? If they knew based on intel, that's fine. Because if you know that guy fills back in, and it's 5v4, right? That means space is created somewhere else. Like, and that's how you got to be thinking about Siege. Spiker rotated from somewhere else and forfeited space to refill that space. So that means something else on the map is free. So then, even if that guy does fill into that spot, that is when you need a mid-round call to not just swing in the window and go like with the execute. Let's maybe Cigar is free now, so maybe we can go take Cigar. We see Kansan and Freezer there, right? It looks like they're more stuffing the cocktail side, so like, go take the other side.
At the side swap. Obviously, we are going to see a different set of bans.
Everything about being a color caster, I think I'd be shit at it.
Wildcard will transition onto their own.
I stumble over my words quite often.
Previously, we had the
I get excited.
This time, the
Best player to put in the play in the spot till you die.
And the Grim removed. This time we have the Dokeby and the Ying removed. And of course, 2 of the Architect operators taken away on the wildcard side.
Like that I've been with, like that I teamed with.
See a castle band, and very standard indeed to see Azami have no play here on Cafe.
What was the player that you'd be yelling about as a Cruelty coach?
Didn't see really any of these operators in Cruelty's game against SSG. Even
probably would have told him to go fucking fast there. Like, I feel like we just stalled out. Cruelty just. First 3 rounds doing, obviously, like, the Montaigne was a big help. And then the Montaigne got banned out, and we tried to just do, like, some default attacks, and it was bad.
Fighting the Kibas in Christmas, fighting the Castle Barricades and Cigar, it just makes it rough. Very understandable for Wildcard. Nice drone, by the way, on that light. Was that reading, I think? I think that drone was on the little chandelier inside of reading to see if any...
Couldn't find that Pasha clip. Maybe someone else. I'll pull it up.
Skimsy down below. Ooh, like this dual setup. We got the Yokai going out from these drone holes to
in between games.
Intel on a run out, whether he wants to go
don't let me forget.
On the double door.
Unless we come up with something else to talk about, and that's how I'll forget.
Pretty massive impact depending on where Wildcard push from.
Matumbi really fully committing to that, but he's probably given the game away.
Yeah, I think he really... Plus, they have air jabs. You're going to air jab the bakery door run out for sure, especially after seeing that.
Nothing really gained, and a little bit of utility lost. We've all seen how impactful the Yokai drones can be, even in this game. Obviously, it didn't come off for Kansan, but...
Ooh, best player down. Fatal down. Almost too easy.
Honestly, Ollie, that felt like 2020. 2 flashes and a nade go in, another nade goes in to clear out that player. It's the util dump meta all over again. Had a good point, though. Would have liked to maybe see Matumbo maybe chill out on the Yokais for a little bit, but Skimsy's still...
It's a good repel, and they know Bathroom is free, so he can now take the space after they remove the Pixel player. Kansan took it without hesitation. C1 fully open. They're not going to go that way, because they'll have nowhere to plant. Where's Spiker at? Spiker's on the roof still. Another good pick. This is one of Gridlock's best maps. See a lot of teams run the greedy.
To transition now as well. Ivan going to try and retake that position on Pixel. Got the information, but the track stinger's at his feet.
Oh, almost look like
Dash will find Matumbo. Still
Kansan knew someone was there, but not that guy.
Especially with this plank going down. But oh, it's beautiful. Taken out just at the right time.
Wow, that's a Bay round right there.
Final two.
That was super winnable from Cruelty. Whoever else just went down next to the Goya was that was his fault.
Actually coming away successful. As it stands, it's a round that's decided by the guns in the end, and wildcards still take it.
Ultimately coming back to that advantage established early on, not just in terms of the man.
They lose both Yokais, probably. That guy looked like he was playing pretty aggressive with them.
Utility clear of Pixel. I honestly would not be shocked if players are just out of practice reacting to that because of just how out of fashion playing that spot has been when Jaeger was out of the meta for so long. Not saying it was here, that's just more me theory crafting. But especially losing those Yokais early, you don't really end up setting Skimsy up for anything. And so when you get into that 4v3, and especially, well, the 4v3 being a 4v4 and then Pyrox peaking when he just does not really need to be contesting that long angle so early on.
I kind of like Wildcard's gameplay, and if we're gonna continue to see it, we see him running the gridlock nomad combination right here, right? The anti-flank. When you're playing a team like Cruelty, I mean, you saw it that very first round. They're trying to use the Gecko, go for some of these aggressive runouts, aggressive powers and plays. And Wildcard's just trying to keep everything in front of them right now. Double anti-flank.
Strange old lineup that Cruelty are bringing here in round 8. We've got a few lesser seen operators. Got the Maestro.
It was at Rally. Yeah, 100% at Rally.
Then when you throw into it,
what's up, Steve?
As well. We've got the Sentry. I do wonder, are they going to have appropriate tools? I suppose they've got a decent selection, particularly of secondary utility. A bit of barbed wire, deployable shield, 2 C4s. Have that flexibility, or 3 C4s, excuse me. Sentry there catching us out yet again. Wildcard's intention is
A1, thank you for the gifted sub. My goat, my king, welcome back.
Once they have control,
and as always, hope your day's good. W sub. There technically is another cast for co-streamers. Like I could get the clean feed with no casters, but
commit 2 of your picks to those flank watches. It doesn't necessarily assist dealing with players.
I kind of like them.
We've got Pyrox right now in Pixel.
I feel like the clean feeds for people that are just trying to cast the entire game.
They can deal with these magnets, less numerous than the ADS.
Clean feed's boring, yeah, exactly.
Bay taking control of spot the Evil Eye, snipe it with 1 shot. Good find. Obviously plenty of those Evil Eyes, but a headache in a position.
Cruelty falling off. All down on the second floor now. Top floor has been given.
Completely rotated back to site.
Only like 2 C4s, 3 C4s, 3 C4s, Sentry, 3 C4s on board. Are we going to get something from him? We see Ivan pre-place 1. That's, you kind of know where the holes are going to come in from here. You're going to make holes 90 and you're going to make holes in reading. So you can pre-place. There's no IQ on board. Could be good for Cruelty. We're forcing a late round execute versus Wildcard. We're going to need a win con, though, that's not flanking, because you are not flanking against a Gridlock and a Nomad.
Indeed it will.
So here we go. We're going to see the execute. It looks like just a very default execute. Have someone watch 90. 2 guys walk in here. Plant top down. Guy on the...
push in a bit deep behind the couch. Take a very, very aggressive line.
Hello?
Spots the Cade by the same token. Exposes
Cruelty?
angles, but through the wall and...
What are we doing? Oh my god. It's a basic ass execute, and we're just gonna fall 1v. Hello? Nothing? No one watching the door walk in? I didn't see any util, no flashes, no smokes. Guy just walked in and starts planning. Awful.
From Wildcard, they knew exactly what they wanted to do there. It was take the top floor, secure those flanks, and make sure it's belt and braces. It's not just good enough to have an edge.
You gotta tell me it's 4s on Empire? Yeah, it's 4s.
Nobody is going to be able to make their way from first.
It was on 4s before Empire.
And then just a simple drop and a plant in reading under the cover.
I did see that, Justin.
Choose to take their tactical timeout. Not much that you can do against that, though, because it was very good siege. I think the only thing you could say is maybe Cruelty dropped off a little bit soon. Maybe they can test upstairs just for a little bit longer and not let it be a 5 versus 5 plant. if they've still got any information knocking around out there, it doesn't hurt to have someone flicking the cameras to give a little bit of info away. And I don't know. Looking back at it, did we even see any of the C4s go off? I don't remember hearing any.
I think one C4.
Remember you getting 10-0'd by CTM? Yeah, I remember. I also remember getting 7-0'd by TSM on Cafe.
Really graze any of the attackers all that much.
Oh, yeah.
What I was thinking was, I know we had a Wamai on board, actually about to see. Yeah, so by the time the XQ came out, Pyrox still had 2 impact grenades remaining. I'm almost curious with how aggressive Wildcard were with that flank watch.
All right, we're going to see Cruelty. It looks like after that timeout, we're going to try to get aggressive here. We got a Vigil, we got a Mozzie, and of course we got the Echo still that we've been running. Not a typical basement defense. I think the more typical metas, if you go watch like FaZe, where you're going to have a tube in VIP, you're going to have a smoke in Whiskey, you're going to have a Goyo for the bunker fires, and then you're going to run some operators on the bakery side. Swag, thank you for the 3-month resub and welcome back. Thank you, thank you. So out of all those operators in his name, we are going to see one of those. We're going to see Goyo. No smoke. If we get map control, this shit is free.
I like this lineup a lot better from Cruelty.
TSM is something else. Yeah, well, they knew how broken C4ing the south white window was. That's what TSM knew. We learned tech after that 7-0. We weren't even mad we lost. We were like, okay, we are never losing on Cafe again, because we were actually insane at Cafe. That's why we took them there. And after that, we were like, oh, didn't know ball.
Is going to last on the ground and is going to create an area of effect.
Big fans of Fatal.
Big Fatal fans.
Oh, it was a tech pause. Okay. I was like, all right. Shout out Fatal. Not sure what.
Oh my God, John! This guy's finding me a clip and just dropped 10 gifted in here. John, absolute legend. Legend of the channel as well. Thank you so much, John.
You're gonna lose him again.
Very much appreciated. All my new subs, make sure you link during this tech pause. Let me sell a little bit. Make sure you link your new sub to Discord, where lots of free stuff in there for subs. The rich get richer? Absolutely not. This ain't one of those channels. You ain't watching someone with thousands of people watching. I'm broke. Matt Hot and Cold stole my goddamn Boston SI money. All right, did we find that clip, by the way? Do I gotta scroll up? I got too excited there. John excited me. John got me excited. Okay, I probably shouldn't say that. All right. Oh, yeah, we did, John. 420 on the YouTube. Heard that. All right, hang on. Let's see. Wait, 420? Hang on, that's not even the map. We play club. I called some of my bosses. So this round? 424 to 430? I didn't see anything. Oh, watch the cafe clip? Hang on. No way. We lost a 1v3 to Pasha right here. Yeah, this guy's cheating. This guy's cheating. Why'd I peek? Oh, was I? Don't tell me I was. No, it was me. I was about to roast. No, why did I forfeit top control? Why did I peek? It was me. Oh my God, I lost us that round. Matt, you remember this guy was cheating? He's not actually cheating, but holy shit. Where is that fucking Habana clip though? It was on CC's site, I think. Hang on, we're finding the game. We are finding this fucking game. Dark Zero versus Force Rally. Right? Ah, here it is. Oh my God. I'll never forget the Habana clip. Matt, you remember the Habana clip? Him rappelling up garage and just absolutely shitting on whoever ran out strip? Oh my God. I'll never forget. I also remember one where he was bandit. We downed him or something like that. And then he's still just fucking... Nice win yesterday. Gotta get... Jesus Christ, guys. Oh, man. Oh, was it Matt? Did Matt get shut on? Wait. Posh is out there. Nah, it wasn't this round. I swore it got picked up on camera. Maybe it didn't get picked up on camera. Because if it did... I mean, he's already the GOAT. Like, again, he dropped 21 on fucking Empire. This guy's the GOAT. Still the GOAT. What round was that? When did we decide to go for a run out? Guys, I'm on Vigil. I was in my fucking prime right now. Getting absolutely shit on. How did Nick die? This isn't it either. It was an early round one. I wonder if it was that CC one. Hey, Matt's just getting absolutely shit on by this guy. Look, Posh kills Hot and Cold again. Jesus, what are you doing, Hot and Cold? It might have been that CC one. Maybe the camera didn't catch it and we had it from our POV. I don't know how we had it from our POV at the time because there was no match replay. So how the hell did we get it from our POV back then? I don't remember. All right, fine. But the one that will get picked up, how about this? He was bandit. Was this it? Was this round that we should have won as well? No, this is lower. Yeah, it was a CCTV when he was bandit. Holy shit. Another round I will never forget. Yeah, here we go. He's bandit. We get control because I'm on Monte and I'm a GOAT, right? Obviously. BC with another kill. 5v3, super winnable for DZ, obviously. 5v2? No, tell me we lost a 5v2. Holy shit. Oh no, we won this round. Okay. But we were up 6-2 and we ended up losing. So, hang on. Oh, here it is. Oh, man. All right. 2v1, match point, 50 seconds left. Posh is down low. Has to rotate up. No C4 on board. Okay, no C4. We could just walk in and plant. Hyper goes down, but back then Zofia can pick itself up. Pretty sure. Yep, so Zofia gets up. Oh, okay. That shit was crazy. And this is prime Hyper. I've never seen Hyper lose that bad. And then BC just... And we went on to lose the game after that. This guy was... It was round 2? Well, I don't think we got to see the kill unless... Was there replays? Is that what it was? Was there a replay? Because obviously Pasha goes down. Oh, yeah, yeah. You can see Posh on the... Okay. Yeah. So it was Matt that got shit on. Again, I don't know how we had his POV when, like, that's why I thought it was on stream, because I remember when we were submitting clips, but I'm guessing, I don't know how we got it. Do we see a highlight? No, we're definitely not seeing a highlight. Yeah, we're upset. Look at us. We're like, bruh. Soon? We don't have a timer, man. How did you lose? Down 6-2? Yep. I don't know. But, yeah, we were chalked after that event. We were a little chalked. All NA teams got shit on. Like, that's when SSG got formed, right? That's when Troy went to SSG. EG was no longer a thing. Oh, I'm pretty sure all NA teams got shit on that event. What's up, Renegade? Is that the one I met you at? Oh, yeah, it's the one my parents were. Yeah, you're right. That is, because my parents were there. Who was our coach? That was Bacon, yeah. Mr. Jordan Sugin. Empire was the slow Russian machine. Force was the quick, twitchy Russian gunners. Yeah, they were next up. They were next up for sure. They didn't fix map tricking. It's why I don't like map tricking. I mean, you can go from like two different points of view. A, you probably didn't do it right, and people in chat will probably say that because you probably didn't. And B, that's why I don't like map tricking, because you have to be fucking perfect with it. I don't want to be the clown that can't map open a wall, and you're sitting there like, what piece am I missing? Wait, what? TSM didn't make rally. Was TSM a thing? Who else was there with us? It was EG, obviously. I remember Troy. Rogue was there, I believe. Pretty sure. Yeah, Rogue was there. I remember Slash being there. Was it just us three? SSG was there too? I don't remember if I'd seen him in the lounge or the lobby or the bar. In our team, we had a rule that if you failed a map trick in a match, you had to do it 10 times in a row after the match. Nice. I like that. It's like laps. Obey. Oh, they got the invite. So it was EG, SSG, Rogue, DZ, TSM were there. Huh. Damn, that was a lot of people. Yeah, SSG got, yeah. Huh. Oh, Ranger also sat in the crowd for the entire main stage. Oh, nice. Part of the whole coach, yeah. Oh, unfortunate. That guy was hilarious. That guy was so fun. They even used him to go on stage and just like party a little bit, but yeah. Unfortunate. A lot of NA teams to eat up for EU, pretty much. I remember MIBR was there, right? I think they were in a booth next to us. I will say Rally was memorable in the sense of like, I really enjoyed the venue. Because it was, sure, people are like, oh, why is there an event in North Carolina? Like, nothing to do there. But like, the hotel situation was nice, the lobby was nice, the bar was nice, and this is gamers. Like, that's where everyone is. And then, like, all you had to do, like, we didn't have to leave the hotel. You just go down an escalator, and you were in the convention center, and it was massive. And we had all the teams playing down there. We had ping pong, like...
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you.
Everything was down there. Player lounge.
Everybody back into the lobby and are ready to pick
And I'm a
up
fan
the
of when, because they kind of stopped doing that. Now we, instead of like being a big convention center and everyone having like their own little player room where they're all next to each other, and now it's like everyone just is in a hotel room. You're pretty much just in a hotel room. You have your own hotel room where you stay, and then you have a practice room, hotel room.
Any success, Wildcard taking a very impactful timeout, and that's credited them with 5.
They're like the Vegas miner. Yeah, I love getting grouped.
They have looked good,
Shit was so fun.
but are they going to look good right up until the end? It's a fairly lengthy break in the middle of what has been, in some respects, a bit of a back and forth game, despite what the scoreline might suggest.
This probably shouldn't be answered, by the way.
How it's affected both teams.
They love to use the same hotels for a reason. I don't even remember where we stayed, but it was nice.
Especially now that Skimsy's gone
I like
down,
Boston because I have family in Boston.
in that SSG game
So
on
I
Cafe.
big fan of the East Coast.
Wow, we were
Did a lot of
hyped
exploring in Boston too. Girlfriend went to school in Boston actually.
Especially after their M80 game yesterday. That was not only the only
So
attacks they got against SSG.
we had time to go explore a little bit too, which is
They
nice.
didn't get any more rounds. They lost all 4 of their defenses, and now
Any chance Ubi comes back to Rally? Maybe. I don't think they would rule it out.
Below. Going down early, a 5v4 as well. Wildcard is just resetting. You can see they didn't need
We
to
1080
adjust
still?
anything. They took
We don't
a
look like we're
3v
1080 right
round
now.
moving on, especially with the defense so aggressively postured. They can start swinging around the corner and find even more defenders eager to take a gunfight.
Some of Wildcard's attacks have been very well orchestrated, and they've shown really good restraint. Potential for a bit of an engagement there, but everything currently being thrown at Fatal.
Wildcard doing the same thing. Little mini play for the C1 player. Very easy. Boom. Nade. Fatal's down. 5v3. That's, and yeah. Once you get this control, bathroom player, big mistake. Backing up there and exposing. And freezer player, fried. Dash got a gap. Great fucking gap from Dash. And Matumbo at a 1v5.
Sorely disappointed.
Never mind.
It's a flawless round coming
Rest in peace.
of the tech.
All right, who was
6
talking?
rounds
Guys, who was talking
in a
shit about
row.
Wildcard? Yeah, these guys were down 0-3. Woke up. I don't know what was said in that timeout, but good fucking shit, Wildcard,
After the first 3
for
rounds
bouncing back. This looked like Wildcard was going to win the NAL the way they were playing. Shitting on M80.
6 rounds in a row.
And honestly, shitting on Wildcard for the
6
first
to
3
3,
rounds.
and sadly,
Now we're seeing Wildcard bounce back. This is a game that they must win as well. This is must-needed points. They're looking much better now.
Very clean attacks.
Am I not playing in E5? The guys are playing.
Very good.
I'm not playing.
I'll take it.
I was only a
Fantasy
fill.
fantasy team.
I'll make that deal. Hey, nice 3K from Dash.
He nearly got dropped this week. I'm gonna be straight with you. He nearly
Not
got. He
from
was nearly out.
Ollie's fantasy team, just to be clear. From
Oh yeah,
Ollie's
from
fantasy
my
team.
fantasy team. Sorry, not from Wild. Yeah, no, not from Wildcard. Yeah, he was on the chopping block. It was a difficult decision.
Nade probably masked the sound, I guess, as well. They also had no idea he repelled in.
Into the kill.
It was just good timing on that.
Really like it. Wildcard on the cusp.
Oh yeah, Steve's been here.
After this game again.
He's been here for a
Nothing
minute.
solidified after today, but basically we had Cloud9 playing LFO, Wildcard playing Cruelty, bottom 4 teams all playing each other. Then of
You were
course,
15?
Enemy
My
Rights,
God, I didn't even know that, Steve. My
game against,
God.
Dark Zero at the end of the day. So I can't imagine unless they beat the unequivocal best-looking team in the league.
And your dad.
I don't imagine they will move beyond 4 points today. So Wildcard could very well find themselves right behind LFO at 6, and Wildcard, of course, be at 5. And with how well these attacks are looking, honestly, and it's sad to say after their victory over M80 yesterday, with a 7-3 is looking quite possible.
You still talk? Wait, do you actually? What's Young up to?
Cruelty are just showing no signs of life at the moment, and with how composed and structured.
Is he still playing Madden?
After that break,
Is he
it
grinding?
didn't look like they'd missed a beat. They just picked up exactly where they'd left off, and unfortunately for Cruelty, they did as well.
All right, what is this? Mining site?
Right now. They're bringing some
Not
different
bad.
tools.
So I'm a big fan of the mining site because you can play top floor, and you also have that pulse that right now is in reading room. Right now he's in reading room, and if they get top floor control, which looks like they want to get top floor control, you see Dash on the ram. He's able to layer back and play downstairs. However, Baby Shark's kind of countering that. He's flicking a bakery cam right now, and I think they know that someone is going to go down into the basement, and this guy's just holding a flank.
Hopefully.
Don't let someone run out. Ivan right now on the bottom floor, white stairs. Is he going to get caught?
I always love when you and I are very
They want to get aggressive right now. Where is Ivan?
Currently stuck on the old heartbeat scanner. I've got a little bit of audio in my ears though, but I can't.
Ivan
really tell
made
what's
his way into freezer. In kitchen now. Okay, all right. Ivan's on the move.
Can I pull up the bar?
I wonder if Baby Shark's gonna see him on a drone. A little mini game going on that we don't even know about. Ivan in kitchen cooking. Ivan's in the prep room. And we're on a small bay cam. We might see him. Maybe, Baby Shark. He does have a bakery cam. We might be seeing Ivan in the prep room right now. I want to know if we're going to be going for a play on that guy. Because I think we know that they want to layer. We just saw Fenrir run downstairs as well. So I think wildcard... Yeah, there we go. Spiker's going to get that kill on the bake. Baby Shark sitting on that baker cam the entire time. Knew what their game plan was. That is a really good kill from Wildcard, and they have SK downstairs in coat as well. And we are still flicking cams, which is great. Baby Shark on a main corridor cam.
That player is going to be nice and safe there on the concrete. That is that piano. Spiker will survive. Pulse might know where they're coming from. That isn't going to do you much good. You know that they're upstairs. You know that's where they're going to be. Very quickly, Wildcard have taken this control and worked with it. So much so that as we enter this final 30 seconds, they've got a lot of...
30 seconds left. Baby Shark has been on this cam the entire fucking round, by the way. Now he gets off. We're about to see some use. He's walking into small bake. Boom. There's that other lower player. Huge Baby Shark round. Sitting on cams 2.5 minutes. That's their first 2 kills on the board.
Taking a heavy volley of damage. May find one.
Get all the control they need. Fatal goes down. Just the Meister down the 1v3. 8 seconds left, though. Are we going for the kill? Are we planning? No one... They don't have case! They don't have case! Where's the case? No! What the hell? Where the hell was the case? Wild card, bro. What the f...
Did he try to plant and train?
Oh my god, I just tried to give him props. The entire round I'm giving him props.
I hope not, but I want you to look it up. Surely not. Surely not. No. Innocent until proven guilty.
Why is Alex playing Siege again? I don't know. That guy just... people get the Siege itch, you know? Alex, by the way, is Skies. Skies has been playing... He tweeted out he just scrimmed recently. I'm not sure why. He's got the itch.
They've not been making mistakes at that level during their attacks. Their attacks have been very well orchestrated, very clean. Okay, so the diffuser was just cold. The diffuser just didn't get picked up. Oh, he got picked up by Bay.
Oh, he went to push?
He just pushes for the kill.
Well, he had to at that moment. Like, when he picked up the bomb there, he had to. I'm not going to blame Bay in that. Is BC still in the DZ org? Yeah, he's the, BC's the general manager over there. He's the brains behind the operation. Did I like teaming with Alex? For the most part.
You can go shoot him.
He was also kind of like a glue in the team for me. Like, me, him, and Matt, I think, all got along pretty well. And then when Matt obviously got dropped, it was just me and Alex. And I think we both kind of got at each other because we weren't happy with how the team was performing. I mean,
games that should be fairly easily won.
Actually,
they wouldn't be the first team to fall foul of that.
You know what I will say?
No.
Bay picks up with the diffuser with 3 seconds left. Gridlock being a very slow operator. I'm actually curious.
All right, Bakery direct with that roar. We're going to see him try to roar off that small door. So if anyone's down the red hall, they can't help. However, the coat player is Malusi and does have impacts. So Wildcard kind of need to bait out the fact that we're going to shut the door. Because you ultimately have more doors than you have impacts on board. But the first problem is this clash. I kind of like what they're doing here, though. They're making it seem like it's the... And they do want to do that Bakery direct. However, they do also have the map. So this is the correct call from Wildcard. You now have Buck above for absolute free. Just because this is a full bunker from Cruelty.
By the way, 4 kills for Dash so far.
So you see Buck and Gridlock. He's just going to Gridlock all the flanks. Buck is probably going to buck down on the Bakery player. We're going to see that Roar Door. Impact, boom.
It's great.
Roar Door again. Impact. No impacts left. Okay. I'm glad they're just baiting the take and not trying to go too hard into it. This is the correct call. Ooh, a tube got used on it. Door open.
It's a good angle on the upside down rappel, and it's going to be enough to put Skimzy with something to think about. Just waiting for the door to reactivate it. It's still going to be there, and Baby Shark's got a great opportunity to try and hold this flank down. The defenders are going to run out of ways of trying to open that. With that bacon, start to try and pressure on into the site, and Wildcard already took really good control of top floor. If Kansan can make some holes on that book, might be able to root some of these players out.
And they got themselves into the best plant's position. Wow, Matumbo was so close to stopping the plant, but that's good cover. Bomb does go down, though. 4v2? I think it's wraps. Ivan just needs to not give this guy the kill. Get the hell out of there. Waste time.
Through the attack's very own smokes in some of those cases. And now Diffuser in their possession. Baby Shark will
Baby Stark.
spotting one inside a pillar.
Guys, why are we giving picks? Cruelty, why? You do have Clash, though. There's no way we lose, right? Hands it down. And worst pistol in the game.
Cruelty hang on for dear life. But in a 4-4
wait, what was the question? Retired pros to coach?
And are just one round away from OT.
Retired pros to coach. We're taking Bolo.
In this fixture. I thought this game was dead and buried long ago, but they are showing there is still life. They are going to play right.
I don't even know who's like hard breachers.
Got to be a bit of frustration creeping in for Wildcard now as well. Dash was so close to getting
Bolo, Skies, Bosco. Give me fucking Chala.
Neither of them were there to really impact on that flank going down. Sure, Kansan had a bit of vert.
Hyper.
Baby Shark was watching the flank.
Boom. Ooh, Pojo's out there. How could I forget about Pojo? Damn. We would have had vibes. We would have had fucking vibes.
Scrambling there, trying to clutch out the 4 versus 2. They get a couple of kills, but it's not a round that they are going to win. The round that Cruelty might have won in the first 2 because they got very lucky in their 2 versus 4s. But Wildcard, unfortunately, not today. 5-6.
Bo, Chala, Hyper Skies, and Chala. Is that what I said? No. Bo, Bosco, Hyper, Skies.
Had an 8-6 game between LFO and
Chala.
C9. Now Cruelty Wildcard might be trending the same way. Coincidentally, last time we
Gio would be a good pick for the meta, though, because he was pretty good on some meta operators. Little Glaz.
It's too many 2s.
A lot of 2s. Played 8-2 2 weeks ago.
Surely there's a conspiracy theory.
Sevi, thank you so much for the sub. W sub, welcome.
The whole time. Just a big fan of the number 2.
Hojo would laugh in your face. He hates Siege now. Don't blame him. Don't blame him.
Dude, I've never seen a guy love driving his yokais out the building like Matumbo.
Yeah, Matumbo loves it. This guy absolutely loves it.
The fact that Matumbo keeps hold of his yokai drone there is impressive enough. Baby Shark was just caught looking up, making sure no one was jumping out. Ooh, gets caught out in the Mozzie Pest. Or, as we like to say, disables a Mozzie Pest.
True. Mozzie Pest disabled.
A little bit of a joke because now Mozzie has a
Steve, 5-month free sub.
Cruelty can just send out of the building.
Welcome back, my lover.
Gather a bit of info.
They do it all the time, and it's like fine. Like it's only really like been a problem one round. It's just funny.
I think Gio's been streaming, guys. I could be wrong.
Back and forth,
one day early on when I first started streaming, Gio accidentally asked me to
one big segment,
do a stream together with him, which I don't know how you accidentally do it, but he did. Because then he DM'd me and said, "So sorry, didn't mean to do that." Figuring out what this means.
Spiker does go down, but is recoverable. Skimzy briefly considers tangling with that cocktail balcony window player.
So just a tart bunker. We are seeing good utility usage here, but Dash, how massive has it been? Dash swinging in heaven window. And just constantly, like, where's the counterplay? Where's the C4 from below on that window?
Difference in the way that Wildcard and Cruelty both face this problem.
Unfortunately, losing 2 picks top floor.
Capital and Grim were both banned.
This most certainly looks like a wild card round. We're gonna see the roaming echo. Oh, Matumbo. Oh, Matumbo.
Nade and people holding crossfires. Again, effectively taking control of this first floor and having a huge man count advantage on the way.
Ooh.
Love that.
Love that.
Little nade sent out to deal with the yokai drone. Don't mind if I do. Further limits the information available.
Playing for the brown flank here.
35 seconds. Yeah, you've got Vert. But if the defenders aren't in the site, there's not much that you can do with that. You need to transition this.
Oh, you actually rotated back up white. Okay.
Fairly soon. And I don't think anyone
probably gonna go for a default execute. We got Mozzie in the gunner spot.
Just got such a buffer. They even got 15 skeleton
But,
shots. They can open up behind that barricade.
Yeah, I think they should just know. Think they should know. Going through laundry. Hello? Okay, there we go. Easy for wildcard. Wasn't worried at all. 7-5. Got the points they needed. Hey, at the end of the day, got the 3 points. No overtime points. I know they're probably a little upset about it, probably hard on themselves, but 3 points is 3 points, and much needed for them.
Gave a great account of themselves. They've shown that they've got really good clutch factor, and they never give up before the game is truly said and done. Wildcard on the flip side, some of those attacks were very clean. They knew exactly what they were going to take. They took great tools.
What is the next game?
And they had some
is the next game the banger match?
Deal with defenders in tricky spots.
No.
Nice and
we still got
well.
OXG in M80 coming up.
We're going to cut to a break. The desk, they're going to be there to fully break this game down.
Bum 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 bum. Yeah, they definitely took their time, Colin. But they closed it out. How many teams make it into EWCE? NA wise, it'll be 4. It's 20 though, right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 20 teams. Shopify SSG will be a banger. That will be a, yeah, that's 100% match of the day. As someone who stayed on one team their whole career, do you think it holds you back? Or do you think you should work with 4 multiple orgs? I mean, I take pride that I was pretty loyal to one team my entire career until obviously with Unwanted. And think that in general, like, I don't want to say you should be rewarded for it, but I think like you just got to do what's best for you. I think instead of trying to be like politically correct and like, you know, you want to be loyal and things like that, I do think with esports, because esport orgs and the esport business is a little bit predatory. And at the end of the day, it is a business, and they will do what's best for themselves. That as a player, you should do what's best for your career. Right? At the end of the day. That's, everyone's got to look out for themselves. You know? You got to look out for yourselves. What's best for yourself? Which is why, like, we are starting to have, you know, esport agents in esports, and I mean we have it in other games, but we are having it with Siege with, oh my god, I literally said his name yesterday. Holy cow! Someone probably knows exactly who I'm talking about. Like the best esport agent that we have, and Elegance, thank you. And like that's huge. Like that is very important, I think, to have as a player, and yeah, I think it's super great that we have someone like Elegance in our scene that's able to help kind of look out for the player's best interest, because it wasn't always like that. It was not always like that. All right, 50 seconds left. Go use the bathroom again. Too much water. BRB.
shield. Block the shelf.
Just walk in.
Alright, you guys ready? I'm playing default, tell me.
Laundry guys, laundry echo. Laundry 1 HP guys.
50.
Too late. Last one 90. Nice.
Let's go!
Thank
Yes, sir.
Jesus Christ, thank God. Good job, boys, let's go.
Let's go, guys.
Oh.
A win on the board for wildcard side of things, adding a couple more points to their tally to move up in the standings. And we also are immediately ready to head into an interview to hear what Spiker has to say. Congrats on a great win. Yesterday was a little bit difficult. The start of this game was a little difficult. It feels like the last couple of weeks have been a bit of an up and down for wildcard side of things. How do you guys keep finding it within yourselves to come back and give us this performance and get points and keep winning?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is like the games we've been losing, we're losing to good teams and we're playing very close with them. It just seems like against those teams, like we couldn't consistently get all of us playing well on the same day. Like 2 weeks ago, me, Evan, Kenz, and Abe played really well, and Shark and Dash didn't play great. But then yesterday, those two played really well, and us three played poorly. So it just seemed like we couldn't all get in sync like at the same time. And like I said, we're losing to good teams, and we were still playing close to them. So we knew we still had it in us. It was just about getting all 5 of us in sync and playing, well at the same time.
Right, I mean, at the end of the day, the goal is to get to the best of 3 phase and flex what you guys showed at Reload. But what I want to know is a little bit more in depth in the server. When you guys lose 3 defending rounds on a map like Cafe, what is the communication like inside the server? How do you rally the troops and make sure everyone's still focused, especially after your stint of rough performances, so to say? When you're in a situation like that, how do you keep the energy up?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that we were saying is, like, we were playing well in those rounds. Like, I think we had man advantage in all 3 of those rounds, and it was just our late round communication was genuinely terrible the first 3 rounds. So, like, we were saying, like, we were playing good in these rounds. Like, we're just letting them slip late. Like, we know what we were reading what they were going to do from the beginning of each round, and we had a good plan to counter it, and we were always in good spots. It was just late round, like, we weren't trading well, we weren't setting up crosses, and we were just, like, letting the round slip. Like, genuinely, I think we could have easily had a 6-0 defense half. So, really, like, the vibes were never down. We were always confident we were playing well. It was just about converting the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had a flawless attacking half. I want to ask you, Spiker, obviously going into these next few games, I mean, I would say they're one of the easier side of things. I'm kind of curious if you can just give us, the audience, what are the biggest things that we're going to be looking at going into these last few games to just kind of solidify that top 6 spot for you guys?
I mean, we got another 2 weeks of practice now, since there's no games next week, right? So, we're going to probably play some maps we haven't played yet, bring some stuff out that we've been cooking in the lab. And really, I mean, we're just going to keep playing our game. Like, we should have won all 4 attacks today, too. Like, literally, I genuinely think we could have 7-0'd those guys very easily. It's just converting late rounds and improving our micro comms, like late round, and not throwing man advantage is going to be our main goal.
I do want to ask you one question. So remember when we first talked to you after your first win, you did take a shot at Cruelty saying they play scrims completely different to how they play in game day. Would you say after the performance yesterday and even playing against them today that we are seeing that different side of Cruelty than what you were originally seeing in scrims? Or is it still kind of the same thing?
I still don't think so, because the way they're playing is like stylistically very different. I think they are playing well right now. It's just different than they play in scrim still, but I do think that they are playing well and that they actually aren't as bad as everybody thinks they are. Like, regardless of the fact, I think we should have destroyed them today. Like, clearly they are a good team if they're beating M80, so sure. Like, it's still a different team than is in scrims, but there's all, like, they're still good, it's just different.
For sure.
All right, well, hindsight 2020, and that's the learning that you can take into next week as well. I'm going to let you go. Enjoy your weekend. Congrats on the win once again, and we'll see you around.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
I always love how humble he is, like how transparent he is, just coming out right out the gate saying, yeah, week 1, Baby Shark and Dash weren't doing well. Yesterday, me and Bay weren't doing well. Obviously just, goes to, it's testament to good leadership. Absolutely. For such a young player to be the leader of a team, essentially the IGL in game, it's a lot of pressure to be, to be in that position, and also to stay humble within it. It's very difficult to do. I mean, speaking from experience, I was a very,
you were very,
yeah.
All right, let's not reminisce the past.
Very good with your words.
Do what I say.
All right, let's not reminisce about the past, because this is a new generation. I think Spiker has his work cut out for him in terms of like some of the issues that they've had when it comes to players not all being in the same location and there being some difficulties with that. But it does feel like as the weeks are going on, wildcard is coming back a little bit, and obviously the dream is to get to those best of series because that's where they really show.
I mean, it's spoken to his existence today where I said, I want to see the entire team playing together, and he highlighted that as well. There were different moments where some people were showing up, some people weren't, and the fact of the matter is they got it done today because everybody showed up together.
Yeah, and that's something that we also touched upon coming into this, where we were like, okay, we've seen Dash show up, we've seen Baby Shark show up, we now want to see every single player on the roster be able to actually step up, and Bay was one of the players that done so the Blacklight detail is going to be going over to them, because at the end of the day, every single one of these players does deserve the recognition.
Yeah, I mean, today they really played like a full-on team, but we really needed to see not Baby Shark, we really needed to see Bay step up. And that's exactly what we saw. I mean, he was one of the main spearheads for Wildcard all throughout today, and the confidence is what was displayed at Reload. So coming into the NAL stage, we wanted to see him keep up, especially being on such a flexible position, always being able to play any kind of operator, but still maintaining that same level of aggression. It's very difficult, especially for an equally as young player, to be able to do that. And with their performance yesterday, to just shake it off, go into this one and just regain that confidence is really well done.
And speaking of shaking off yesterday's performance, M80, they have to shake that off, because I don't know what that was. I'm pretty sure at this point they're I mean, I'm sure they know what happened, but they were going up against OXG, and I feel like OXG
what I missed, chat.
is one of the teams that when it comes to their performances, they need to lock into. So the comment up
worthwhile pickups for pro teams and CL. We were kind of talking about this earlier. Mike Dub,
for fourth place, and getting into third, and maybe depending on
Mr. B. I think Mr. B, Mike Dub, Resided are good pickups.
Really starts now for both of these to really
I am also a Kiru fan. I do think
or at a lower.
Yeah,
he's somebody that could,
especially if you're OXG, because all of their quote-unquote easier
there's probably some more too, but we were talking about it earlier.
Already gone through, so now they're going to be going up against teams like
Fell into the toilet? No. We were planning dinner out. Sorry, guys. I got chicken that I need to start.
Then you can see a situation where they might not even make the top.
What was I about to say? Thin slicing. Season. I gotta turn the oven on, start making some baked chicken.
Because first we have a little bit of break, but we have.
All right, a little bit of a break. You know what that means, guys? You probably don't know what that means, but I'm about to tell you what it means. Let's see. Someone asked earlier, I saw it in the chat. Yeah, the guys are playing right now. Element is going on. I don't think anyone's streaming Element. I don't know if any of the guys are streaming their perspectives. I don't think so, though. But the bracket's out, and I'm very curious where we stand in the bracket right now. So, give me a second as I look for us. All right, Turtle Tactics. We were seeded number 7. Had a bye. We're now playing Gotham City Plumbers, which we played last time, I believe, or we just scrimmed them this week. Who is on this team? Oh, it's Matumba's team. Oh, okay. We scrimmed against these guys. This is the Fubis, Matumba. That's a pretty tough first game, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Not an easy first game as you might expect all the time. Let it be chicken parm. It's probably just gonna be something simple. Probably just we're trying to be a little healthier. Summer's here. Look where the next week of NAL is. Yeah, it's July 10th. They're skipping a week because 4th of July, I believe. I believe that's why. Falls on the... let's see who else is on our bracket, though. T5 Avengers versus Vortex Esports Academy. Bigums. Okay, I've heard of Bigums before. T5 Avengers. There's 2 players. Hello? Okay, this team should be getting disqualified.
I am Gunner. I play for a mate.
Because that is not a team.
What if we don't spell it correctly?
This is spelling bee too. Lock in, buddy. If there's numbers in this, it's fine.
Sub Wars next weekend. Let's see if Dream messaged me back. Hang on.
I do. It just takes me a second to get my bearings.
Oh, we have to do the...
Oh yeah,
right,
hell yeah, you do.
Oh.
Okay, I got nothing back from Dream, but I think we're planning. The last we talked, it's and I'm gonna put it in the Discord for Sub Wars. I just kind of want to wait for like official confirmation, but what we're shooting for is this Wednesday coming up, aka July 2nd, which is before all the 4th of July festivities. I believe what we're shooting for is July 2nd around.
I'm not over the ground floor. I'm still not over that.
Around 7 East.
Thanks for watching. Peace out, guys.
Later, guys.
So about 4 PST, 7 East, I believe is what we're looking at, which is like normal scrim time kind of thing for some teams. So once I get like official confirmation, I will put it in the Discord, and yeah, we'll go for it. We'll see if those 5 people that are in the Discord want to, like, if they can make that time and day, then they will get first priority, and then after that, we'll probably start taking, because there was a bunch of people that did sign up for Sub Wars, and again, if there's still more people that want to sign up for Sub Wars, technically go to the Discord. You guys can still sign up. In the off chance that, again, people can't make the date and time that I'm talking about, and you can, and you're closer to the rank that we're looking for, then great. I would definitely accept some more signups. But yeah, we might have to start getting some, not champion players, but like we might have to start getting some other kind of players. Squiddly, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the Candy Jar. W sub, thank you very much. Get a poster for it? Is Mr. Hayes shot still here? That'd actually be fire. If we could do some kind of poster for it, you're right. We can kind of announce it on Twitter that, hey, it's coming up in a little less than a week at this point. That'd be kind of sick. That'd be kind of sick. Would I coach T1? No. No, I would not. Is there some tech? I don't know. Wait, on finding players' teams. I want to go back into company tips. There's Discords out there, Zasha. I think in my Discord right now, we just have a scrim channel, but there are some other Discords out there that looking for coach, looking for players. Happy for you getting so many viewers on the coach stream, so you've been having fun. So hey, I really appreciate that one, Bo. Also, congrats on the job offer. I've been paying attention a little bit, watching you coach the boys over there. But I've been having a ton of fun on the coach streams. Like, this is exactly what I wanted to be doing. I wanted to, when I was done with T1, I always am watching Siege, but now I literally can watch Siege and hang out and try to explain it at a pretty basic level. And yeah, pretty much always what I wanted to be doing. The league Discord, since most of them have a looking for player. Yeah. Hang on. Before I open up my Discord, let me double check that. Oh yeah, we got nothing in there. We got nothing happening. This is just our sub chat. You guys aren't subs. Hey, wait a second. You guys can't look in here. Yeah, we only have looking for scrim channel. It could be something in the future. I would like to make my Discord a little bit bigger somehow, you know? Maybe we could do like have a spot where competitive wise people could look for teams. Maybe I can help you guys out looking for coaching, things like that. Maybe coaches can also look for teams in there. If there was enough interest, we could probably get that going. Have I still got the project team with Zonky? Yeah, we were just talking about that. The guys are playing right as we speak right now. Right, they're playing Matumba's team.
Back to the NAL, where the fight for the top 6
Gotham City Plumbers is our first match today.
With both M80 and OXG losing
and
yesterday, today
we'll kind of check in and see how they're doing, but we are prioritizing watching the NA matches right now. I'm kind of taking a step back at the moment.
The most exciting one that we have today.
I mean, we'd like to hope so. Both teams are in a similar position. I guess we expected more from M80, had higher hopes about them. OXG going into it, we didn't necessarily have the highest expectations.
Send the idea again. I'm currently learning 3D modeling for graphic work. What poster and for when? Oh, I was just mentioning, like, someone mentioned we should make a poster for Sub Wars. Maybe some kind of funny picture of Dreams, some kind of funny picture of me kind of thing.
We could see them not make top 6. If they win
Maybe it's like a fight night kind of poster. I don't know. You're all good. Like, focus on, like, this is all good. We were just floating an idea out there. Don't worry about it if you're busy. Shopify play yet? No, not yet. Next match after this M80 match. Been having a blast in Brazil. Oh, I'm sure. I'm absolutely, yeah. That's, the player talent over there too is it's got to be like a different experience as well.
It is a potential wake-up call because the way they played against Cruelty, constantly giving up 1v1 scenarios, it just looked like they didn't show much respect, and that was their biggest.
My name's too long to rep turtle.
1v1 gunfights, and that was the biggest issue. They just did not show the same level of respect that they were giving.
Who wins the match?
Yeah, I just think they really lacked in terms of the initial.
M80 OXG? I want to say M80. I want to believe in M80. Look, here was their tweets.
Not understanding that Ivan was playing in that corner just goes to show their
the leadership on M80 is not happy.
When they're a little flustered in that mental game.
And we got the two brains on the team here immediately after the loss to Cruelty, both saying just absolutely pathetic performance. And it just goes to show that when they went into it, it wasn't like they expected to lose. Obviously, they were going to be the favorite. They were going to be confident going into it, but we did not see that in the server. What we saw was honestly a lack of disrespect, or a lot of disrespect towards Cruelty, not believing in their team.
We say we either go like professional with the with it, Hayes, or we get like John to make like a funny poster. Draw a dream, draw me.
Crazy. Let's just focus on our game, specifically on round.
Draw subs.
Upstairs plant, the plant down, and there's just no rotation from.
We either go one or two directions.
Man advantage, and already the case is going down.
Having everything you do strategically being directly compared against some of the best teams players in the world is certainly very fun. Yeah, that's.
Everybody should be hiding. There's no reason to be equalized.
I just feel like scrims over there just be a different level.
Here is obviously great nade to push the player off of the defuse. Instant trade, amazing heads up play. But look at where Gunner is. He was all
little mints for mint subs, little teddy bears for dream subs. What is it? The dream pops.
Or the assumption was, let's just play our spots that we do in scrims. Let's just play the same thing that we usually do, which is, you know, run the routes. Cruelty's not going to do anything to surprise.
Classic. Gunner's locked in. He's singing earlier. This goes all the way back to like even Sonics. This guy would just be a freak. You're playing the Sonics and he's just there singing. That's his thing.
It didn't look like M80 was trying to do anything out of the ordinary. They were just running their reps, assuming that they would beat Cruelty if they just did the basics.
Yeah, but if we do take Spiker's word for it, it's the fact that Cruelty that we see in scrims is not identical to the Cruelty that we're seeing on the servers here when it comes to the actual game. So there was a bit of a surprise factor that did come into it, but you're going up against OXG, and I don't feel like there is much of a surprise factor when it comes to OXG because they are still trying to figure out their identity.
Yeah, I mean, both scenarios for both these teams, they're still obviously having their struggles. Oxygen, they did start out slightly strong. When I say slightly strong, they got 2 rounds in the beginning versus SR. Then it was a little bit back and forth, but then SR runs away with it. And I mean, for me, it's not the end of the world that Oxygen lost yesterday. They're still in a good spot. They're still tied with M80 here, but this is the game that's going to matter the most, as we already talked about getting into this game. This is where they need to find the win to start edging further and further ahead and not trailing behind, because the behind is very close in terms of points. And for yesterday, one of the biggest things for me was their opening deaths. Those are what was really.
What is that? Is that snakes?
Of their rounds. I mean, you see their entry 4 and 7.
On his shirt. I'm very distracted right now.
We need to start seeing those entries go more in their favor and less in their favor. And a big player that really stuck out for me in terms of those opening deaths and that was hemorrhaging a lot of those rounds was coming.
Make it look professional. Have you on one side, Jim? Sounds good to me.
And for me, when you're
I trust you.
Shield, you are the most pivotal piece.
M80 bounce, right? Bounce back, right? Surely, huh? Surely you would hope they can put a team like Oxygen away if, you know, they hope to make events.
And we saw time and time again where Forrest was the first pick. And sure, some
I would love if you hosted like shitter tournaments like every once in a while. I mean, that's basically what the Sub Wars is. It's we're trying to. I mean, I don't want to call my subs shitters because we're not. We are average rank higher than Dream subs. We proved that by the Sub Wars.
understand
The average dream sub, gold. The average mint sub, plat.
Instead of just trying to do it all by himself. That is the whole point of being on
That's
that field and
facts.
playing with your team.
But at the end of the day, we are taking lower ranked people. Like, we're going to be watching a bunch of golds play competitive for fun. And me and Dream are going to just have fun doing it. You know the Tom J. Sherlock Invitational Tournament? Oh my god, you just reminded me. I was actually asked to cast that tournament. I believe that's the tournament, and I actually meant to get back to the guy. Shit. Shit. Thanks for reminding me.
Late game scenarios to be able to plant, to be able to defuse, to be able to deny plant, OXG would look a lot stronger in the late game.
Yeah, we have the map veto as well in terms of like where we're going to be going this time around, and it feels like M80 and OXG, considering the losses that they've suffered so far, considering the track record as well when it comes to the teams that OXG has gone up against, I would like to see the basics.
Yeah, I agree. You want to take it first?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious where this is ending up right now, because so far they're banning maps that they've already played, so it's going to end on Skyscraper.
Ew.
So this is a little advantageous for me for M80. It's questionable because we saw on a map like Bank, your defenses should have been extremely strong, and you were struggling heavily versus Cruelty. And now you're on a map on Skyscraper where the defenses are going to be even stronger. It is very hard for attacks to be able to find success here, where yesterday they didn't get a lot of time to find success on their attacks due to their poor defense. But for Oxygen, I think this is actually a great start. Now, granted, back when we played, this was a terrible map for us. We didn't like this map, and then it continued to go. So it can be a little advantageous for Oxygen as well, but at least they get to start on the defense, so it gets that morale, it gets that boost to confidence. And then when you switch that attack, again, it's just really relying on Force just to be able to make headway with those shields.
Yeah, absolutely. Shields will be the biggest question coming into Skyscraper. I'd imagine it's going to be taken off the board pretty quickly since both teams have prominent shield players. OXG does have Yogg that can also flex along with Force.
Thanks for reminding me, chat.
Buffer to M80
Sent that, had to send a DM like 7 days ago. Oops. Oops.
A lot closer of a map, so obviously it's going to force those trades.
So then for prediction side,
I feel like ranks aren't really a good show of skill anymore. I agree, but we're going at like all-time rank.
Wait, hold the phone. OXG, okay. Is there a little bias?
No, I mean, if we see the same M80 that we saw
But it is, yeah, it is pretty much how you play. You're 100% right. Like, it is how much you play.
If it's a wake-up call, obviously M80.
I do wish it were a little bit harder, and I do wish that, what's up, Tristan? I do wish there was another rank almost after Champion. Like, I thought Champion was going to be, like, only 500 or so people were going to have it, right? Or whatever it was. There needs to be another rank after Champion now. Champion's way too easy to get. It's just how much you play.
Ginny, I wholeheartedly agree with Fox. If we see the same M80 here today, I wouldn't be surprised to see an OXG win. But, and it's quite a big but, I highly doubt we are going to see the same M80. Not only did they get bashed around in the server, but you just know...
8th on defense. Yeah, these guys are absolutely getting picked apart by Cruelty. And now we are going to a defender-sided map. Skyscraper. Who gets defense here?
I mean, as they should be. It is still two very, very well-respected teams inside of North America. OXG, who,
yeah, old ranked was better.
By the way,
am I not coaching the Turtles for E5 quals? No, I'm letting them rock right now. I haven't really been there all week. And honestly, keeping eyes off them and pressure and anything away from them and just letting them kind of do their thing. Just letting them do their thing right now.
Where Beast Coast suddenly found themselves over Sonics 1 year ago. Is it going to be M80?
All right, M80 on attack. Getting rid of Cade. Very good. I think we saw a lot of on in the EML. We saw, I believe, Cade Bandit. So walled it out a lot harder. However, mirrors up, and you could do the outside mirror walls, tricking on some walls. But we are going to see Ying Glaz get banned. No cheese for M80. Forcing shield play. Will we see shield play? Right now we see Matt on the Montane and Kino on the Glaz on the Blitz. I would expect Matt to force some double shield action here. If Oxygen are threatening you and saying let's not let you have Ying, not let you have Glaz, I think you run the double shields down their throat.
OXG choosing to remove a Ying and a Glaz.
But we are going to see getting off all of that. We're going to bring Dokkaebi. We're going to bring Capitao.
operator that
Maybe
can
more of
often
a direct take?
spearhead in a lot of attacks.
We're going to find out.
Shields have been picked off as M80 have decided better. However, they are still going to be attacking into T and Karaoke. Yesterday, we didn't see much life at all in this M80 roster. And based on how this first round goes, it may be unfair to continue to compare them to yesterday. So I'm going in with an open mind. And I hope that we
Scared for M80 on attack. I mean, old core Beast Coast was absolutely nasty at Skyscraper. It was a big reason they went on to win that major. It was a permaban for them before that major. In fact, DZ, very notably known to be an awful Skyscraper team. Anytime we would play them on Sky, we would just absolutely shit on them 8-4 in scrims. Somehow got good at the map. Went on to, obviously, they went to the major and FaZe played some really good teams on Sky and ended up winning. Showed that their map pool was deeper. And it was definitely, again, huge for them.
But you will at least look at some aggression. Look at some players.
Hopefully this M80 can obviously translate that. Gunner's going to go down first. Gunner's unfortunately not been having the best season right now. Gavin, good trade. And I believe Alpha side is theirs now. I think that was the only problem they had to deal with.
Will have to recover the diffuser, but they certainly have recovered.
Do you have to be careful of the shrine holes there?
Just a bit trying too hard from Grixer there, isn't it?
Diffuser's been having a great season so far for M80.
His army's in play, especially when you can play.
What do you think their biggest problem is?
And Gomez is able to stack those up.
Biggest thing that I kind of like, I just feel like they get in their heads a lot. I just feel like the mental, and I don't know, like, I don't want to point out any specific players. I don't know, but mental-wise, something
pick up that diffuser.
Seems like they seem inconsistent.
Hold them back too much. Good control has now been.
They have really good players on paper, obviously, and they went on to win the major. But then the next very season didn't even make the next major after winning.
You need push in, spot the player on the opposite side. Good trade though. Even though Gomez unread in the very position he killed Gunner, Hot and Cold able to use that entry. Secure the position, find another onto Forest.
These are really good picks, taking their time. Plenty of time on board, and now it's a 3v2. This is really good. Group up together. This is 100% the correct call. Give up all your spread positions. Just stick together now. 20 seconds left. Maybe force a bomb plant. And just try to trade Kino. Nice. All smokes out. Oh, bad plant spot. Guy on wave stairs. That was an awful plant spot. Ooh, small fucking mistake. Yager's underneath. As long as there's no yellow ping. Oh, that could have been close. Good fucking recovery from M80.
M80 with a vital early win on attack.
That's one way to get the team to rally around you as an IGL.
Huge first round for them. They did what Cloud9 couldn't, and they won an attack.
Definitely more hot in round one. Some brilliant positioning from M80 there as well. The plant spot, I'm going to be honest, wasn't great. And if Hot and Cold doesn't get 4 kills, then that round really doesn't go that way. Unaware of the player inside of Geisha. They knew where the last player was on those main stairs. It's a start for M80. By no means a perfect round, but a round nonetheless. And as we know from
absolute Hot and Cold masterclass.
This map is defined.
4K and this guy's not on Valkyrie? Sheesh.
On the attack, M80 have done the hard job, picked up their first. If they can get another here or even 2 more, it's going to give them a much easier time of things when it comes to their defensive phase. Different site though, we're going to be moving over to Office and Exhibition.
Keto on the fuse, probably a fuse shield, if I had to guess. Just kidding. He just knows I'm watching. Gets off, more default ops here. But they do have Grim, which I think is very powerful in Office. Now the way Matt, I feel like used to like attacking a site is pulling a lot of pressure on one side and then trying to take the other side as a result. Called a lot of those strats, watch out behind you. Gunner opening pick. Probably had a cam on him.
I was about to say, it's actually Pablo to do it. Grixer to stick his head where he doesn't belong. Gunner the opening death in round 1. Try to do abide by the golden rule.
So far, it looks like everyone's actually stacked up.
The nice thing here, this is
More of a direct take at the moment. Kind of similar to what we've seen out of G2 in the EML League, if anyone watched that game. Diffuser's probably going to take below after he's finished opening that wall. Gav playing the office breach. Once we get all these mute jammers, that one mute jammer was actually huge from Kino to get right there. Gav's going to be able to grim everything in sight. And Diffuser can absolutely eat up here.
Second Twitch drone getting sent in now, destined for that BP, but it's taking a little bit more time to think of it. We can see Diffuser making his way in underneath, and with that skeleton key, should be able to open.
Matt's just setting flanks with the gridlocks. We're gonna start seeing the bucket used.
Information getting sent out for him now. He's got some red pings to go off as well.
We should start being able to clear Gomez here. He's gonna have to back out and be careful.
You can't rotate too much. You're more than likely going to give yourself up either vertically.
Almost expecting to challenge the holes.
Someone from OXG needs to rotate and take care of that problem below.
And while it might not be necessary to rotate somebody below, if you don't, it's just going to be something that...
Ooh, he wants Gunner to just walk in and fry this guy.
He gets time to look at that vert.
Gunner's thinking about it.
It's so difficult, but M80 are just doing a good job diversifying things up, making it difficult for OXG.
Gomez is still in trophy. Don't know if they know that.
And with how well M80 so far been able to destroy this utility, I mean, look what they have. Still have a nade, still have flashes, still got all the Bs for Gavini. Adam is just around the corner.
Another free kill from Gunner there. Just an absolute rat player. Like, why is there a guy on the other side of the door?
Who's on the other side? Diffuser also catching Gomez from below the vertical.
Great attack from M80. OXG just don't even look like they're playing any team play right now.
But it's a 4K from hot and cold in round 1.
Wow, Matt just got fried.
In round 2. You lose one body, but get the post and the round. If all you're looking is a 4-2 half, M80 have just secured it.
That's 2 attacks. That's 2 attacks. How was the day, Peak? So far, so good.
And they've got a brilliant understanding of how to attack this map. Diffuser really self-sufficient downstairs, whilst the rest of his team are chipping away at the utility in the site. He's got himself below and finding success. The early opening deaths for OXG is something that they were talking about on the desk, and quite rightly highlighting Forrest, because he had a shocker yesterday on that opening pick and fall into it early. In that previous round, it was Grixer, and they just seem to be putting their heads where they really don't need to. Skyscraper's a super strong map for defenders, and there's so much that you can...
Repick must be the most influential change for pro play ever.
All the time, you can very much wait for them to come to you.
Wonder how people played before. You just
flat-footed right now.
You just guessed what site. It's actually kind of crazy. If you actually think about it, is that not actually kind of wild how we used to play before Repick?
I mean, Forrest is one of the most anti players on Space Station. We've talked
like we used to just guess
if you look at that round,
what site you were going to, and bring a pretty you had to bring a pretty default fucking lineup. Because teams could go to like 1 or 2 different directions. But that's why like teams would go like a 4th site that you wouldn't see as much. Like you could go fucking bar, assuming that they thought you were gonna attack like fucking lower on church or something. And they're gonna bring like operators to open all the hatches and all that, and they're not gonna bring like execute ops.
But again, peeking when he doesn't need to, and peeking in a redundant position. And peeking when he has important.
Am I crazy for thinking people just brought the same 4 to 5 ops every round? I mean, that's basically what it was. You had to bring... They would call it like the Fantastic 5 back in the day. Like you would have to bring pretty default fucking ops just in case. Ops that would work against any site. But now we're able to see like actually tailored attacks, right? You see the site and you bring like real good operators that are good at execing and stuff like that.
It again just comes down to trying too hard. Sometimes the best thing to do is just to back it up a little bit. You don't need to be getting active all the time. Timeout for Oxygen though. Hopefully they've been able to address some of those issues. And they're going down to Barbecue. It was a full 6 pick from M80. I don't think M80 were expecting OXG to attempt one of the previous sites they've been unsuccessful at, but OXG sticking to a rotation here. So top floor control is going to be the order of the day.
I'm surprised we're not even going to see like bandits up.
It's something that we've seen.
Mira's up. We're not even going to like try to impact trick the outside geisha wall. Nothing like that. VIP wall, same thing. Like we're just giving walls for absolute free. I'm kind of surprised.
Was Diffuser looking for something there? Was he looking for like an F-nut or something? There it is.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I was wondering why he was like, he was just bullying the peppers around. I was like, what the peppers done to you?
Jostling. Possibly joshing. We'll find that F-Not, though. Die shortly thereafter, but if anybody is going to push up delivery later in the round, they will be very thankful that Diffuser decided to be so thorough. Ooh! Catching a very important flank. We see somebody... Oh, wait, no, actually. Sorry. I thought it was Buck. There's no Buck. It's just a defender opening up the floor. Gunner. Finding Forrest rotating down below.
Damn. Another good lurk from Gunner here. Much better on these big maps like this where Gunner can just do what he wants. This is how Gunner, I think, should be used. Not sitting on E3 repel like Bank, where he's playing the mailbox position. Let Gunner off the leash.
These ROUs ready to carve up top black. Diffuser in a nice position down below.
Forrest at the bottom of house stairs, for goodness sake. Like, he's the Legion. Yoga finally gets one back. It's a late trade, but it's a trade nonetheless. Kino fallen at the top of those black.
There we go. There's our go. Gaveni with 2. That's our king. So just a black ISO. He's just going to control black stairs now.
If it's not full top floor control, you basically got the site ready and waiting. The boat just needs to be tied.
Good flood. I bet there's a flood call there from Hot and Cold. They killed the site player. Just trying to run past the top holes. I think this is still totally fine. Someone just got to pick up the bomb. We just smoked. We can plant. Bomb going down.
Oh, we might have just found a gap.
Nice.
Oh, never mind. Gunner right
3 really good attacks from M80. Looking like a brand new team on this map.
Where's the other? And Gunner right around the corner, watching main. 3 attacks in a row. After OXG just took their tactical timeout 2 rounds into the game.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of 6-pick. That was a weird.
Did they have a long way to go?
Why do OXG go to the objectively awful site when they lost 2 sites instead of trying to go second floor again? What are they doing?
The ball was on the floor at the end of yesterday. It's good to see the bounce back, and it's good to see the resilience.
I've been thinking this theory for a while now. I've been thinking, like... I think people pick up bad habits from scrimming. This is just my opinion. But I think people pick up bad habits from scrimming because in scrims, you just go through the rotation like this, right? You just go from T to office to kitchen. And I feel like that's training your IGL to just do that in matches sometimes when, like, you really should be thinking, what is actually objectively the best, like, or statistically the best site that I should be going to? What is the more defensible site? Should we really be going through our rotation where you're letting the attack? Yeah, sure, you're switching it up and going to a different site, but you're letting the attack also attack fresh, new things. Like, if you go back to an old site, you can counter what they just did, right? Like, they just did an office over clear. Okay, let's do something to not let them do the office over clear this time on T, right? Let's counter their take. I feel like as an attacking IGL, I would much rather attack a brand new fucking site. But yeah, I think it's just a bad habit that comes from scrims. I don't think maybe people don't, in their practice regimen, they don't practice, like, calling to win sometimes.
It's helped to hold a few areas and it's given some DMRs something to shoot at, but it hasn't assisted them in a round win, and that's going to make things even more tricky now for this OXG side. Things have been going well for M80 up until this point, and that's not to say that they're not going to continue to.
So they did the office over. This is definitely going to be a direct hit. We got the Amaru, the Sense, the Blitz. Where's Blitz at? Want to see if we're going to be going Geisha with Blitz? It looks like we're going to be going black with Blitz. So we're gonna be pulling all the attention with Sense here.
Because if he dies in the site with that, then it's just game over.
Going black stairs.
Also the Blitz. This is going to be quick and it's going to be fast.
Ooh, off the concussion. This guy's going to have no idea that there's about to be an Amaru shotgun behind him. So here we go. He should be completely deaf. Diffuser up with the shotgun. Matt ends up trading with them. That's a good little set piece.
Completely secured, and I mean, if you're gonna lose your blitz at any point doing anything, this is the spot. He needed to
now what?
A lot of pressure.
Set drones underneath.
He did so, got the kill, and now Diffuser can play here, set up his flank drones. That's a win. That's a.
They do need a way to clear the Geisha or like connector player though.
by virtue of taking that position.
They could technically use sense walls. Block anyone in the hallway, block anyone from T, go for a purple plant.
I make that trade. I don't blame you.
But they need a way to clear, let's see, I think it is Fenrir
Made it work and didn't
who can hold the cross.
too much. It was a big setup for one player, but it's a very important portion of the map.
So Gomez is going to be the focus now.
Too much in the grand scheme of things.
Ollie, they got so much time. They're doing side quests. They're half clearing bottom floor.
You never know where Forest might be, bro.
That's true. You gotta be careful. He's clever, that one. He's shifty.
I wonder if he flashes and goes up. Because we need a way to pull this guy's attention.
How often do you see the attack going for
Here we go. Flashes.
Just goes to show how successful this half
Boom.
for M80. Flashes go out. This is a bit of a risky play from Diffuser. Kind of
Wow.
he just fries that.
All right, problem solved. They can go for plant now.
Bit of luck to that shot, but nothing lucky about anything M80 have been doing overall. Forrest in the 2v1 might be able to win this, especially with Gavini on low HP. Could find the
No way Forrest wins this. There's no fucking way. Guys, what? Oh, thank God.
1v1, but Gunner moving in clean.
Whew. 4-0. Holy shit.
4 attacks in a row on Skyscraper. You think OXG are kicking himself for starting defense?
Do you think IGLing is easier or harder when dead?
Kicked themselves for starting defense.
If you have a second person dead with you so that they can flick the flank cams, then I think being dead.
Very isolated.
Because you can see where everyone is. Like if I was able to IGL from the coach position and just I see everyone's perspective, I just pretend that I'm dead.
And honestly, if he hits a shot,
yeah, that shit would be broken.
But if he hits a shot there, it could be game over. As it stands, they're not that lucky.
You know what though? Like that is kind of a good showcase that M80 are actually like quite different than what if you want to say like Ollie did that. The
M80 wake up after the cruelty incident. Look, I know Matt came in here and said map wasn't the issue. And when you're the better team, of course you're gonna believe that. But I don't know if they're a good bank team. From what I've seen, even just what I've seen, I don't know if they're a good bank team. Map could be the issue. I do think they're a good Sky team. They were really good at it in the past on Beast Coast. And I think Matt calling on this map, I just think I think they have a lot of good ideas on this map that catches people.
It's just like it's kind of an awkward position to shoot around. Like Forrest is covered. That's like the only thing that stumped that. Gunner was even pushing at the right time. Like perfect clean 2v1. Can't complain. And like you said, we just weren't seeing that.
When you're the only one dead as Nigel's the worst, yeah.
Had kind of a miracle blow up in a weak span. It is really
You're just like, fuck, gotta flick camps. How do I tell people what to do?
Attacking side of Skyscraper are looking like a rejuvenated attacking team, like a team that as a whole has bounced back mentally, a lot more smiles.
Looking like the same take. Hot and Cold gonna take underneath, set up the flanks, Diffuser gonna be down here. Oh, she do have the Valk cams now. We just saw they have a Valk.
Some people, like Diffuser, want to do what they've done before. Some people...
We do have Kino and Blitz, though.
Can't help but get put on a shield.
What are we going to do with the Blitz? Maybe run at the Cups or the mini player?
Starts the stage playing a bunch of different operators, then it always seems at the halfway point. Every team he's IGL'd under puts him back on the shield. Very odd trend.
Not a terrible place to be. We've seen the shield. Credit M80 with taking some good early control of the map. Yeah, they lost Hot and Cold on the shield.
At a point, if they've never seen Cruelty play bank, so they couldn't do any prep. Yeah, it is like we got what 4 games were played. Feels kind of weird to take them to a new map. I do agree with that.
If we're looking at kills specifically,
I feel like you should just try to make it as easy as possible for you.
Huge numbers up, but he certainly has been at the start of this Skyscraper game. Now this Valkyrie camera was actually pinged out on a drone really
If M80 7-0s, they'll drop 10 subs. I think M80 loses this attack.
Might need to try and do something with that great C4 from Yaga, though.
Ooh, great push.
I mean, good explosive pick. Blitz went exactly where I thought. Smoked off, ran into Cups. They got all the space they need. No, actually have to fight their way out of here. Hang on. That was a... Why does Gav have the bomb? Why does Gav have the bomb? He was in such a good spot to just hold if anyone else had the bomb.
C4 going out, nice shot. Diffuser able to survive for a little bit longer. But a 1v1 is Diffuser has
He knows he was pulling his attention. Oh my god, Diffuser is so good. He's just so good. Absolutely knew that he was getting pulled there by Forrest.
Now Forrest, who was spotted just 20 seconds prior, M80 know it's clear. They know he's already used that C4 too. But now that he's rotating up,
Can't stop it. Can't stop it. Hot and cold's out. Hot and cold. 8-1, having a fantastic fucking game. Holy shit.
Nobody could have predicted it happening. M80 looking
Yo, Dream, 100 no balls. Jesus.
The desk is destined to get M80's predictions wrong this week, aren't they? Yesterday they predict M80, and quite rightly, you would do. Today they pick OXG because they're like, hey, if they play the same way that they did yesterday.
Hot and cold got mad yesterday. Oh no, I know Matt. Yeah, he's
the way they did yesterday.
100% pissed off about that one, but it's also a different map, and I do think this map fits their playstyle a little bit more.
Isolating those gunfights. Grixer getting a little bit antsy. Forrest getting caught out.
Yeah, Matt's shooting. He's not even on a shield. Not even on. I thought they were going to be running double shields in this game. I thought we were going to see Matt on the old slow Monty, but this guy's been gunning.
And Forrest is just nowhere to be seen. Because why should he be? Oxygen have an advantage at that point. He should be able to just play below and play a C4, but instead gets caught in the engagement on reception and is forced to make a really long rotate all the way up main stairs. This could be a 6-1 half. Very easily.
6-1 half? How can you 6-1 half? The other guy's so confused. He has no clue what he said. Jeez.
Sorry, a 6-0. Okay, a 6-0. I meant a 6-0 half. I looked up, I saw 5, and I was like, oh yeah, it's always 5-1. But no, it could be 6.
That's fine. I have a question for you.
All right, looks kind of like the same attack here. Gunner, another opening pick. Oh my god. Guys, don't look at CGG. Gunner's pissed off too. He knows he's not been performing.
That's actually incorrect.
Another fucking opening pick.
Oh, okay.
Gomez and Grix are at 40, Forrest and Adam at 20.
I still feel like these walls are too free here. We're just able to open up Geisha wall.
Is that accounting for what's just happened?
Not a big fan of these OXG defenses.
Because I think I'm probably right.
Oh, we're peeking.
Well, no, I don't know. It would be mathematically impossible for y'all.
Like, it's just too easy for M80.
Just based off that one death.
They're getting everything that they want.
I actually sounded like such a nerd there.
You always ruin it with the facts. That was such a well actually.
Actually, it's mathematically impossible for y'all. Bro, like, come on, I gotta get a job.
Just talk about the game, please.
Sound like Jesse. I will.
Oh, this Geisha guy's about to feel the wrath here.
Last edition of this karaoke T defense. Well, not the last one, but the one before.
Little pocket Fenrir. Big fan of the pocket Fenrirs.
But he's playing Fenrir that time too. It's more difficult though, as Yaga.
With the new bans, a lot of people forget wall denial and scrim for sure. I've been noticing that a bunch, Dream. I think people are just like forgetting that they have wall denial. I seen a Chalet game too, and I'm very confused even on Chalet. You would see so many tube Cade my cock bunkers. Dream knows what I'm talking about, guys. What happened to that? Cade tubes up in a lot of these Chalets. Why are we not running tube Cade my cock?
Turn off my computer if I die to that. Matt literally sniffing the floor, holding an angle across the map. I didn't even know you could do that.
It was a nasty angle. That's
wow. Matt is a rat.
Your teammate is literally just
Matt is actually a rat. Keep this guy on a gun.
Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go and peek it. No,
bro.
Don't give him another. He's 10-3.
Bandit tubes up. Yeah, Bandit tubes up. I mean, even Mira. We saw in the EU League, Mira and Impact tricking outside.
I'm fine with that.
On the outside breach is very, very strong on Skyscraper.
It's a 5-1 defensive half, really all that different from a 6-0 defensive half. I mean, yeah, but like, you get the point I'm making. 30 seconds remaining. I will say Gomez still being alive and being able to activate those F-Nots on the backline will give OXG a lot of security to fully focus on the drum side.
All right, 15 seconds left. Matt's going to be walking up black stairs. Only thing they're going to lose to is time. Like, never mind. Dude, is Hot and Cold the actual best?
4K on the first T karaoke attack, and now gunning for 4 in the second. He will be cut down.
You just got to waste a little time. You just got to waste a little time. Oh, he has no idea. He has no clue. Oh my god. He had absolutely no idea. Oh. Were there not pings going out? Were there not pings?
Make a flawless attacking half land.
Wow. 6-0 attacking half.
To get his first kill of the map as well.
I do see a lot of teams banning like triple wall now when they used to be able to get the wall open. No, yeah. But I think people are scrimming with the triple wall denial bans, and then match day comes and they have it up and they're like, well, we've been practicing with the bans. He got rang ping. Yeah, exactly. He got red pinged. The comms had to be actual trash. Or Forrest was shaking on that one.
But things happen.
Things happen, you know? But again, another round that yesterday they would have just got.
I thought he knew he was there because he was sprinting down the hallway, like on the left side. I thought he was trying to get an angle on the guy planning.
Back on schedule here tonight. We had a couple of quite long games so far.
Really
and this isn't looking like it's going to be one of them.
It's like just returning us to balance. They said we had an 8-6, a 7-5.
And maybe never gonna get to play Sky again. Maybe in playoffs.
Can fix that for you real quick.
Maybe best of threes.
It's a real shame for OXG too. Like obviously the game's not over.
Oh no, they're trolling the 7-0.
It's not like their attacks have been.
We're playing house.
It's not like their attacks have been great.
We're going to house first try. First shot.
It's not been a highlight.
House bedroom.
Not low light either. 48%.
No.
You know, it's very mid.
Exactly.
M80.
But that's the problem. It's been just very like.
Yep.
This whole stage. Beat 7-4 against Cruelty.
You're 100% right, Dream. We see a mad ban coming out, and we are running Tubecade, which, how are we not banning any wall denial oxygen? Not a single. We're scared of Clash Smoke.
Like you got close games. We'll give you that.
I'm shaking with K2.
Gets the whole league, top to bottom. And now your first dominant loss.
But yeah, good ban out of M80, saving the map in for second. And Monty's a really good ban too. A lot of people are going to panic Monty. They're just going to use Monte and full clears on the map, work the picks.
Now to be fair, M80 were playing very good. I think we can agree, but like giving things away.
This is Matt's 100% win rate strat. I'm fucking praying for it right now. Come on, hot and cold.
And we're still waiting for that standout player. We're still waiting for someone to go, yo, today's my day. I've got it.
I kind of want to see a little bit more of the setup here.
He's statistically the best player on the team, and it shouldn't be. You know,
okay, Walls.
Kind of a role.
Looks like Yaga and Adam taking T control. Gomez goes down. Matt, early pick. Matt on the Legion. He's feeling it. 12-4. Fantastic from the Rookie of the Year right now.
They're defending bedroom.
Okay, I talked too good about Matt. Matt, sit down. Get on cams, old man.
No, he got one of those earlier. He can't be mad.
That's true. Well,
all right, are we laying off the top floor? Is Hatch reinforced and cated? Because that's what I would expect with this, but I didn't get to see it at all. Grim's going out. Top floor is looking almost impossible to hold. Here comes double shields. Grim. Yeah, it's wraps for Gaveni. Where's the Cade? Cade out of there? Cade said, I'm out. Ooh. Oh, I thought we were going off the top ropes.
Flashbacks of a Forest on Blitz on top of house stairs, but thankfully there's no frost on the board, so we're all safe and sound. Unless Gunner's got a flank.
Yeah, overheated. Yeah, I was unfortunate. Gunner with the flank. Not a bad idea. Oh. Ooh, wait, Forrest might not know. And I feel like this is what we see out of Forrest, though, on the shields, is that he goes a little bit too far ahead of his teammates. He has no one behind him. Literally no one behind him. What was the plan there?
Finally, they're going to start to push the side, but there's still info, and there's still some great lines of sight.
They get into the bomb plant spot. This is a good spot to plant. Bomb's gonna go down, but they got to play aggressive. Adam goes down 1v3.
Decimated right in front of Yaga. 7-0. It's in hand.
Masterclass 7-0. I got a highlight though on Forrest. Way too sloppy of a shield player. That's the reason I feel like he's got off SSG. That's the second time, like literally yesterday, he did the exact same thing on Chalet. He went in between two players.
As well. Let's just be clear, like kitchen barbecue.
What the hell?
Bedroom is the site we very
Matt's already here. Matt wanted to see the POV. Matt was having an absolute masterclass game. And speaking of masterclass, John. Stay true to his word. Said, hey, if M80 gets a 7-0, I'll drop 10 gifted. John, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Very much appreciated. Also, Hot and Cold, very much appreciated for getting that 7-0. Looking young out there.
Have shown that they are a force to be reckoned with on this map.
Looking spry. Put the young gun on a gun.
An end to all of the doubters.
So is that actually the lore? Is that 100% win rate? Bathroom strat dream? Like, is that like what Matt's been saying in scrims? Or am I like, were we running that on Unwanted? Am I supposed to know that? What's that? Matt's 19 again? Matt's looking good out there. Oh, you remember Matt said that on Unwanted? Am I about to pull the bathroom shot up? Am I about to pull the strat book up? Matt was looking good on a gun, though. Again, I thought we were about to see a ton of double shields. Matt was on Monty, Kino was on Blitz, and I'm like, ooh, they just let him play double shields on Skyscraper. Show us the strat book. Let me do it off stream. Or not off stream. Let me do it. Well, yeah, technically off stream. Let me see what we got in there, because we got some stuff that I probably shouldn't show. My prized possession is the unwanted strat book. I mean, most of it I show it on stream, guys. The turtles are running mostly our unwanted strat book. Because, I mean, surprise, surprise, most of it was mine anyways. With obviously some help with spirits on the Tachanka defenses, because that guy loves it. But I did not do the bedroom strat. I will say I did not do the bedroom strat, and oh yeah, you're right. You're right, Mitch. I see Tube Cade. And there's that Legion. 100% win rate. What a goat. What an actual goat. That is so funny. Guys, on Unwanted, we called that shit sexy time. We had some good ass names, and that shit was sexy time because we were in the bedroom. 100% win rate. 100%. Please turn up stream volume. We're already at... Nah. What's up, Gav? You named it that? Did you actually name it? No, wait. Nah. Oh, maybe you did, actually. Is this still called that, Gav? What's the bedroom strat called, Gav? What was the 100% win rate what's that strat called? Is that still called sexy time?
Baby, let's go.
The finger trap. Ooh. Love that shit.
No, I mean, good fucking shit. You saw him for a minute, Sean.
Maybe we thank Cruelty.
Dang, 7-0. The first 7
Leaking M80 strats? I hope not. There's no way.
You guys are doubting M80.
They definitely have newer strats.
No, I I mean, of course, it had to be a wake-up call for M80 for them to lose yesterday.
All right, who's playing
but
next?
After a performance that we saw from yesterday against M80, or against Cruelty, you're not going to
Game of the day,
M80 to
of
come
course.
out the gate and 7-0. Of course, they're still a good team, but what a bounce back. And I thought it was so funny in the end comms, like, out of everyone's hype, Kino's the only one, like, where did the fuse, guys?
Kino's like, actually.
And where did the fuse?
Either way, we have the interview ready as well with Hot and Cold. So, huge congratulations on this 7-0. I'm just double checking that he's here. Yes, he is here. Awesome. 7-0. That is such a great feat. I think the last time, if we are correct, that we saw.
Turn mic down a bit, please. Why would I turn my mic down? I've been streaming for how long? Now we're just telling me my mic's loud?
A little bit of an embarrassment. So this is something you guys took personally. Talk us through bouncing back. What was the talks yesterday after the game? What happened?
DZ plays last, I believe.
I mean, going into the Cruelty week, we kind of changed everything around. We put Gav on IGL, like he was main IGLing support. More of me and Sean on a frag roll, so we kind of just switched it back, and it went well.
All right, so we're blaming Gavin for the Cruelty game. Put it on him, but
True.
One question that I guess I have to know is obviously we haven't had too much time to talk to the OG roster in our interviews. You guys have now 7-0'd them. From your personal experience and also being able to IGL against them, what did you feel like in the prep leading up to them, what you expected from them, and then in the server, how did it feel to play against them?
I'd say the OG roster nowadays is a lot more dynamic than it used to be. I mean, before, you know, playing against them at SI especially, like, we had every strat down to the T with what they were doing, and they just didn't change anything.
Facts.
I think, obviously, their results haven't been the best, but I do think their roster is a lot more dynamic with Forrest over there. But, yeah, I mean, those guys were just feeding us picks left and right, so it really wasn't hard to beat them.
Well, Matt, congratulations. I mean, you, for one, obviously had a very solid performance. I mean, you were just shooting at all angles, taking them all out. And now you guys stretch your lead. I mean, what's kind of the route you guys are going to go now? Obviously, we saw from the beginning of the stage what it's kind of shaken into now. You talked about you switched the roles with Gavin going from IGL. Now you taking it back.
No way he believed that, right? There's no fucking way Lax bought that.
Few matches leading into it.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we got an extra bullet today, so we're going to gamble all of our points on SRB. Easiest opponent, and then hope we make it.
Okay, sounds good.
Love that. Well, it sounds like the change that you guys had at the start of the week didn't necessarily work out, so I'm assuming lesson learned. What was...
They probably believe that too, huh? Jesus Christ.
No, we didn't make any changes. I was just joking.
No way he had to tell them that they're
being put on IGL.
There's no way he had to tell them.
For one, to be on IGL, you got to make sure the bad aimers are on IGL. That's why I'm playing it.
I was gonna say,
I don't know if you're the bad aimer. You had the best stats today, so
I was gonna say that. Gavin on IGL, like that's definitely like a hot take. I didn't know if he had a hidden talent or something.
Yeah, there we go. Fox at least knows.
Either way, thanks for the...
Oh, what do you mean bought it? Oh, my bad, Kev. Yeah, that's on me, dude.
Rest of your weekend next week.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Bye. You know, it's actually really funny that he goes, put the bad aimers on IGL, because the Blacklight detail is going to Hot and Cold, because he had such a good game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he realized like how good he was actually shooting today. Not to say that he's not shooting on other days, but I mean, we're going to highlight him right here after the remark he just made.
Oh, he realized.
I mean, it goes without say. I mean, Hot and Cold is one of the longest standing players in the league so far in history.
You wish that was you, yeah?
No, not at all. I retired for a reason. I was tired of this. But I am glad that Hot and Cold is getting this kind of reassurance, you know, going off of yesterday, the performance wasn't great. Coming in today, having the 7-0, the first 7-0 that we've seen in the stage so far.
Oh, you're switching to IGL, Gav?
Coming off of his own single performance, just playing extremely well with the team around him. I mean,
you guys cutting Matt?
Not just for Matt, but obviously Matt having that display of performance. I want to see going into.
I mean, and it's like really nice to see that M80 has done so well, considering how their game yesterday went against Cruelty. But then the thing that we also have to address, or like the elephant in the room or whatever, is the fact that OXG had a stinker
Do we have to address it? I don't know.
I don't know if we have to address it either.
To address it's a 7-0.
Both of you guys came into this and you're like, yeah, we're gonna go for XG. That's the team that we think. If we see the same M80
Well, why do you
yesterday.
think we picked XG?
I don't know. You tell me.
If we
Well, I
see
think
the
it's
same
obvious.
M80, but like the casters were talking about round after round, it wasn't the same M80, and I think it falls back onto hot and cold, like specifically because when you're the IGL, you take so much responsibility when it comes to your team, and especially against a team like Cruelty, you should have won. So when things don't work out as the IGL, you're gonna hold that responsibility. You're gonna feel terrible about it. So obviously, moments like that.
W question, John.
Under you, or expose players, and it did the complete opposite. Hot and Cold had that fire under him, and not only did he lead the team today in stats, but he also did a great job leading them to a 7-0.
I mean, to go into your point, when you lose a 7-2, 7-1, 7-0 for that fact, it's not on one person.
If I had to fill
the
a
entire team, and obviously the
hot air
IGLs
balloon
take the brunt
with
of
2
that,
casters,
find
just
your
yap it
success.
into it to
I
blow it
mean,
up,
to
you probably only
obviously
need a Taro.
From one game of just sheer disappointment, then to go into this game of pure dominance, I mean, I think it speaks highly into IGL's and Matt's cohesion and what he does with the roster.
Yeah, we also have a little quick look at the schedule in terms of the games that are left today, because we have SSG going up against SR, a game that we are expecting to be close. I mean, we thought Amedio XG was going to be close, but I guess
Did I change
that
title?
was in
I
the
think it
past.
did.
DZ against Envy. This is probably going to be a little bit more one-sided unless Envy can.
Please don't show the schedule. Hey guys, who played it? Oh.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Obviously, the next one,
Oh.
arguably game of the day, 2 top teams right now battling for that second spot. Hopefully, we're going to see maybe a better version.
Feels bad, man.
We'll have to get into the game. And
There's a 7-0 that game.
that would be
in specific,
surprising.
That would
be surprising, but who knows? It's always on the day of. It's best of ones. Anybody can pop off. And
Yeah, they got that bounce back. They got that bounce
They
back.
didn't look that mad after they lost.
Force was smiling.
Yeah.
But Shopify Space Station, huh?
Who's gonna get
Finally.
mad? Who's holding everyone accountable?
How is it a downside?
Because who's
You
gonna
need people
make?
to get mad?
Yeah,
I think it's important.
Who's gonna make the tape?
When you get 7-0, you shouldn't be happy. I mean, you obviously can't just, change the outcome, but you definitely should look somewhat.
Listen, I was not a saint. I was not a saint when I was leading that team, but I was holding people accountable.
Got your
After I
bullet.
left, I don't think there has ever been a single person on that roster that would force people to improve and tell people what they're doing wrong. And that's what we talked about at the start of the stage, and we need to see that. We need to see the OXG improvement, because like I said at the start,
7-0.
if OXG doesn't even make it in the top 6, there's
Look,
no excuse of new roster this, new roster that. Something has to happen.
I don't know the insides of the,
Lukewarm takes. I don't know, whatever you guys
what do you want to call it? The
head over to a break, and we'll be back
the
with
downward
SSG
spiral of
against SR,
OXG,
which
but it
will
all
begin
kind of
today.
did
We'll be a little
happen
closer. Stick around and find
when
out.
Fox was gone. Kind of the start of it, huh? I don't think people like the things he was saying over there, but they have not looked like they've had leadership in a long time. Give you a big hug right now, Mitch. I think it's time for Disney World, huh? I think it's time for some Disney. Who you got for Shopify SSG? According to my tier list, Shopify should win, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like this is a good battle, and I don't really know if either of these teams really need the points. I'm sure both teams are gonna make playoffs. I gotta see the map. Gotta see the map. But SSG, I just think they move a little bit too much on defense. I don't think they're a very good defensive team. And I think Shopify with their isolation attacks could be a good counter. Use Disney in my life. Everyone can use a little bit of Disney in their life. Fox saying mark the shark with the glue. For real? Yeah, for real. What was like? They got rid of Lax, then they got rid of Fox, then they got rid of Dream. Was that what it was over there? Was it like that was the core that was out? When did they get rid of Vert? They need to do something. That's probably right, John. It's probably right. Oh, by the way, speaking of the Turtles, I haven't heard anything. Let's check in. Obviously, Element 5 again going on today, and if you guys care, let's please pray that the Turtles win their first game. Oh my god, this game's still going on? Holy cow, this was going on for 2 hours. Is this a 15 rounds later? What's happening here? Did I just pass over it? Also, how are these T5 Avenger team? How? They have 2 people on the roster. How are they able to play? What's going on, Element 5? Where's your rule book? I see 2 people. How are they winning games? With 2 people? They 2v5ing? OHG ever have Eclipse? No. Favorite player to watch? How do I not glaze spirits? But probably spirits. If you know anything about my career, I was a cheese player. All I played was Blitz and cheese. And how do I not just want to watch that? Yeah, there it is. There's the glaze. God damn it. God fucking damn it. What do I want to click? Oh, here we go. Here's the other somehow roster. Alright, never heard of any of them. Never heard of any of them. Refresh. Like, how are we still playing this game? I knew it was coming. I almost kind of said it because you were in here. Hey, nothing like watching Hot and Cold on a gun. I was saying that. Matt, I thought you were going to be on Monty that entire fucking game. 1, I thought you were going to be on Monty that entire fucking game. And you weren't. I loved it. 2, why did they not run wall denial, Matt? Why were you guys able to get every wall you wanted for free, which forced them to move, and they just kept moving into your fucking crossfires? The fuck? You had Bandit Tube up that entire game, plus a Mira. Where's the impact tricking? Literally baffling. Oh, I was like, what am I doing? I'm trying to look at my Discord, see if the guys are still in there. Yeah, they're playing. They're playing right now. No way you came back to a 7-0? Well, what'd you expect? Thoughts on NA as a region? Greatest region of all time. America, the land of the... Never mind, we're talking NA here. NA, the land of the goats. NA. Can we get some chants going? USA flags? I think right now, like, in terms of watching, obviously I'm NA biased, so I love watching the NA League, number 1. But number 2 right now, thought it was going to be BR, but it's EML League. I've been having a ton of fun watching Europe League. I think there's a lot of good storylines over there. Do you want to go to dinner for my birthday? When's your birthday? Don't you dare tell me your birthday's today. Don't you fucking dare.
Both teams have had good performances. Both teams have had maybe a few that weren't as great as they were looking for. But all in all, this is what it came down to.
Yeah, it is what it came down to.
2 days? Okay.
Good siege regardless, obviously. Teams have had different
deal. Let's do it.
Teams that they've gone up against.
I'm down. I was about to be a shitty ass friend if it was today.
has played the easier games coming into today. Both teams have something to prove today. It's a statement game because when the teams at the top, yes, they've made a little bit of distance.
Let's get some grubbage.
You want to be in that top 2 finish, and it makes it that much harder for, you know, your legitimacy to be questioned. Yeah. Both teams have made roster changes that they want to see succeed, and this is the standard that
yo, you don't know if I would have known. Yo, you don't know. Yeah, Dream, just get a flight. You guys hop on a flight. Matt, what are you turning, 19? You turning 19 this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was just another game for them.
Early happy birthday for Hot and Cold here. Happy 19th birthday.
That always remains the same throughout Shopify Rebellion is they have big players on the team. So big players.
I do think DZ is kind of shown right now that they've been the strongest team. To answer your question, by the way. But we'll see in playoffs, right? We'll see in playoffs. I think the only thing that matters is making a top 2 spot. Getting that bye.
But statistically, they are still keeping it in their back pocket. They know that's the end goal when things aren't going well. They like to be able to let their players have free roam because when you have that much talent...
I mean, Vegas is actually pretty cheap in general. Another good positive for Vegas is for some reason, it's actually very cheap to fly here. Maybe because there's a lot of flights here. But yeah, easy for like family and friends to come visit.
Big player like Spoit is going to come through once he's able to find success. Beautiful positioning from him. All he has to do is make sure that nobody's on the defuse. He goes for the isolated 1v1. He misses the first mag, but the whole point of it is he sees him get off, and that's where he ends up.
Yo, what's that?
Buys time a little bit more to a point where whether the diffuser gets off, he wins the
moving to Nashville. Ooh, big dub. What made you settle on Nashville? I kind of figured you picked somewhere, Ali, because I saw Ice Cold make a tweet.
They're using the Zoto canisters to be able to stop the garage, and once OXG has little time left, they have to go for this plant. They think, wow, we're free. We're getting this easy plant. They're even going to get the first pick on Ambi behind the bookshelf. But that's exactly
it's over, Ben? Wait.
Smoke comes out.
Wait. What do you mean?
The C4, the final nail in the coffin that
wait.
an unwinnable position. And we heard it in the team comms in their final moments that they were paying attention to that C4. They were calling out the utility a minute before the round.
We beat Fubus. Oh, Zonk, you can't just come in here and. Oh my God, you can't just come in here and say that. Holy shit. Okay, 7-4 for the boys.
Well, it's SSG, which is considerably a better team when it comes to the teams that they have been going up against. So that does put kind of like into perspective.
Oh, club guys, who's still taking Turtle Tactics to Clubhouse in 2025, huh? Holy shit, Zonky almost gave me a heart attack there. Fubus down. All right, we won Element.
SSG versus Shopify, one being more of a strategical aggression, where the other team of Space Station is straight aggression. And this is the history between these teams, between the organizations, obviously going from Sonics to Shopify. But so far,
Zonky, thank you for the dub and the resub. My goat.
Seem to propel above. I mean, 14 wins total out of 21 versus against SR's 7.
Thoughts on Gav IGL? Really glad you guys switch your IGL to hot and cold. I think after that 7-0 on Bank, or whatever, it wasn't a 7-0 on Bank. I don't know. Whatever. You guys got shit on a Bank. Good idea to get Gav off IGL.
SSG has significantly looked better in terms of the matchups that they had versus what SR. So for me, this is
Nashville first choice due to proximity.
Be another game for them to really just kind of push the limits.
That's what I figured. When people choose where they want to live, I feel like it's always based on like
aggression and kind of the mental warfare is really what helps them persevere.
Something like that, whether it's family, whether it's kind of where you grew up.
You know, sometimes the best defense is the good offense, and you see it in this round. Fultz gets this kill on ATMs and immediately identifies.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean there. I think I know what you mean.
Let me apply
wait, what?
Let me take the direction away from
wait, why do we have the official gunner in here, and then we have Gunner Helmet Kid? Where did this guy come from?
Scenario, Jack has to decide whether he's going to play an aggressive here, play it safe, do something. But what does he do? He gets aggressive, gets the first pick, gets the next, knocks him down like some bowling pins, and then just plays the time beautifully. And these are rounds just back to back that just shows the aggression and the type of style that SSG is so good at. And this is
an OG,
really
nice.
Have to highlight because this is Bank. This is one of the biggest maps, and they take full control of the map, forcing all of Orgless players into the basement 30 seconds into the map. That is an insane amount of time to
Glazing mass so hard. I was talking about both. Gunner. I was like, oh, Gunner opening kill again. Guys, don't check CGG. Gunner's on top.
Similar to how we see. And then we talk about the mental warfare. Ashen will always be in your ears, in your head, no matter whether you're losing, they're winning, he will always be saying something. Now, I have to mention the mental warfare side of things just solely due to the fact is you
he's glazing himself.
in Shopify Rebellion's head. These players are all tentative players. They know how to shit talk back. At the end of the day, you aren't going to be able to
just running around now.
You're going to have to rely on this aggression, but you also have to highlight
I just feel like Sky, I mean, I don't know the stats, but you guys were so good at Sky on Beast Coast. I feel like Sky is like the perfect map for you guys. And I don't know what your role is 100%. Roles are a little weird over there, but you need to be running around. You're actually the king of just doing whatever the fuck you want. You just get Gunner off E3 repel, please. Get Gunner off E3 repel. Get him off the lobby repel. I don't want to see this guy with Callie looking through a fucking pixel and janitor. I want to see this guy on Dokkaebi in the fucking basement.
I really am going to be heavily watching because they have been a very key success factor for both of these rosters.
And they're both players on opposite sides of the spectrum on operators of playing. Rexon is more passive, more supportive, being there to be that backline. Ashen is the entry. And obviously we talked about the aggression when it comes to Ashen.
I thought Gav was the king of running around. Nah.
Confidence and aggression go hand in hand. You need to be
Gunner's the next NJR. Yeah, get Gunner off the NJR role. That is not Gunner's role.
And obviously,
that guy should not on repel.
SR, who is,
please.
The smartest man in the room, and then you have SSG, which is the most brawlic man in the room, essentially. So it is going to be a brain first bronze matchup.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that, but also gonna have to talk about the map vetoes in terms of where both of these teams are gonna able to shine. Knowing how both of these teams approach things, I am expecting.
That was a long ass game, Zonky. I wouldn't say I was sweating, but I refreshed the game before that 7-0 and after, and we're 2 hours later after bracket. Like, how does that game take 2 hours?
Too comfortable that they're still gonna have to work somewhat, which is gonna end up.
Doke ace knock only inbound. There we go. That's there we go. That's what we need.
Now I guess you really want to show who's the better.
That's what you should have been on since the beginning.
Either way, this is a good map for both these teams. I think for SR starting on defense, you're really going to try to pick apart at those aggressive.
All right, gonna take a line from Fett here, but we got Spoitify Rebellion versus SSG on Bank. This is gonna be a good one, considering if you guys watched my little match replay video, we got to see Spoit's POV already on Bank, and what a treat. Saw a bunch of, dronage tech. Saw a lot of Shopify takes. I wonder if we're going to finally see Aurora ban on these guys. These guys love using Aurora.
SR is a very smart, methodical team. This will be a prime example of what we wanted to see, which is the objective side.
Has SSG played Bank?
Now they're finally going up against a good opponent.
How do I feel like they just did? Okay, they did. Just played Bank, absolutely destroyed LFO. Both of these teams actually ended up 7-2ing Orgless.
You are both going for a space station.
Honestly, after seeing the map, I think I would change my prediction to SR.
I would pick Shopify on Bank.
I think I'm still going to stick with SSG no matter what. I just think due to the sheer aggression. And
I love what, yo, W advertisement right there, Aspirin.
Looked more impressive. Not
W.
To take anything away from Shopify. I'm just more leaning towards SSG. Just
did I hear if the Wizard one's allowed or not? I haven't heard a peep. So at this point, I'm just doing it. And we'll deal with the repercussions after, huh?
Thank you very much, Ginny.
Because it's already done and dusted. Just needs a little bit of editing and boom.
Entrance into the NAL. It used to be Sonics and SSG were an El Clasico of sorts. But I feel like you could take any combination of the top 4 teams over the years. SSG DZ, Sonics DZ, Sonics DZ last stage especially. But as we see, and we're going into Bank, it is a bit of a cool one of sorts because both these teams have not played each other on Bank. But Ali, at various points of the stage, they played the same team on Bank.
Yes, they did. Both were 7-2. Just got done saying that. Thanks, Lynx.
7-2 for both of them.
65% for Spoitify Rebellion. That's my bad. I gotta never call them Shopify. It's Spoitify Rebellion.
65% to 35. Two very popular teams.
Let's see if we're gonna see the same kind of gameplay out of Shopify here. Since it's their second time playing Bank. So far, yes, we're seeing Ace. And that's a good counterband from Space Station, taking out the Mira. Spoitify Rebellion obviously using the Mira on their lower defense, doing that Mira on the server wall, making it real tough to open up and play for the default plant. Also for CEO, they ran a lot of Mirror in general. Same bands out of Spoitify Rebellion here with that Ace Habana. And I think a little bit more not typical bans. A Warden ban on Bank. Don't know if I've seen this one.
Mirror and Warden both removed. That green lights a couple of things, namely the Ying, anything that throws a smoke, and sometimes even a blitz.
Tell your team to ready up.
In that sort of a circumstance, so
I don't have to ready up, do I?
Lose a little bit of safety, but you gain other things. You gain things like the Azami back. You gain other things that you maybe would have lost, and certainly there are plenty of tools available.
Yo, W press, John. W press. All right, we're locked in because this is the game of the day. That's why. 2 top 4 teams in North America playing right now.
Either the Ying or the Blitz, if it's left up, of course, by the same extension. A good team might anticipate that.
All right, last time we saw Shopify play lower, they only played lower once. And we saw Troy on the Mozzie. Now we are going to see probably more a bunker here. Troy not playing that operator, instead playing the Echo. And we are seeing a little bit of the Aruni Goyo coming out, which we see out of phase. Not so much the Goyo, but the Aruni. I'm going to assume we're probably Aruni tricking the hatches.
Pause for effect.
It's a good early entry. The no top floor is free. Ashton's going to be able to take all of this. One of my favorite early entries on this map. But it also depends what they're going to do off it. Are they going to go for an early kill onto someone playing in the elevator? What are we LOLing already? Ambi with an easy 2-piece.
Really poorly timed lull in chat from
yeah, what was that LOL?
Yeah.
Yeah, super bunker. We're giving up server control completely here. Only roaming in open area. Ambi gets 2. Spite with the 3rd. Okay.
It's very rare that you see a clip that you just know is already being shipped to the subreddit. It's just like, you can't get better timing that.
Pretty much wraps at this point.
I don't even know what he dropped.
Opening the default plant spot, but with 3 smokes on board, Goyo fires, and an Echo drone. And Ambi probably peeking with the Aruni DMR.
They could. But I mean, Shopify.
This is kind of wraps.
Like peaks, they don't need to.
Surely.
5v2, Troy IGLing. It's just not happening.
Ambi's the best player in the world at this stage. I've been very impressed with Ambi. Yeah, I mean, I just feel like Shopify is just a hard counter to SSG's playstyle, and I'm saying this in round 1. Obviously, with Shopify up 5-2, so, you know, this could be real bad by the end of the video. I just feel like they're a counter to their playstyle, though. Like, I just expect Ambi, Spoit, Rex, and even to, like, just eat up on SSG, who just moves a little bit too much.
He's putting this diffuser down. Should be able to smoke it. Yokai's, yeah, it's just like...
Even on their lurks, like Ambi and Spoit are just kind of players that are not going to get pulled away. They are just going to be focused on their zones.
1v5, cover the plant if you paid all of the utility out. I mean, it's possible. If they line up for him, you kind of have to give it some respect at this point because of how long it's been that we've been in this 5v2. All the smokes are gone. So are the Vulcan packs. The Yokais are still a factor. Canadian has to be careful with them. And Foltz has got a couple more attempts.
I mean, no smokes on board. It's just Echo drones. There's one more Echo drone. And, like, at this point, yeah, just power. Like, there's no time. That's the round. Get as many as you can, Jack. He got one. All right. Great fucking defense from Shopify. I'll say that's 2 times. If you guys watch back the other bank game as well, teams try to go really quick at the E2 player on Shopify, and Ambi has been ready every single time. This guy is ready for all that fast play bullshit. Rexon doesn't get enough praise. Fully agree. I think Rexon's been underrated for a while. He's played almost every role to a pretty high level.
Like, nice.
I was very surprised to not see the Rebellion attempt any sort of flank, because you look down and see who is Space Station watching, and they are just watching player POV. They are not flicking a flank drone at all. In that sort of situation, kind of
looks like we're going to be farming them with the Echo. There's kind of been a thing for a little while that SSG struggles against vision. Their main operator band used to be Valk, because I think maybe themselves, they believed it. Mira getting taken out, Troy's just going to sit on the echo cams and just get free vision on all these lurks.
Easier to make opening those hatches a lot easier. I think the only thing that I would be critical of maybe is the lack of information from SSG. It looked like they had a really good control of what was going on top floor, and they did. But to not realize that Ambi was playing in the mid floor, you've left the castle open. Somebody is
about as flex as it gets, Rexton for sure.
Somebody is going to be operating in that open
He's been performing at a high level of this league for a long time, but yeah, you just... It's true, you never hear anyone say anything about him.
It was a little bit of a one-off as we move to the top floor now for the second defense.
Nice little Echo Drone tech.
We have got Yokai drones exiting the building, just gaining that little bit of early information.
But uniquely in bank fashion, hopping up and down through the skylight. No,
almost assuredly going to be some type of lobby take. All the cheese is lobby right now with the Ying, the Grim.
Absolutely zero idea what that lull was about.
Plenty of operators to take out castles. We got the Cali playing E3 Repel. I'll see people asking, why are we bringing a Cali in the big 2-5?
Inconclusive result to the investigation.
Well, you need an operator that can get rid of castles for some of those lobby repels, so you get some of the angles that you need. And I don't know if you want a Habana. That gun is not very good from the E3 Repel. I'd rather have Cali.
Rounds, and I imagine Shopify will probably ban it in round 4. In conjunction with the Grim, obviously very, very strong. Jan, I know, holding those long angles on the Cali. It's always a bit difficult with this position. A lot of tight angles that you got to have good reaction time to. But if you open up Kanto, it could be quite nice. But oh wait, you can. The Ace and Habana draw.
Saw that Echo Drone go by, but no way he's hitting that shots.
Out there on that repel, because if anything goes down on the site, it can just be super difficult to try and affect.
Unfortunately, you need someone on that repel, because you need someone to watch the banana jump over for this window take. That's basically the only angle that guy is locked on. Is you have to watch for any players that are in Trump that jump over the windows and go banana and try to get aggressive against your window players. That's what this player's for.
On the repel and no way of opening that Kanto wall. It's going to be fairly difficult for him to have an effect onto that. And as such, SSG just sat on the players. No, he's going to jump right in. He's right there, man.
And this is kind of what I mean by SSG. Like, just kind of sloppy.
I don't know. Also, I don't know if they were.
Spoit's 100% ready for that. That was a genius play from Spoit to just lay under him, or lay under the window there. Ambi, really good CEO player. Nice rotate hole there. Absolutely worked that guy.
Space Station just trying to repel into these windows, and they're surrounded on all sides.
Wow.
By defenders. High low in the middle of sight. Nice little flick by Jane.
Okay, wait, 1v1.
Rexton on lower HP too. Jane has got 30 seconds to work.
Can we get a pickup here? We can.
We saw him clutch a 1v3 here yesterday, and now it'll be a 1v2.
2 players up, 20 seconds.
Back up. No toxic canisters. Lost most of them to that bait. But Janino quickly running out of time. Position reveal.
Does sound like they got vision.
They can get the crossfire, the line of sight on him. Recovering diffuser, not going to matter all that much, especially if they can react once they hear the sprint going through the site. He's going to have to fall off to spot this player.
Unfortunate.
The sniper is such a slow fire rate weapon.
Oh, couldn't even get one.
Every single shot. 2 in a row for Shopify, closer than we expected.
Who's prone there? That's insane. Hey, that's just a split play. Stock is such a
not a big fan of people out on that repel.
Hard spot to play nowadays. I mean, like, yes, Ace and Bonner are banned, but there's so much, like, people don't even care about opening that wall. They just jump shields in there. What are you supposed to do? You don't have Warden.
Great. Other ways of doing it. Serious lack of information from SSG. Not knowing that.
Sounds like they had an Echo Drone there too, so that was really good.
Stock window. And then trying to just flood the site and make some.
This is why Spoit's #1 pro, yeah.
They had a Ying, they had bees.
Content.
Not really much excuse for not knowing where people are at that stage.
Well,
really narrow angle there from Rex, and that was a nice shot.
Right, it was a nice shot. I will say this. I mean, like the best.
Are we seeing a Tellers?
That round was that pump fake on the top floor. Right?
Oh, we are seeing a Tellers.
It actually causes
God.
2 different smoke canisters. Right?
My favorite off site in the game right here is Tellers Archives.
It wastes a lot of utility.
You don't see many teams going to it, and I actually think it's a very viable, very good bomb site. The reason I don't like open area is I feel like it's so easy to cheese. It's so easy to do a direct take.
They still had time to go for the drone, so still not good.
Because if you put too many bodies downstairs, they just take top for free.
But they dumped a lot
which
into
is the
that
better way to
mid
play the map or play the site.
burn some
And if you
pizza,
roam
and
too
they
many
end
to
up
leave a
getting
guide site,
4v4.
it's just so easy to
Pretty cool
direct.
trade in the end.
Tellers actually creates a lot of problems for people. They're not used to attacking it. They're going to run probably a normal top clear and then try to figure out what they want to do end round. And I think what you normally see... Oh, hang on. I'm going to shut up because we're going for a rush. Ashen, Ying on the CO window is going to blind everybody.
They're going to need to do some serious
Ooh,
adaptations.
do they know that player's behind the filing cabinet? Ambi's got to be... Ambi's a win con.
Is this going to pay off?
There's a guy around the corner.
You should hear the bomb going down.
Surf is
Hello?
literally here.
Surf? Surf?
He's right there. Surf, he's right there. He can't see him.
Oh, unfortunate.
All the way through, deep
Ron could have
into the
easily been
bomb
Shopify's.
site. Holding that close with the shotgun. He's completely past Rexon. Very odd situation as the Yokai also goes flying by. Ashen just causing some chaos. He can draw a lot of attention there. They'll try to isolate this 1v1 on the player.
Good
Nice
pick from
shot,
Rexon.
Another one from Rexon. Spots the blitz too.
Walking the
No
blitz at this
C4,
guy is kind of wild.
and time very quickly running out. Already about 30 seconds have passed. Ashen getting 2 antsy, but Fultz can just lock it down. No, never mind.
What can we
5
do?
seconds.
Someone's got to get on the bomb. Oh, you had an Azami? You could have blocked the door?
He is outside of the building.
Wait, is he on it?
It's blocked the angle. He's got to burn it. Spoit might be able to defuse in time.
Spoit never... Oh, they took too long to get on the bomb plant.
He didn't have time.
Oh my god.
What a narrow margin to win a round by.
It wasn't even the key, but it was actually a terrible bomb plant position regardless. You can long arm that.
Twice already this game, and that I am not a fan of players out on that Rebel. J9O was the last alive again. Nearly winning it.
Wow.
But Shopify just did not know where J9O was. Why would they expect him to be all the way out there? They threw the Kiva.
Yeah, it's not the best plant spot as far as
table, so that if there's anybody at main lobby, if there's anybody at main
why did he not go up top for win con? It's a great question. We're seeing a lot of E3 players these last 2 days. What are they doing, huh? Am I right?
How the plant went
Am I right, Gunner?
Is mind-boggling.
Just kidding. Oh boy.
That's gotta be.
It was so
my
close.
God. You saw Spoit's reaction too.
Just to like not like you. Someone's got to get on the bomb. What was taking so long there? Were they trying to figure out who's getting on the bomb? Troy getting on the bomb? Spoit getting on the bomb? Someone had to go.
Like glitch? Bug?
It was a crank round. They cranked it.
Got it. Hey, by the way, that is J9O's second 1vx on Teller's Archives in 2 days.
All right, we're going back to lower, and Shopify continuing to mix things up on the basement site, probably because Warden's banned. But now we are going to see a roam strategy. Last couple times we've been seeing this have been bunkers, pretty normal meta bunkers. And again, that Warden ban kind of huge, so we are going to see a roam.
The next defense has come out. Big shock, Ollie. Ying taken off the board.
No smoke, nothing. We are seeing 3 major operators or trap operators here.
No big surprises there.
Then a Valk for retakes most likely.
Going to see a transition into
SSG, I think correctly calling
both going to be rocking a shield now, and Fultz very quickly dealt
for an execute, but they forgot the Cjex pipe exists. Did the casters forget the Cjex pipe exists too? Oh man.
He down to the fire canister.
That's crazy.
I wonder what that. Yeah, it was the explosion, and there was like a strange icon. Well, not a strange icon, but an icon that I've not seen a million.
That is a huge pick too.
Surf spraying behind him hits one of the destructive ingredients and literally blows him up and then finishes him off because of the fire. Nice. Is that the first time we've seen it?
Oh my.
In NA?
SSG's been doing this for a while though. They used to do this with Forrest on the team. Looks like Fultz was just gonna poke site, make it seem like a server direct, and at this point they are taking the map. Trade's not going into their favor though. SSG or Shopify able to fall down.
Second one to fall in round 4. Both shields not having any impact for Space Station in this round.
But the question really is for these guys. We have only Valk C4.
Only downside of this position.
But it don't matter. SSG's going for kills.
You gotta commit to this. And his teammates are dropping.
Maybe not the right call.
Working off minimal intel. I like the idea from Benja, but it is just high risk, high reward, and all he gets is his 3rd kill of the game. You were still trying to find his first. Diffuser, it has been dropped in dirt since the beginning of the round. Scorched by the very flame that cost Fultz his life. And Shopify have reoriented.
Troy's playstyle just works against SSG? Yeah, no, I agree. I agree when I saw this matchup.
and cross. If not, reveals his location. Create a little.
I mean, I think they're gonna have an even easier time on attack.
They actually are both in gold right now. Newers might be able to isolate 2.
Everyone shoots bodies. You gotta start doing that.
Spotted on the BP.
Yeah.
40 seconds remaining and 2 flashbangs.
You know what the most annoying thing is that it translates to T3 and T4. Like, we are playing some people I've never fucking heard of, and I'm getting my body shot, and I'm like, bro, who the fuck are these guys?
Just a bit too scared on that, and so worried to pull out the goo mine with the players close by. He doesn't even check behind him. Troy playing so passive.
Not giving any free picks? Oh, hell no.
More than they need to.
This is almost like a Super Bowl matchup for them, right? Like, they're not playing, like, down to anybody anymore. They're not playing any of those weaker teams. Like, they're playing some actual stronger teams, a little bit more to prove.
Guaranteeing that win. It's like if they take a point of damage,
they are locked.
In my mind, it's not good enough. They need to 100% guarantee it. They only take the engagement if they're sure he's looking the other way.
They want to do the square take with the Monty? No. So that was, and again, SSG have been doing this for a while, even with Force on the team. You basically take a Montane and you go through dirt, making it seem like you want to do that square take, that ISO, and that hopefully pulls all your defenders, right? That guy that's in server is going to be calling like, hey, there's a Monty dirt. They might be doing a server ISO. It might pull those defenders back to site, and instead, SSG was going to take advantage. They were going to full clear. They had the Jackal, a bunch of clearing ops. We're going to take the map.
I mean, like, I wouldn't have. I mean, obviously, I'm not a pro player, but like, I wouldn't have expected that. Like, I mean, how many times have you probably entered dirt as Monty over the years, and that's just such a new addition. It's like, oh crap! It also appeared so late on his screen too. Unlucky, really. Back to CEO, and
I've been really enjoying Spotify's game plan and the amount of vision that we're seeing. I really do think that Space Station's kryptonite. There was a reason, again, they were banning Valk every single goddamn match, and now we see Echo and Valk on a CEO.
Really nice impactless, or nice kills, though failed clutch in one round, then clutch on time in the next. SSG just struggling for impact across the board at the moment. It's a very team game.
Also very, very good with the Warden ban.
Canadian positive, +1.
Don't have to play so aggressive. Could sit on cams. If people are getting cheese and they got vision up.
But we dropped the Grim too. Looking like a CEO direct.
Yeah, I'm looking at what they
I think we saw SSG do this yesterday. They brought the Thermite. They're going to try to open up that back CEO wall. Ace is banned. Like, this is like a last season meta take. Usually you had an Ace here. You would open up CEO wall, but we're going to see J90 opening it up.
And
they're going to just try to get Fultz to walk in with an Osa shield and plant right in that breach, as long as they have underneath control, which they do right now. Benja and the Tellers with Dokkaebi. They have all the control they need, but the problem's going to be those Echo Drones with Troy. Echo Drones with Troy, and also the Janitor player. Who's the Janitor player? There's no C4 on board. So they can't deny by C4s.
Some sort of flank, but Newers with a brilliant opener there onto Spoit. Spoit no doubt trying to rotate himself.
Glass going down. That's a massive pick there from Ambi.
Ashen again falling on a really important operator. Blackbeard last round, Glass this time. Newers had such a nice
Surf retaking under, I think.
Ben just been in archives the whole time trying to deny a
just kind of neutered SSG's take here. I don't think they can just plant. I don't think they're going to be able to just walk him with the Osa anymore.
Too close to the enemy. Full control of stock. Really nice find as him and Jay and I know
taking the gap, going on the curve side, stock side, but Surf, yeah, good flank. Still so much vision up, I'm sure, on these guys. Rexon getting a little aggro there. Unsure about that one. Maybe he was worried curve. Oh, Shopify, no. Shopify, no. That was your round win.
Diffuser on the floor. Benji trying to cut off this angle.
Please, Troy.
He just snipes him with one bullet.
He still got it. Wait.
The easiest shot of Canadian's life.
Canadian clutch.
Against Benja. A DMR.
Turning back the clock.
Does Canadian have any yokais to use?
He does. He does have vision. Vision gone though.
Nice little find.
Troy versus Benja. Come on. We got perma vision on this guy. He's sticking out. Oh my god, it's a classic. He's back. Holy shit, Troy showing up when it fucking matters. Holy cow. Holy cow, the vision there. Vision is so fucking key right now. Just getting red pinged, knowing exactly where they fucking are.
Very neutral in a lot of the NA games,
My Toronto
I
King.
can't help but smile when I see Canadian pull off a clutch like that. Like, there's people clutch every day, every play day. Somebody gets a clutch. But when you see Canadian clutch up, I don't know, just something makes you feel good inside. And it's nice to see.
Ooh, little
Brilliant 1 versus 2. I mean,
bad plant spot for Benja there.
Station, they just gave him the 1v1s. I kind of understand.
Yeah, J90 got him into that winning position for sure.
Because he was like, right, if he's gonna
but that was a Shopify round, like, should have been.
But because the site was so open,
Troy stepping up and saying, yo, let's close this fucking round out.
J90 just had too much of himself exposed.
And again, abusing vision, spoiled on Bauk. Troy on Mozzie, and Mozzie is so good on this site, even in particular. He's pesting up archives tellers right now, denying all the vision. Sure, he's going to get a drone as well. I'm almost positive. And at that point, he'll have permanent fucking lobby vision. If he gets a drone, you can just hide it in lobby.
It was just so beautifully played there.
No IQ on board, so Benja on Doke is going to be massive if they're going to figure out this intel game.
I'm sure it's not the first time, but everybody on a team is putting
Benja cannot die early.
Boyd obviously doesn't need to after his game yesterday, but Canadian
boom, there we go, Cam.
Surf having a really good game. Had a really good couple days, actually.
Oh, did he go to shoot the cam and Troy was fucking out of there with it already?
Not opening pick, but just taking down the glass. Very important operator. Shopify looking very good on these
double shields. Ashen on blitz. I have not been impressed with Ashen on shields.
They decided to go to Teller's Archives.
A little bit of a desperation, I feel like, here.
CEO. Obviously, we'll see some defender presence inside of the middle floor, outside of the site.
Oh, it was a Flora shot? Okay, totally missed that. I went to see him, or he went to go shoot it, so I was confused.
Pressure as Ambi swings ahead of that flash.
Yeah, there's Ashen dead on blitz again. I'm just...
Another key operator. And another time.
Just put him on a gun, guys, please. Put the guy on a gun.
It's just hard to see. A space station might take control of this position, losing that blitz. They're able to find Canadian. I guess the silver lining.
Good trades from Spotify. You still got Rex and Surf and Ambi up here. Wow, ADS, Fulch just walked into sight. Hello? Where's everybody?
For space station to figure things out before Shopify immediately.
Ambi and Rex and still upstairs.
Now they've got control of the site. Now they pushed in and Fultz can put this diffuser down. It'll seemingly be uncontested by Shopify. Nice trade by J90. Ambi on the wraparound on 1 HP. J90 looking his way. He softened up Newers early on this half. Looks away right as J90 starts to expose himself behind the desk. But all Space Station have to do is play this crossfire.
Yep.
Newers just swings out at the right time.
J90.
It's still a win for Shopify.
Huge round from J90 again. This time they were able to shut it down.
All of our Canadians had a good round.
Not a shield player had always thought it reload to put him on shields. He had a rough tournament. Yeah, that was my biggest worry with SSG.
I'm getting slippy with it.
Yeah, I don't know. I just was not impressed with their meta op usage. Think they're much better on Glaz and some other things.
And despite Ashen falling early,
this is still an attacker-sided map. I think big time. Shopify getting 4 defenses there. I also think they're going to absolutely eat up on attack. I kind of want to say this that this match is pretty much over.
There's definitely some sort of a correlation to that because of how quickly they're able to get into the building and get that plan down. Top floor, there's a lot more steps to go through. Basement, there's even more steps to go through. When they can just walk in behind a shield.
What I mentioned about open area, yeah, they didn't do a site direct. They did an open or a Teller's Archive direct, killing the open player, and then they just flooded site. But again, that's kind of why I don't like open, right? Like you can easily ignore the top floor. Lots of directs that can happen. A lot of fast plays. A lot of easy picks to get. Because Teller's Archive player is pretty much on an island. Very hard position to play.
Instead, it is just going to be down to a couple of reinforcements. Maybe playing with.
All right, Shopify, same bands last time they played. Mira Castle gone. Space Station again going with the meta. Habana Ace gone. Have to see how they're going to abuse those bans. We do see a Cade coming out for the lower hatches, which I'm never a fan of just Cade unless they were able to hide the Cade. Very easy to just bring Thatcher.
either Azami or Castle. Mira, very sensible ban too. But the hard-reaching ban, it just seems to be a favorite for every single team on Bang.
But we don't see one of those come out.
Control the hatches.
And I think we're going to see some type of isolation strategy here. Yeah? We see Troy walking sewers. Spoit goes down to Ambi. Unlucky. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is their server ISO, which we did see in that LFO game. So you're going to see Troy in the tunnel is going to start wasting any smokes or fires early. And they're going to control the S2 and the S1 flanks.
At least they haven't lost any of that hard.
And I believe there is some potential. Rexon could go garage. He is garage ramp right now. E3, he could be looking for any early pressure before they have him rotate.
He's going to be playing that. There is a server wall soft as well, which might look like a tasty snack. It's actually quite the opposite, because if you place anything down on there, it can be shot quite easily.
I think this is a good call, because
really that they can do to
Space Station's not contesting server, completely gave it up for free.
Sledge, nothing for that soft breach.
Surf's his job here is just to watch S2.
Holes in it with a DMR or something along those lines, but
I believe Spoit's job was the S1 player. So he now does have to watch both. Ambi going down was also a pretty big pick.
More than halfway through the round. He's probably going to
Troy's going to need a really huge call here to bring this round back. Rexon couldn't take garage.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really know what's going on. Like, Canadian's been inside a server for like 8,000 years, and everybody's dying outside of the building. He's ADSing by himself. He's actually tagged up Jana.
Just early picks. That's literally all that costed Shopify here. They were just trying to set up for an ISO, but Spoit going down hurt. And then Ambi tried to take his spot, tried to get into server. It just ended up falling. Just a couple of picks.
Huge kill.
And that could be the problem with some ISO strats.
That's my fantasy play right there.
If you lose one or two players, it's really hard to kind of make it happen.
A similar lineup to what we saw last time.
With the dirt ISO, what type of advantages does it offer you? Well, you get the map extremely, like you get the control extremely quick, right? If they're not playing in server and you just take it, you can just plant long wall or cross wall, right? You completely ignore the hatch. It doesn't even matter if it's open. You just ignore hatch control, and you have a guy in the back, which here was Grim. Ambi would have been that player, and he would have been able to just Grim all of Red Hall from deep. And force the defenders to kind of have an answer to stopping a backwards Monty plant. You can also do it with Osa. But the advantage is just the fact that you don't have to clear the map. Like, if there was a roam, which it looked like SG kind of was roaming with the Solus and Valk, if there is a roam, you don't have to worry about clearing it. And that's kind of how Troy calls, is whatever map control is free, he will generally go for whatever attack, you know, the defense is looking weak against. Whatever map control is free. So because they're not server, he's going to go and take server. Because it's a heavy roam, he's going to go for an ISO. This is looking like their same window take right here. Hopefully SSG is ready for it. We should see Troy and Rexon on the windows. He has cap fire lineup over the janitor wall, which is going to completely remove the janitor player. Ambi's going to cover back control or underneath control from C4s. They should be able to get the bomb down. Very, very common exec that we're seeing almost every team run at this point.
I'm not expecting to see it now on the mute, but
yep, just like Gunner said, hard roams because no one's playing garage and the plant denies you weak. Yep, because you get that cross. So Rexon was looking to take garage in that case, but someone was holding it.
Dokubi also alive longer than she was in the previous round. And Ashen the first to go. Losing your Azami that early, a little bit rough.
Early pick. This is what I was worried about with SSG.
Opening deaths so far, 2 and 7. A player you don't want to fall asleep right now.
Team like Shopify is going to take their fucking time.
Despite how close it's only been 2 strong rounds from SSG on that attack.
I don't know how nasty I have an E3 in scrims.
With last round starting out with a team kill onto an extremely...
Wait, what's happening here? Faults. Okay, this is a counter play. Ambi goes underneath, as we see right now. He's in archives. He's flicking cams. Has a mute chamber for the Deimos track. And for the fucking dough calls. This is a counter.
He'll put one inside a construction and just kind of sit there, and it seems to be he's doing a similar thing on blue stairs.
The worry is, though, now that Shopify know that there's somebody
out there, a smab all week just get shit on by Cruelty.
It's a little bit light, and it's 3 versus 5 if they try and push this.
I believe it.
Ults is kind of zoned off right now. Interesting that he's placed the mute jammer down there and it's disabled the beepers, so you can transition through that without making any noise.
Okay, what's Shopify to do? They know mute's under. He is worried about it, but he's not there for a C4, so Ambi should be able to just sit here. Here's those fires I was talking about. Over the janitor wall. Benja's going to go down. Troy's had those lineups since DZ. Now here comes that sense wall blocking off the Trump player. We're just going to swing in. Troy's going to also smoke because Warden's dead. Why not?
Threat of a flank on blue stairs. The bluff is called by Shopify.
Should be seeing the bomb go down at any moment.
They've got time to drone. They've got time to reset. They've got 4 drones left. Ambi has a death mark on one of the remaining players.
All right, they're taking their time. Why not? Why not take your time? They got 2 picks.
Canadians still got 2 smokes. We still got an ROU projector and 2 flashes and 3 nades.
Here's Gunner on the E3 repel.
It's hard to see how Shopify throws this. Finding the tight angle on
taking their time with the execute, just baiting it.
Nice headshot.
SSG is biting. Freebie. Freebie take.
Round 7 definitely seeming
that's me. That's me.
Yeah, you do just wonder if after the team kill, you just.
It's unfortunate, but like the E3 repel is very important. You have to watch that banana angle for the window take. Like that's your sole fucking job. And it's unfortunate you have to dedicate a player, but that's the fucking job. And obviously, don't let anyone go in lobby and kill everyone windows. But
called by SSG.
Did seem like SSG had a counter there though.
Obviously, it's never great to lose that opening pick. Ashen, he's finding
Fultz on mute for the Dokkaebi, for the Deimos. Like that was again, that was a take that Shopify has already showed.
That double window situation on Azami very well, and is able to navigate not only protecting that repel and making sure that there isn't as much pressure that can be applied through it, but providing a little bit of safety.
Fultz could have died from below. Didn't he get picked early? Or like when they were baiting for plant? I thought they were baiting for plant with the sense and the smokes, and they got Fultz to move. Is that not what happened?
Ashen was alive. He wouldn't have got that because the round played out the way that it did. But it just goes to show how powerful that position can be and how crucial if you're relying on an Azami to keep control of that. And you lose it early.
The Castle ban, yeah. I mean, normally teams are kind of target banning almost CEO. Like Castle, Mira, both good operators for CEO. It's still doable though.
It really is just such a pull. It's just a reversal from yesterday. I mean, Ollie, he was tap dancing on Orgless half the time from that same spot.
Exactly. That's why I bring it up because it was pivotal to a few rounds that were being won.
Don't know how he died. He wasn't trained. Well, that's why I think they took their time. They were worried about Fultz on the mute under, so I think they just. Again, he put those cap fires out. He put the smokes out. They put the sense out. They baited the execute. Shopify or SSG fell for the bait. I think that got Fultz to come out of his blue stair spot.
It not only just goes to show, of course, you know.
Got someone else to move as well. Made it a 4v2. It was really smart. I think SSG is the kind of team that's gonna fall for that stuff. They like to move.
Shopify just looked at the VOD, ready for it, and Ashen has literally no impact. The first one to fall. It's just a different caliber of team at the moment.
Open area, we're running a Cade.
Just 24 hours earlier.
We are going to see Shopify do a surprise. Looks like this is going to be an ISO. And this is why I think they also didn't run open area. This is what I was talking about. Open is super easy to hit. And Glaz right now is kind of the meta of hitting the site. It's so good.
Really annoyed by that.
They don't have any way to deal with Azami, though. And there could be some very annoying Azamis. I think we're going to see Spoik maybe hold the top flank from outside here.
So they're going back to something maybe a little bit more traditional. Maybe trying to keep things...
Ooh, are we baiting? I think we're pulling. Hang on.
At the moment, Rexon...
One of my favorite things to do with ISO strats is that you can easily turn them into a pool. We see Ambi on the buck. Should have realized that. Completely baited SSG, and we see all of them. No one's on the top floor at all. Already gone.
Shopify will take full control of the vertical, and can start using that.
And now they have top floor.
Some angles, though obviously because it's open area, not as many as you would like. Not as many as if it were Teller's Archives. And good for SSG to fall back pretty early. They've got 2 C4s waiting to...
That's one. Yeah, again, one of my favorite things to do with ISOs because you have to respect them with how powerful a direct take is, especially with Glaz. How powerful it is.
Moving downstairs.
You have to fall back.
The marble landing. Maybe move on to blue stairs too if you want.
Yeah, blue's going to be the pinnacle one, isn't it? That's where you're going to get flanked from 9 times out of 10. So having some sort of a handle on that. They've not really got any flank watch operators.
Not going to be able to get hatch open. They don't have anything for that, so they need to look for picks now. They see a guy, maybe if they have the intel. The picks usually come from Teller Archives. If there's no one in there, it's the elevator, and you can trap the elevator guy. And right here, Ashen, I think is going to be the pick. I think we got to go for this. We're going to just send the shield at him. Because you can't execute a 5v5 right now. You need a pick. Ooh, that barbed wire, a little bit of a problem.
Can't really give the game away like that.
Spoit does get one pick to J9.
Shame J9 falls though. But with the 5v4,
I don't know where that was at. Was he not square side?
Pushing into A site and having somebody lock down marble stairs. They've got 4 drones, so not a lot. Even have the manpower to spare.
All right, at this point, we could 5v3 onto the site. Ignore this site player, and I think that's what we're about to see. Ashen, good C4 though. Wow. That was a huge C4. That was actually so smart.
To really throw a wrench into this attack. Not since the guns of Shopify are all lighting up the
good trades though from Shopify regardless of that C4. And they were just playing numbers there. They knew Ashen was in the basement, just quickly hit the 5v3. Ended up working out.
The guns are all over the place. 6-3 Shopify.
Good attack.
Literally just the team kill in the first round, and everything after has looked so.
This is not a map I would want to take Shopify either, Gunner. This is with how powerful ISOs are, with all the outside windows, with everything, all the sites, right? Basement, dirt ISO, open ISO, CEO, oh fucking window ISO, or their cringe fucking OSA S2 ISO. Like this is their map, 100%.
Great position. It was the Azami, so he'll have had some keybers to keep himself safe, but typically not where you want to find yourself when the net starts to tighten. As you mentioned there, Lynx, aside from the team kill, there's not too much to criticize here from Shopify and the attacks that they've been giving us so far. 6-3. It's a fair scoreline for the siege that we've seen.
Open area's ass. The attack didn't have anything and still won. Well, they tried to full-on bunker, and then you just can't sit 5 people in sight. Unless you're VP. And then if you don't sit 5 people in sight, well...
Ooh, I like that from you.
Pretty easy to get picked somewhere else. Again, like Teller's Archives. If you're in Teller's Archives, you're dead. We have top floor control. We can run shields at you. We have vert. If you're in the elevator, it's an easy trap. Main stair, easy trap. So you're kind of stuck in the site. And at that point, because you have the map, you just anaconda that.
How would it be if they actually spawn in and he actually is across the map from Ambi?
10 seconds remaining. I'm having nothing to do with you on spawn.
Nah, just not even doing
and yeah, you can't defend when you have the whole fucking map.
Ambi on the Grim. Did see Ambi play that Grim. They actually did spawn on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, Spoiler said, look, this is my spawn. You need to just go somewhere else.
He said, Troy, you take
it. Okay, Cade banned. So we're going to be seeing the replacement, which is this Rooney tricking patches, which I guess is making a comeback. I'm seeing it a ton in the Brazil League as well. FaZe absolutely loves it. They have loved for a long time just a Rooney trick in the hatch. I never really understood it. Because I feel like, can you not just run on the Irrigate and just take the fucking damage? Or throw a drone on, just whatever. Just get rid of the gate and then put a can or a heart breach device.
But I think on the Deimos, definitely very sensible to put him here. Already open up hatches in the first 45 seconds now that they've banned the Cade. Very simple round from Shopify to start, and honestly, kind of surprised. We don't even see like
they stand on the no, I know that for server, but I'm like some of the other you haven't seen the other ones. I know the server one.
SSG are literally doing a
but FaZe will put one on that red hatch.
All hatches reinforced. Despite the Cade ban, they are playing it as if Cade were up.
I am really surprised to see SSG not contend for any space up here.
Ooh.
We are going to see a reactivation there.
And I don't think there's anywhere to deny the red hatch. Am I right? Red hatch is just extra. Okay.
Shopify said, okay.
I had to think in my head. I'm like, oh, we're not even putting one on server hatch, huh? We put it on the server door.
Instead, we're just going to bring the tin openers.
Keep it deployed. 2, 3, 4. There are 5 hatches the attack can sometimes open on bank, and that is 1 destroyed. So they actually, if they do want to open up,
this is real good time waste. However, Shopify has a shit ton of fucking execute ups.
Well, they're not going to be able to because Canadian's in dirt and he's got one of the remaining ones.
True.
Or 2 of the remaining ones.
Okay, so Ashen and Fultz are just dead underneath the hatch. That's not ideal.
Nice. He finally got his LOL back to Fultz.
The Warden and the Azami were both playing server. Okay, he sees another guy going for this res.
Finally got him.
I think, guys, I'm sorry. I think Ashen might just be dead. Like,
Wait.
Finishes him off with the Twitch drone too. Yeah, I think Rexon understanding that situation quite plainly. Ashen's a freebie. You could leave him alive just to try to keep baiting.
Okay.
Ninja tries to go for a retake, but Rexon's
All right, that was desperation. That's GG. That's GG.
One of the highest rated players in the league, and nobody's taken his spot after this game. Especially if he finds any more kills in the late. Is it a flawless?
Wow, flawless round. Flawless execute. Tried to bunker against Shopify. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen against them. There's too many options on bank.
Remain undefeated.
Ah, jeez. Yeah, that was an ah, jeez moment for sure. Ah, jeez. Looks almost as bad as you, huh? Almost?
To have some serious bite and some wits about them here tonight. I'm not going to sit here and say that they rolled over for Shopify, but it was by no means the game that we thought it was going to be.
No, I don't think so.
Ah, jeez.
I definitely think for Space Station, obviously, you know,
yeah, keyword was the almost, yep.
It's still above M80 at the end of the day, so it's not like it's going to matter a whole lot.
I got to see what the map bans was there. We have that updated, right? How did we end up on bank, huh?
Next week, but before that, we'll see the desk right after
How did we end up on bank? SSG taking out Lair, SSG taking out Club, Labs, Sky. Do they not play Sky? Thought this was going to be closer. I think a lot of people thought it was going to be closer because they're, you know, top 4 teams. But it's kind of like rock, paper, scissors in NA. I mean, it's like that in other regions. And Shopify just kind of counters the play style of Space Station. Too many passive players. Space Station moves a lot. And, I mean, even on bank, like, they got too many answers for things. If they're going to hard roam like the first round we saw to Space Station, they're just going to do an ISO strat against you. If you're going to try to bunker up, they're just going to take the map. And they're going to have so many executes. Yeah, Troy's been really good at bank for a really long time. Again, I did like it did seem like they had some prep plays. SG had a couple prep plays for him on that map. But there's something to like seeing something in a VOD and thinking you can counter it versus something like actually playing against it. Right? You see that with like VP a lot. You're like, oh, they're gonna run the same take back. Let's just run this defense and counter them. And it's like, yo, there's something they did a little bit different to play it. Wish we had seen Sky instead. Yeah, probably. I don't know what SSG Sky's like. I just feel like SSG, I feel like it's a Sky team. SSG got too many shooters. Yeah. Have not been impressed with their meta op usage. I don't know if this meta is one for them, but at the same time, you look at Furia. Like, if they're trying to rock the Furia playstyle, like, I mean, Furia doesn't use that many. They're using a ton of, like, other shit, like Zero. Did you see Packer get done dry? Yes. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Guys, we don't talk about that game that happened earlier. Dreams in chat, guys. Can we relax? All right. We don't. There was no other NA games that were played. All right. Next up should be DZ Envy, by the way. I don't know why I said should be, like it might not happen. But DZ Envy. JJ Blaz. I must put JJ in my title. That would have got the views for sure. DZ versus Envy. Cloud9 hasn't played in weeks. Yeah. Yeah, they're just on a break, guys. That's all. They're just on a break. Poor Envy. Why do you say that, Gunner? What are you predicting here? You we glazing DZ in the chat? Yeah, Kenny said we're gonna see a Sky today. He promised me. He said, why not test out Sky? And if I don't see Sky, I'm going to be appalled.
Reset. Listen, we can spam for this smoke. They have no nitro. I can plant.
Okay, I'm gonna just start yinging. I'm gonna start yinging.
Yeah, start yinging.
I'll spam for smoke. I'll spam for smoke.
Red Hall smoke. Already smoke. I can
Red
move
Hall,
the beast.
Red Hall.
Smoke dead. Smoke dead.
Yo,
Let's go. GG's,
Let's
boys.
go.
Let's fucking game.
Was that not the most pumped up we've heard them?
Free ass right there. You can't see.
7
Free ass.
victory from Shopify against
Was that not the
SSG.
most
A game
pumped
that
up
we
they've
thought
sounded
was
in a
going to
win?
be just a tad bit closer. Not necessarily the case, but that's a great showing from SR.
Hey,
Yeah,
called it.
that was amazing. That was an amazing showing. I mean, I had a feeling when I went to a map like Bank, it's really hard to be aggressive and use that SSG synergy. And obviously, we saw Cruelty taking them to that map. Cruelty just, wasn't really well matched up for a team like SSG on it. But obviously, SR, way better setup.
Yeah, either way, we have an interview ready as well with Ambi from
DC's
side
not
of
going
SR.
Sky.
You
You're
guys
saying
have
Kenny's
been
lying?
adding points after points after points. You're on a hot streak, yet to actually lose a game. Would love to hear what it is that you have been focusing on individually to contribute to the success of this roster.
I mean, individually, it's just doing my job. I'm an entry, and I got Troy, one of the best callers. And
Oh, I thought
Spoit Willie, who's also entry.
I thought Ambi was
Side.
IGL.
So it's just gotta do my job, and hopefully we do good.
Yeah, well, I mean, you did great today. And as an entry, when you're playing up against a team that's very aggressive like SSG, what are some things that you look for? Is there a difference in the way that you play against a team like SSG compared to a team that's more passive?
I mean, I think we're just we know they play aggressive, so just making sure we don't get cut off guard. Just be gun up everywhere you go. Just make sure they don't cheese us. I think we know we can win if we don't get cheesed and we don't get spawn peeked.
Right.
And we didn't get cheesed and get spawn peeked, and we won.
But you specifically, you as the entry, you're going in. Ashen's on the other side. Like, what are you thinking in that moment? Is there anything specific that you keep in mind when you're going up against SSG? You, not your team. You.
I mean, for me, it's just asking for drones, and then also just when you get in the map, it's not if they power you, you gotta think of it they're gonna power you, so be gun up and just kill them when they power you. It's not a question if they're going to.
Well, Ambi, I obviously want to say congratulations.
I kind of they're talking about the same things we used to talk about on DZ.
I mean, you have been consistent
when you're playing a team like
joining
SSG.
the league, and I mean, it's not ending here. And I want to kind of ask, I mean, why no Aurora being played today? I really enjoyed the Aurora play that you guys used in LFO, especially during your bank. I mean, obviously that goes without saying. Certain teams, maybe your theory crafting, but I was kind of disappointed we didn't get to see that because I think you guys really are the one team that truly is adopting Aurora into the meta, and I was a little bummed that we didn't get to see it today.
I mean, we gotta change it up. Usually Richie goes Aurora, so we gotta change it up sometimes.
Well, I mean, you changed it up and you got it done.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
I mean, we saw the sense variation, which they also ran last bank as well.
For that as well. So
Sense, Aurora, that's the same thing. They kind of do the same jobs.
That I think a lot of people are going to be looking forward to. But once again, congrats on you guys' win. It's been another successful week added to the books. Hope you guys have a great weekend, and we'll see you around.
Did you see Super's post on X called DZ NA Furia? Let me see.
Yeah.
He is by far one of my favorite players in the entire league.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt.
No, such a lovable guy. I mean, he's been playing the game almost as long as us.
Well, yeah, I mean, when we were playing...
A lot of work to do to catch up to NA Furia, but not bad so far. Wait, isn't it because, who said NA Furia? Someone said on cast. I think it's the closest team we have
Element. Qualifiers are today.
to Furia. Was that Fox?
Yeah, that is
Maybe he's referencing that.
Today, right
Unless he's
now,
referencing their border.
I don't even know.
Because
but
some of those border attacks are kind of looking like Furious attacks.
Stay
But
here because we're here
We got one game.
Either way, it's been a good game from the side of Shopify. And something that we highlighted, or that you highlighted specifically, Lax, yesterday, was the fact that when we're looking at Canadian as the IGL, he's not necessarily high up there.
They said it on cast like 3 times. Okay, that could be why then.
When it comes to, getting the kills, not dying as often, but the Blacklight detail is going to be going to him as a bit of showing that today he did show up and he was able to, win these gunfights.
I mean, I think he shows up in the game every single game, maybe not on the stats, but in terms of the overall team's performance, you have to give give credit to Troy. I mean, he does do a very good job at moving the pieces around. You saw Ambi give him praise in that interview. But again, Troy, he was shooting today like he was back on EG or back on CTM. Old Troy. I mean, sure, you're not going to be looking at Troy when you see the stats of being like, okay, Troy's going to be the #1 gunner on that roster. That's just not going to be a thing. It's his brain.
Do SSG make EWC?
Sheer reason why?
Yeah, I think so.
Certain rounds fluctuate in a certain way, and I think
so.
isn't just about aim. And Troy is exactly a player that you can watch that you don't have to
Like to make EWC, you don't got to worry about
mindset. And a player like Troy,
SSG versus Shopify. You're talking like, can SSG beat?
and even in that round,
Shit, I was about to say Wildcard, and Wildcard did beat them. So, but I like those kind of teams.
Banter trying to go for another plant brings the round back. I mean, Troy.
I do think they should make it.
To be aiming at the highest level, it's his brain that gets him over the skill gap.
I mean, you should definitely be saying that to some of the newer teams out here because, you know, stats is something that everyone is so focused on and so worried about. But obviously, there's a big difference between the way Canadian IGL is compared to an IGL like NAF, for example, because Canadian is very micromanaging, very into what his teammates are doing, always making sure every single piece of the puzzle is working and going accordingly, very hands-on all around the map. So obviously some IGLs like to be able to give a more general calling, let the players do what they need to do, and then just focus on their own game. But Canadian is always hands-on. That's why he's so talented, and you know, he's one of the oldest players, if not the oldest player, still playing competitively, and he's doing a great job. And we saw that, obviously, breaking apart SSG.
Yeah, speaking of NAF, he's coming up next with DZ against NV, a game that we're looking forward to because at this point, DZ genuinely looks unbeatable. Can NV, out of all the rosters that they've gone up against, do it? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure they can.
JJ versus Spirits? Come on. What are we talking about here? Have I seen the amount of cheaters in T3, T4 Siege in EU? No, I have not. Like in quals or something like that? Like what's happening? What's happening, huh? All right, we're on a little bit of a break.
Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbo.
We do have some people in Element Quals. We have Blitz happening? Wait, really? We got Core versus Core Academy? What the hell is this game? Core versus Core Academy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
3 rounds. Not ideal for a defense, but definitely not bad.
Turtle beat T5. Of course my boys did.
Coming out
that should have been an easy game.
Maybe looking like Core Academy trying to go Nitro Cell fishing, as there are a lot of Nitro Cells active. Only
Quals League actual play days. Wow, I didn't know Moss was that bad.
Academy here. A lot of Nitro Cells. Hopefully
7-2. Nice.
Blitz, maybe try and get rid of the Ibana hanging around upstairs. Maybe
Epic subbing in for Butcher. Wait, Butcher's on this team now? The underage goat joined all the other underage goats.
Looks like
Kaysen.
A little bit of 2 and 2. Looks like 2 people on the ground floor, 2 people on the upper floor here. Looks like Core will.
It's a good pickup. I was wondering if he was going to go here.
They can find Inrio's switch drone will get sniffed out, but not before Adept can shoot it. Looks like Adept will be left empty there. Looks like Inrio.
A little different from Pro League, huh, chat?
Utility. Play a little bit more calmly.
A little different.
Looks like Spiff and Epic will be trading shots. Looks like Soapy and Focal will be finding picks. And we get under with 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go here. Epic trying to find something.
I feel like this is, we just see people peek and shit.
It's starting to get interesting.
We're just peeking.
Franklin takes care of Soapy, and these players are going at it.
Franklin 2-piece. Put the camera on him. This guy's 11-3. Bomb going down.
He's going to look to put that plant down as well in the depths of Bathroom. Not a single defender is going to have anything to say about it, as it will successfully go down. And Franklin plants his feet in Bathroom.
Yeah, this guy's... Wait. This guy's on Goyo. He had... Okay, I couldn't circle in time. He had 4 Goyos in his pocket, and he's peeking? What the fuck were we doing? T2 Siege. Well, I guess T3 Siege.
No air jab set up.
What? That's wild. What? Oh my.
But you can't even get past that first roadblock, as now Core advance 4-2 as they switch on to the defense.
This is worse than ranked. Hey. Oh man. Some things don't change. That's crazy. Oh my. We just want to, like, at this level, from what I've learned, people just want to shoot. Like, that's it. There's, like, no strategy, no impressive strategy at this level. We're just... a lot of moving around too much.
Core Academy here. Definitely interesting. Not a lot of clash being played on the defense.
However, with that said, I have, like, the Core Academy, there's a lot of shooters on that team. Like, we played against those guys a lot. I actually do think that Butcher guy's really good.
Looks like Castle and Ace will be the other two.
And this Core team has looked really good in T2. They were nice enough to scrim us, and that was definitely a good learning lesson for the guys.
Looks like Core going for pretty standard.
Are they like one of the T2 favorite teams?
Standard, the Smoke, the Mira, the Goyo. I mean, I don't think we've seen anything but these.
How's Turtle doing right now in quals? I think we won our first 2 games. I think we just played.
Even more time. Looks like Core gonna play
Let's
very
see.
bunkered up here. Looks like Core Academy trying to get rid of a lot of utility with the IQ, the Twitch, and the
Come on.
Flores here. Will definitely be interesting to see.
Looks like we just played T5. Kind of want to know what map we played.
Looks like the rest of Core doing the same, trying to.
Don't tell me we. Ooh, we played Border. Nice. Well, 7-2 Border. I don't know who any of those players were. Let's see. Who else we have to play today? Looks like, ooh, possible University of... Oh, we're going to be waiting a while. What's happening on this side of the bracket? Holy shit, guys are about to be chilling for a minute. But most likely playing University of Cincinnati here. Just had to remember who's on this team. Oh, the Cheese Boss. Oh, no. Not the fucking Cheese Boss, please.
We saw how many plants that game, or that side. I mean, I saw 3+ at least. And that's a problem that Core Academy are going to have to address. I mean, you're on the away turf, so you're given the benefit of the doubt. But still, you need to find a response, because if you continue down this path, 7-2 is very likely. And that is definitely not the way you want to start off on the best of 3.
Is that guy just running in? Wait, what did I just see?
Because normally after 7-2,
oh yeah, Epic, okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if we
pretty typical East.
7-1 or
Epic, the downstairs lurk, walking up bar, taking a lot of damage. Hello? Epic?
Looks like a smoke canister will be popped to almost no avail. Definitely going to have to prone underneath, as they know Kaysen is watching.
Ooh, scary nade there.
Squeeze away. Looks like Spiff will find one onto Epic. Looks like Sophie will be taken down.
No way we thought we were that safe. There's no way we thought we could just run across there.
Great for Core Academy. They need to find something, and they need to find it fast.
2 fatalities here for Core Academy. Sophie and Epic haven't been able to find anything this game. They've been finding those picks, but sometimes they've been mostly empty.
Core just got to back up here. You got Miras. Please don't give these guys picks. You just let them trade up the round for no fucking reason. Why are we still in CC? You're making the game a shooting game for no reason.
Now, Lucky has done a lot of legwork. Kaysen is still left alive here as we find ourselves at level. They've set each other up, and sometimes playing as a team can mean sacrificing yourself if you can find.
Yo, what up, Cam?
Because that refrag was inevitable by swinging out onto that triple wall. Just below a minute left means you have to be able to slow down and think about what is next. What's that next step? You managed to starve out all 3 canisters from rivals' pockets, and Focal only has an impact. The biggest problem will definitely be the Surya gates and those Vulcan canisters. And the question is, how will you be able to address it? The perfect use of utility. The perfect slow, calm composure from Core Academy. They try and prioritize the use of a shock drone, but it's instantly shot out, meaning we're going to have to go to the old, reliable gunfights. Rival residing close on the Archives door means we're going to have 2 1v1s isolated here, as he is going to continue and play passive. And as he looks to get aggressive, Kaysen,
wow, that was real aggressive. We couldn't bait a bomb plant out. We also have 2 smokes. Why are we not baiting out a plant? We have 2 smokes.
2 seconds to try to win it against him, but the defenders win it at the last second. Only an inch left for mistake.
Okay. All right, we're done here.
That's the round. As now.
We're back to Pro League, guys. The contestants a title already?
I mean, that bright that's going to be shining on him. I don't know how much is, I mean, it's probably going to be peeking through a little crack.
I mean, we've seen
today.
some upsets.
True.
Who knows? You know,
True.
Envy's had some good routes going into the NAL so far.
But it is DZ.
Yeah, it is DZ, but, you know, maybe DZ approaches it and they don't show some respect. I don't know. I mean, probably
and
not.
C9 lost to...
That was...
Yeah, we're not going to go in there.
Parallel.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Let's talk about the DZ roster, what you love to call the Swiss Army knife. They have literally everything that they need at this point.
Yeah, they've been so consistent, and there's really no stop to the welcome wagon that Dark Zero has brought throughout this new stage of the NAL. I mean, it's been a cakewalk for DZ this week. Obviously, they're hoping to be able to continue it going against Envy, as close to perfection as a team can be when it comes to having the ability to play every single style of play. They can be slow, they can be fast. Really, since bringing on Spirits and Citizens, it's just been able to add so much more flexibility to the roster, and it doesn't look like there's necessarily one weakness that the team has been able to expose. On all maps, all different playstyles, and every different look, really the only team that could maybe contest against them at this rate would probably be SR, and we're all desperately waiting for that matchup to come. But, you know, as we talk about it, every single day, there's a different player that's at the top of the leaderboard for the team that's performing exuberantly. But yesterday, it was NJR, and thankfully so, because NJR has been a player that's been a little overlooked throughout this stage. He's been so consistent, but he is a player that is so good at holding these death spots, these difficult positions to hold. Everybody knows NJR on a rappel, NJR in a corner. More often than not, NJR is going to win that fight. But on a map like Clubhouse, when you're holding rafters, when you're holding dirt tunnel, who are you going to put in that position? NJR, and he followed through every single one of those positions. He held for dear life and was getting kill after kill from them, making it look easy when these positions are so claustrophobic.
I mean, we talked about everyone yesterday, and Nathan specific, but we haven't really been able to highlight NJR because he's kind of just been on that back burner, but still getting the job done. We just haven't been able to highlight him, but now, and especially in yesterday's game, I mean, he was bringing back losable rounds, especially in that basement defense on his smoke, where you're talking about that dirt round in specific. Yeah. He made so many of those kills go in the favor of DZ, bringing it back, but he does play that flex support role now, where he is taking a step back. He has to take that step back, but he's such a strong piece that he's an immovable object, essentially, on that bit. And again, it speaks to that Swiss Army knife, that every single player on this roster, and when you look at a championship-winning roster, I think you made the analogy yesterday that this is a similar to Look of Furia. It speaks in.
We can't say that. We can't say that. Super tweeted about it, made me feel uncomfortable that I said it. Now he made me feel bad about calling them the NA Furia. So now SR is the NA phase, so that's like the meme I'm going with. So hopefully we'll see them play eventually.
No, but it is crazy though that you're saying like the back burner and then his KD is 13-7, because that is not even the KD of some of the best players when we see for the teams towards the lower side of things. And Envy is kind of like in the middle of the pack, not hitting that top 6, not showing us some things, not showing us some things. C9 at this point, I'm gonna yeet toward the bottoms of the standings.
Yeah.
Because like, what's going on?
You know, resilience and fun is what kept them in the fight yesterday. I mean, we saw yesterday it wasn't the pretty sight for either Cloud9 or Envy, but
Cloud9 either today.
Yeah, well, true. The biggest takeaway for Envy, though, is they finally got points on the board. You can start to feel good. You know where things went wrong. You know where things obviously went right. And where things went right was actually on their defensive half. That's where we completely saw them claw back. You made a great point as of yesterday, even when I was critiquing them, that their resilience is what kept them alive. And this is their entry stats on their defensive side, that you only lost one opening engagement, but every other one they turned into an opening round 1. They turned into a conversion win rate at 100%. I mean, they were doing such a good job on that defensive end. But that's the thing, you can't ignore the attack, because there is two sides of the coin here. You're doing the easier job, which again, statistically, defense will be the easier side of things. And if you want to make a name for yourself, you want to make a name for your team, you also have to be doing on attack. And even in round 1,
their team already has a name.
Well, kind of Envy, but go on and on. I mean, round 1, we don't get to see the setup here properly. There was no drones, a lack of understanding of how to approach the site. Had they just drone, had they just took the time here, they would have clearly realized that Cloud9 isn't even in the site. They could have taken all of Karaoke, went for the plant. Instead, they just get too overzealous, taking too much map control that they don't need. It falls apart. Then you fast forward into round 3. This is just a sloppy pinch. In my opinion, DeMonte should just stay extended, allow the player to come down black, get that pick, player jumping in the window, just go for that proper pinch. But instead, it just gets way too chaotic, and it just speaks into these are the faults in their attacks, where you have JJ Blast warming up right now, doing a little hokey pokey, But the fact of the matter is we have to see better attacks. And JJ Blast said himself, he knows that their attacks weren't successful yesterday. He knows where they need to fix it. And it's just those small things, if they just quickly identify those in those moments and grasp a better hold of it, their attacks will look fundamentally sound.
Yeah, and we also have the map veto in terms of where we're going to be going for this final game of today. So what are we expecting here, considering you'd hope that Envy plays this out correctly to put themselves in the driver's seat?
I mean, there's no real bad map for Dark Zero at the end of the day. When it comes to Envy, you know that your defenses were very good yesterday, so obviously you want to go to a map that you're going to be favorable on the attack. I'm expecting maybe a smaller map that forces that trade potential, and that's what we're going to see. Cafe, very comfortable map for DZ. Every map's comfortable map for DZ, so let's focus more on the Envy side of things. It is a good map for them. When it comes to defense, they know that it's good. They'll be forced to be able to trade. The attacks is where it's really going to come down to for Envy. They need to be able to at least get a 3-3 split. Anything more would be better for them.
I mean,
a 3-3 is the bare minimum that they need.
DZ is so smart for picking this. One, they haven't shown it yet, so they're flexing their max pool a little bit, but I mean, they already have VODs on Envy in terms of playing against Shopify, in terms of playing against, who was the other team? SSG. And SSG showing the last one was a 2-7. I mean, DZ is going to do a fantastic job, I'm sure, at picking apart of Envy's defense and exploiting all of their weaknesses and really punishing them because they didn't look convincing on the other cafes previously.
So then when it comes to predictions, obviously, I'm assuming.
I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, but you know what, guys? I have been saying obviously, and then you guys go, no, I'm actually going to go for what was it? It was M80. I'm actually going to go for OXG because, like, OXG.
And we were wrong. So
all right, chat. What match is coming up? Who's playing?
Really smart map, makes perfect sense why they have footage, confident on it. When it comes to Envy, if they can change,
Keynote tweet. Wow.
Like you said, they know what they did right, they know what they did wrong. If they can do right what they did wrong.
Yeah, I just forgot who was playing next.
They'll be a lot better suited for Dark Zero.
It might still not be enough, but either way, they are going to give it a try because at the end of the day, this is their chance to get points on the board, whether that's by winning or pushing this to OT. It is Envy.
Oh, DZ's playing. Oh, okay. DZ on Cafe. Wow. DZ Envy Cafe.
Up today, DZ going up against
Yeah, there's no buys here, guys. Come on. We're just chilling.
Ginny, thank you very much.
We're just chilling.
Lax, I'm so glad that you came in with that point about Envy on Cafe because I was going to get ready here to really disagree with Fox. And that's unlike me because I've been a lot of what he has said here tonight, but I'm not too sure.
JJ got a free win. That's a hot take.
It's going to be
DZ on Cafe.
Very seldom taken to.
I feel like, yeah, DZ's been good at Cafe for a long time. Long time. Bob Ross, thank you for the 2 months. Take my money, old man, he says.
Stands to reason at 89%.
I will do, indeed. Thank you very much.
That's the thing, right? Is like, obviously, you know, are Dark Zero the best? Technically, points-wise, no, after the game against Shopify. But we currently have 2 undefeated teams in NA. And, I mean, it's Playday 6. We got the Super Week in a couple weeks. You might as well start talking about it. I mean, I'm really hoping we get a rematch from last stage where we had not only all 15 rounds in a map, but all 5 rounds.
Just a comfy
in
t-shirt.
best of 3. Based on how it's
nice.
looking, I'm excited for that Dark Zero Shopify game.
All right. Anyway, yeah, interesting map. I'm very excited to watch DZ on Cafe because I feel like this is a map you don't typically take DZ to.
Against a team that, unfortunately, on Skyscraper to be fair, but
they are going to take out the Castle and the Azami. Very, very good bands.
that ended up being the difference maker.
That's going to get rid of any cigar extensions, any aggressive piano plays with the Azami. And now, going to have to rely on some vision ops. Looks like Valk, Mozzie. Mira's also up. Could see some Mira.
They've only won 65% of the rounds they played.
Did I expect Shopify SSG to get away? I did. As soon as I saw the map, I did. But Shopify's SSG's kryptonite.
5v01s, of course, but yeah. Actually, and you know what? It's actually kind of a weird trend inside of NA.
Really good commentary. Really good commentary we're hearing.
But M80, they're like that. Better attacking percentage, cruelty. They are like that. SSG, attacks and defense about tied. It is. You are correct. Like, you're not wrong. It is just like weird that this stage of NA, it's like there are quite a few teams. Both
we're seeing what I would call a tarp bunker on the mining site, which is where you double reinforce tarp,
kind of explain it behind
and you play pretty bunkered up top.
Weaker teams and start off on the attack potentially.
Yeah.
That's always a way of it.
Very bunkered, layered style here on mining, which is interesting. Snake also, the king of cafe spawn peeking, goes way back to TSM. This guy's every single round spawn peeking something on cafe. Usually it's that red stairs window. Very curious if we're going to see that later.
Looking more specifically to cafe and where we are.
But interesting to see a tarp bunker, because I feel like it's pretty easy to ISO. Just take the piano control, start working the site guy, and there's no way to help because you reinforce yourself off.
In the middle. Castle and Azami both taken away.
Well, I'll be streaming SAL tomorrow, yes.
Let's go.
And then we'll be... It should sync up with watching the guys.
Makes me sad he's not being brought, but I'll accept it. Especially when you got Pamazoo on the Dokeby, Spirits on the Deimos. I will say, actually, a bit of a surprise.
Assuming things go well today, of course, for the rest of the Turtle Quals.
A lot of teams banned the shield against Spirits in one of the first two, because he likes to play that operator. But getting deeper into the stage, maybe it's falling out of practice, and Envy maybe just got some greater priorities. I certainly don't blame them for taking out that Ying. Don't blame him for taking out the Capitan either, but...
DZ's variation at the cryo take. We saw Spirits on the main entry. He just repelled in through the cryo window off the nade.
So far past, Emilio can't even play the trade right there.
Doubled up on the white repel.
Spirits is just completely unbothered. He's just
Spirits is just in the map.
Rival will get the trade, but he's got two different
players
covering his back on white stairs.
I think he might be the only one actually in the map. We do see Pamazoo lurking red stairs side, but that was pretty much all Spirits.
He's literally the handle too.
Top floor control completely given here. Oh, they gotta fix this, guys. They gotta fix this commentary.
He didn't even know.
A lineup that was pretty C4 heavy. From
Ace coming off the Knave, really good pick. They're obviously able to go around the Cade Claw. Hatch is going to be open.
Snake is a little bit
JJ going to try to play a late round here. No C4? Okay, play for the red flank. Okay. Walls reinforced. They could just plan on that wall.
Hence the vertical pressure. Not allowing them to be in the
Easy really taking their time for the execute.
On the periphery. They are or could be in position ready to catch. Some util getting thrown in now.
JJ gave away, but oh, he didn't hear it. NJ didn't hear it.
Very aggressive.
That's top floor control.
Only got 10 seconds left. I was about to
wow.
say, Envy round. Citizen hops over.
How did Envy win this round?
Nice kill, but based on how this started with that aggressive push by Spirits,
how did we throw the round? Little late round aggression. No flank cam for red. Cade walking up red in the big 2-5. Come on.
I really like about side is that
unlike DZ in that round.
Why not? Why not make a rotate? Yeah, we've got advantage in this situation. We've no utility to deny a plan.
Sloppy. I mean, what I do want to see out of Envy, like what they did there, is those late round executes when DZ is about to execute. Seems like they're at their weakest. We saw that in the wild card game, and it caught him there. But you would hope you don't lose 2 picks and go down 5v3 and have to make rounds. Make the hero plays like that every single round.
And can't complain either.
Envy 7-0. I will eat this shirt.
About that very, very strong start. Only able to get 2 defenses against SSG the last time they played Cafe inside of the NA League. Already 50% of the way there. One of those rounds.
Envy jersey underneath? Nah. So, I would. Hey, I'll take every. Envy jersey's sick. I'm an Envy fanboy from back in the Call of Duty days.
All of that. You still get to go down to the bottom floor as the next site. Feeling quite good. We'll see what the setup is as JJ bringing out the Clash. Can rotate all across this bottom floor as with the hatch reinforced teams Envy are not going for the roam. So there'll probably be some bottom white players. JJ could reinforce there. Code check, Bakery. He can go wherever.
I like how Envy are willing to not grant access or not give away access for free to the building. It's quite an aggressive hold that JJ's on right now. He's got the full garage reinforced, playing the Clash. He's got a little bit of support on the backside as well. isn't going to be entirely straightforward.
I think we're just going to see a normal full clear here.
DZ don't exactly have a wealth of hard.
Love that we're seeing spirits just on this Deimos.
You know, open up garage and open up.
No shield needed yet.
Everything else that they may want to do if they want to get the hatch inside a kitchen, for example. They have to be a little bit cautious as to where they choose to use that util. For the start.
They don't know yet, but I mean, this is completely free. Clash walking outside. What's JJ up to?
Taking that ground and making sure that nobody can make a late rotation. We've got Nate to lock that.
We'll see a gridlock for the flanks. Whitehall push.
Both rotate operators here.
Hatch going to be open here from Citizen pretty easily.
And the Nomad can start to turn their attention in toward this dining area.
And this is the right way to do vert right here. These breach charges on the outside of the wall make all the vert you need. And then combine that with Buck, Pambazoo. You didn't even got a kill here. Wow.
Kind of a sleeper operator we don't often talk about on bakeries. When a Rooney gets played, it's not really the utility. It's just with how long or how many long angles are on this site. Having that DMR in play, whether she can peek from bakery to freezer or freezer to bakery. Just an operator.
All right, how are they going to want to go to execute this? Because I don't know if we were able to get the Goyo fires here. Looks like we popped the Sinks one. Okay.
You got plenty of utility to do it too.
We're going to have to nade if there's any bunker. We don't have Twitch.
Real antsy, I imagine, and likely start falling back. As Envy underneath.
Looks like they might be going for a back execute. Yep. You're trying to pixel peek NJR? Come on. Oh, Nick just walking. Okay. Nick is just going. Amelia, bad mistake there. Cannot stay whiskey. If they start taking back, you have to get out of there.
JJ trying to support. Both end up paying the price. No good deed goes unpunished. We saw a
cat?
Snake 3K against Shopify on this.
I know we're supposed to be watching Snake right now, but we got a cat sighting. Hang on.
So.
He went for the down kill instead of the guy pushing.
Got himself an exit frag.
Yeah, Nick was moving there. Most aggressive NJR move. That guy wanted another.
I like how they just kind of ignored the clash in garage. It was definitely. Well, there would have been a temptation to just be like, oh, there's a clash in garage, we need to get rid of that. No, just stick to the plan. Take the top floor, open the hatch. They didn't have the whole utility to deal with that at that time, and instead of fighting there, they fought where they were a lot stronger. The shot from NJR, though, on those brown stairs, I mean, that was just... Was that a nice shot? Yes, it was.
The team, do you feel like it was due to complacency and skipping steps? Do you think it was less...
It was a lovely shot. Well
maybe ego-wise shady, but anytime we weren't a top 4 team or whatever it was, I think it was more due to us being at a slump rather than other teams being better. I just think NA has always been top heavy, and you know, if we were to ever miss a LAN or something like that, it would definitely be due to complacency or something. I mean, look, after we won Charlotte, we got complacent, even though we had tons of talks that we weren't going to be, and that's what ultimately led to a rebuild after Charlotte. Players not putting it as much. Like, some people just win and they think you don't got to do anything anymore. When in reality, when you win, you have to work even harder.
Bring it in the 3rd round. We'll see how effective it is. It'll be good for this top floor clear. Saw him push up Whitehall as Deimos. And if he wants to do the same thing,
Spirits, first shield moment here.
We will see some top floor pressure from, well, from DZ, I'd imagine.
Got complacent to Charlotte, my bad.
No, it's too early. I like to be a full clear. Oh. Drone flies in. We'll spot Snake. You'll have to back up. No Azami on the board because it's banned. Means you'll have to fall back to Pixels. Got the magnets to play behind. Like that from Snake. Tries to get some info. He's humble. Doesn't try to push it too far.
That nade kills anyone Pixel.
No, just placed within the limit.
Should have got the BP. That BP is broken. Like, that BP spot does multiple nades I've seen at that. Just no way to clear that thing.
Even a Twitch to try and get rid of that.
Looking like another cryo take here. AKA Spirit swinging in. Top floor. All players outside. What are we going to see?
Onto that garage door. He's anticipating a run out. And I'm be honest, I don't think the run out's going to come.
Yep. Cryo take full 100% here.
There we go.
Nade from Spirits, flashes from Citizen. You got Nick on the upside down white render repel.
Pretty quiet.
This C4 is going to be huge.
A lot of setup from DZ. Oh, hello.
Twist runs out. Where's the white? White player. Where's Nick?
Moving to clear out bathroom as Twist has completely given up the position. Every defender safe for one.
Should have top floor now.
Cocktail down to the site, and
Really default classic DZ take here. Full top floor control. Minute left though. And here's the problem. You got Nafe with hard breaches. That's about it besides Pambazoo on a shotgun. How do we want to end the round? Only 50 seconds here. No picks given to us.
Ooh, 1C4 gonna dodge there.
Only one left.
I mean, is DZ's position looking particularly good here?
Don't peek. No reason to peek there, JJ.
Make slower. They've got some breaching charges, but for 35 seconds, you'd maybe want a little bit more here. Nate's going to rotate and open up that piano hatch, or at least leave it as an option for later. They are going to have to drop and get something going here, and he also holds the diffuser.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about this. Like, a late execute really works if you got a sledge or a buck, but I mean...
We're letting Spirits of 1 HP get one. Nick go. Oh, boom. Wow. Planner lived.
Doesn't shoot the C4, but he tanks it instead. We'll take that one. Bit of a Pyrrhic victory in that 1v1 versus the utility.
Wow.
Spirits does his job.
The kings of the late round are here. DZ. Round that I probably don't think they should have won late round execute. Doesn't seem like Envy really had a good win con for that. Obviously, they're going to walk in.
Dark Zero with 2 in a row.
I don't know
what are teams talking about on D in the mid round or late round? They should be talking about, okay,
I don't think I've seen him.
What's the next step? Like, what is the attack going to do?
I'm not going to say tanking them.
Right, you might see what operators they have. You kind of are anticipating the top down coming. You're calling for C4s if need be. And then, like, it's probably a default. Like, what are we going to do to stop default plant?
And to be honest,
what is our plan here? Are we going to flank white? Are we going to go for a power through the site? Does someone have util? Are we going to C4 it?
DZ didn't put loads of work in there for that plan. They did a top floor clear, didn't do the vert control, and then just tried to have a Blackbeard hold the plant. It isn't a reliable way to get the diffuser down. Oh, Nate did take damage there as well. He must have been just outside of the kill range.
Spirit's failing to shoot the C4 dying, and then the guy planting not dying is really funny. It's just like, oh, that's... I feel bad for the defender. Like, oh, I got a kill. Ah, the plant's gone down.
Yeah, like, it's all right, I've stopped the plant. Just stay alive, stay alive.
Oh, I stopped the plant. No, you killed Spirits. That guy's not planting. That guy's never planted.
Roster moves after Charlotte. I just know we got rid of Hyper. Right, Hyper stepped away. Who did we get?
Reading room again. Well, they did, and they, you know, didn't go great.
It's a great question. Timeline's not coming to me.
Now moving over to the mining side instead on the second floor. Dark Zero just not complicating things. I mean, Ollie, we had 3 shields up. Spirits only plays it once. We got Dokkaebi up. Only saw that once. Instead, it's a lot of boring ops. And I don't mean that as an insult.
It's a weird flex. It's a weird flex.
What do you mean?
Well, they can win rounds with the boring ops.
Rice, are we sure?
Bro, this is NGR's
I thought we had
striker.
I thought we had Skies and a Cheat before we had Rice.
He really wants those claymores and those nades.
Like,
leave him alone.
Do I think they're making decent money?
One nice shot and just like, I'm retired.
I have no idea.
I'm a striker main now.
Probably. I mean, I don't know.
And the hop as well.
It's probably reasonably priced depending, like, with the team they are.
Pinpoint accuracy onto Twist. He's still yet to find the scoreboard, and that is not his first opening death either.
Pambazoo follow up onto the second. I mean, 5v3, a minute 10 seconds into the round.
DZ is really good at getting top floor on this map in general, and they're proving it again. However, Envy is playing more layered setups. I don't really think, especially with Mira, Castle, Zombie gone, that is the 3 power-ups on defense. All gone from Dark Zero. Almost impossible to hold on a top floor control with all 3 of those gone. So Envy are playing good by layering, but giving picks while they're doing it is not good. That is their downfall. Did get a C4 pick. Spirits down, it's pretty big. But they got all the map control they kind of need. This is where Envy, again, needs to be talking about what is our win con here.
It can start to rip open.
You see Rival over in reading. JJ in mining still. JJ kind of needs to stay alive. Him going down there, it's wraps. Yep, it's a flank play. That's it. They're putting themselves in really bad late round positions where they have to go for desperation moves. Playing under vertical. Peeking up with the TCSG. Really, JJ?
Well, there's Nave. Bye-bye.
Flanking white. No way that's no way that flank's working again. You gotta stay alive and do something as a team at the end of the rounds against DC here.
Unclear what intel he has. He's seated side control. Citizens found him out. 3 rounds in a row. Dark Zero guaranteed a tie half as everything after the first round has all come up Dark Zero.
It's at this point you just put the first round down to
Hyper retired? Not technically.
Round, so what?
Actually,
I mean, we might have announced that he retired.
Potential fun fact from our assistant producer Crater.
But it was definitely gonna be mutual.
In Dark Zero's game against Orgless on Consulate, apparently, this might not be true, but Spirits as Blackbeard also died to a C4 when it was meant for Nave.
This is what I mean. Nate has got some sort of Teflon suit on that just repels C4.
He was going to get dropped. He was one of the players that wasn't happy that we were going to be putting more work after we lost.
Nate died to a C4 round for a while.
Or sorry, after we won the major.
And then a C4 is meant for Nate. It killed Spirits instead in the Orgless game.
I think his work ethic kind of plummeted, and it was definitely noticed in the team.
And then even though he lost, they go back to round 1. Spirits was just sending it down white, and he had 2 people baiting him on Windows.
No one talks about that when they bring up EPS.
Nobody does. Nobody talks about that when they bring up EPS.
And I think that's a crying shame.
We talk about expected player score. Nobody expects that. Ridiculous. Shout out Eddie. Rob did the EPS impact. He was lame.
And then it was unfortunate because if you look back at the core of DZ, right? You look back at Troy, Pamba. Who do we have? Pamba, Nick.
It feels like a long time.
It was about 5 hours ago. Actually, it was about. Yeah, it was about 5 hours ago.
Eclipse. Anyway, whatever our 5th was, kept weirdly being the worst statistical player at LAN events. We got like achieved, which absolutely loved my time with achieved on the team. But achieved went had a really bad event with us, and then we picked up Skies, who is one of the LAN's NA LAN's best players, and just had an off event. Statistically, again, did not have a good event. And then we got Rice, who, again, it was like always kind of a weak link at the 5th spot.
There on Snowdoor. Takes a little bit of damage for his trouble and gains a bit of info, but really thinks better of it and decides to retreat back to Christmas.
You see what Nave's playing?
Aurora.
I know. SR might disappoint. DZ coming in. Seen actually. Aside from SR, I've seen actually a couple teams bring the Aurora when attacking this kitchen bomb site on the first floor. Seen a lot of teams put a door on the small bake double leading to bottom red. Also seen some teams use it for the backside. I think I saw SR use it on the backside in actually their cafe game against Envy on Playday 2. We'll see what Dark Zero decide to do as Citizen is just creeping down white stairs at the moment. Concerned about anybody that might be roaming on this middle floor, but as we can see, there's nobody there. Fully secured for Dark Zero as Pamazoo gets to work on that buck, still without a death, as he fell off the diffuser.
See that reinforcement come in, so JJ's going to play on that wall, which is a really hard spot to get someone off.
Maintain a deathless streak, depending on how round 5 ends.
Wait, that guy just took a sip of water in the round. That was cold.
Ready and waiting for whatever. And there's only so many doors. There's only so many doors it's worth putting on.
I didn't drop Gav. Not my decision. We've talked about this. All right, we're good. They went for a backside take last time. Went for the kills. Nafe on Rora, almost assuredly this is going to be blocking off Whiskey double here. This is really good.
Easy have been a little bit light on that.
The tube is good. This is a pretty good default bunker.
Commented about rival retreating.
I think the only thing you're missing is
left there, and he's got another
a Goyo
which should help to delay
to waste DZ's time a little bit more.
Spirit's seeing if there's anything confined in Bakery. He's likely gonna have to tank that laser gate if he wants to try and move.
Good opening pick. I'm gonna give that one to Spirits.
Fortunate for rival, he's gonna DC from the game, and well, a round that was looking difficult for Envy just got a bit harder.
Yeah, not a bit harder, a lot harder. NGR finds one.
People gotta stop. Like Nick is just frying people on that like little jiggle peek.
Somebody holding a power position on Bakery. You find one, rival reconnects, but
Literally his elbow showing, and then he just fries you.
Dark Zero looking good in that round with the full setup and a complete turtle on the bottom floor, but never want to give the 5v4 to Dark Zero. A little bit of a strange asterisk on that round as a result, but I mean, now that DZ up 4-1, starting to look rough.
You get that feeling that it's only going one way, and it's going there a lot quicker than Envy would have liked at this point. I think regardless of the rival disconnect there, it was always going to be a difficult round. The thing that Envy did have going for them is that despite giving entire map control away to DZ, DZ was still fairly slow in doing what they were doing. There's around 25 seconds left on the clock when they start really pressuring points. But if they've spent all the time leading up to that setting up...
Yeah, how do you hype up the guy in a 1vx to be like, yo, Gav, you got this. Let's go. Woo!
Dark Zero. Envy.
Yeah, you just kind of shut up, and I mean the nice thing to do no matter what is, you know, even when the guy loses the inevitable 1v4. Hey, good try. Good try there. Nice try.
Sure if that's going to be the big difference maker for this mid floor. DZ have had a very clean take on the top floor multiple times, often spearheaded by a shield and a nade in conjunction with one another. We're going to be looking for that again. Snake trying to get any advantage he can here with an attempt at an early round spawn peak, but nothing's going to present itself.
Yeah, I remember Astro.
Can I be like
he was my favorite player, year one.
I think this is the last time you're allowed to do that.
He was like the one pro player I kind of fanboyed.
NGR banking a nade off the bottom of Dining Door to try and like land on a Z-ping, and for like the past 2 minutes, I went like, what the hell was he trying to do?
It's my Spirits jersey, Ali.
I'm pretty sure there's a pre-play C4
Got the Spirits jersey on.
And they knew about it, but didn't know like exactly where to shoot it, so he tried to like nade it through the floor.
Yeah, no bias though. Just
Did it work?
Just good friends with
well,
Zach.
The C4, so
no bias.
Like the nade didn't, but yeah, that's where it was. It was right on right where our observer went.
Did I know he's currently coaching a Saudi team? I did not actually.
Anyway, I was really curious about that. Spirit's back on the shield. Obviously, Nomad banned as we were moving into the second half of this attack, so every single shield has been available for him to play. It's been complete discretion from him. Said, nope, I don't need it.
Do I like Spirits as much as Fett does? Even more. Even more glaze. So much that if Hot Cole was in chat, he'd be like, true, this guy's slobbing on Spirits.
Another opening pick for Dark Zero. I think that is every single one going the way of DZ.
Lol. Lol. Too easy for NJ.
He knows he's not going to get the nice shot that he's after, but he's going to bait it all the same. Emilio in a tough spot. Another nade being thrown in.
So we're doing crowd takes. Now we're into just a Monty White all take. Just a classic. DZ, all the defaults here. Doing very, very cleanly. And top floor control again. There's.
Spirits ADS's takes rival down. The minute left and there's only
just so clean. All right, now you got this Ram.
NGR's dropping lol. Spirits is unshielding for literally no reason. And then he still kills the guy retreating.
No C4s, just kind of hoping here.
You know what the best part is? They got 40 seconds left, and they're not going to troll this. I mean, like, they could, but, like, they're not going to rush in when they don't need to. I mean, like, obviously they could troll it, but they're going to at least take the next time to get all the info they can, set up their utility. NJR still got 2 nades. He can clear out the close angle. He can clear out the default. Twist is also setting up for a full reading plant, and actually, Nate looks like he might drop into this. This will catch him off guard. Good find. Twist will keep control of Pillar. That'll keep DZ on their toes. And Emilio actually finding it too. Oh my god, they actually could troll this. Oh my god, they actually could! It's NGR, the 1v2!
What?
Could deny the 5-1 half. Knows one's in the corner, but they got this crossfire.
We had the entire site. What?
The corner, just
why?
Why,
DZ? Why?
Smiles on Envy as DZ actually did find a way to lose.
Oh, as soon as you said it, I'm just thinking they're gonna throw it. They're gonna troll.
I did say, okay, they could still troll it. But they will take.
That's okay. They don't need that one. They felt bad. They felt bad.
No,
They don't need that.
I mean, I tried to save myself a little bit.
Are you allowed to talk about what happened when Canadian got dropped? I just don't want to keep telling the same stories in chat, but I did address it earlier in the stream. I usually, yeah. I don't know exactly when, but I did talk about it earlier. I gave the whole full length.
Yeah, they didn't win around the attack.
No, they didn't. But they did beat C9 yesterday, so I at least have some hope. I think, as JJ mentioned, he acknowledged the attacks on Skyscraper were, to use his words, piss poor. Hopefully they've gone back to the drawing board. Obviously, different map. But they have played this twice so far. And they had a very close game against Shopify all the way back on Playdate 2. And you can see they're feeling quite energetic, quite happy after that second round. Going down 4-2, not really harming the mental at all. I have to imagine, JJ probably a pretty good IGL to have when you're losing.
Oh, I bet he's very cheerful.
Yeah, always seems to be bringing the energy.
Yeah.
Never really seems to get down. Probably really good for the vibes.
I love how we're in round 7 now.
How many super one-sided matches have there been in the NAL so far? No, I'm not surprised at all. It's best of ones. I'm not surprised at all.
KD in the first round. Like, honestly, like,
I mean, you're not just going to see 7-5s all the time, and NA is extremely top-heavy, so, like, M87 going OXG doesn't surprise me.
They're going to be pleased that, oh, brilliant, okay.
DZ probably winning this 7-2 doesn't surprise me.
Hell yeah. It's been a good time.
Oh, I remember now, actually. Yeah,
good time to be like yes.
Yeah, thank you for the sub.
The artist formerly known as Casting Links.
Much appreciated.
Great. What was the joke I made to you? I was like, I can't believe you guys didn't pick up Pamazoo when we're playing an online domestic league.
Yeah.
Like, these games are fun to watch, but, like, best of threes, way better.
It's always been like a top 5 team, and like going
You're going to see a lot closer matches
like, Pamba has always been one of the
when we get to those
best teams in the regional league. So, yeah, he's doing good. Big shock.
I don't remember what match played. I have no idea. I feel like I get that question every stream, so you're bound to. It's got to be in some VOD.
No, but as in, like, that was my pick from the DZ roster was Nate for my fantasy.
Gotcha.
So, like, I've been very pleased with how that's played. I think this is the quietest we've seen him in a game so far.
Yeah, I'd say so. And honestly, let's see how they do this time, because aside of it, doesn't really seem like there's going to be a lot of gunfights doing the talking. Obviously, Envy banning the Azami, so any third floor setup, whether it's the side or not, is likely going to not have too many people.
Oh, we're just peeking hatch, Nave?
Never mind. Nave is peeking red hatch.
Nave. Yeah, he got his. He said, I got mine. I got mine.
Fantasy team pick, getting active in the early round, going 1-for-1 against a Flores. I'd make that deal.
I would make that trade. Seriously.
Cam, my goat. Think about 3 sub. My actual goat.
Pamba actually kind of a difficult spot in Pixel. Might need to fall back.
The longest mint fan there ever has been.
Proxy is just permanently revealing JJ's position. Same with
Thank you for the resub.
Both players inside of Christmas have been revealed.
Ooh.
Swing around the corner.
Wow.
Deletes him. Another 1v1. Oh, he knows he's there. Knows he's close on the door, too.
What is this? What is this execute? DZ just getting in their face.
JJ the only one making
Spirits goes down with Clash. Oh, yeah. Get that swing. Get that swing.
Caught with a flash in hand. Will force Pamba back. Tries to spray through the wall.
Rob's stuck up top. We're going to see. Yeah, Nick's going to need to connect the roam here. Nick coming up way stairs. Doesn't matter. Rob's too good. Go for that swing, Rob. Super shorty that far?
JJ and the Grim.
Okay.
Pamazoo able to eat up both.
All right, he's laughing about that one.
Only nice fantasy players. I'm eating good.
Oh, wow. Only 7 years, 11 months. Only 7. My bad. That's on me, Steve. That's on me, Steve.
Serious round on Pixel from Pamba. And no real response from Envy. I mean, it was looking quite good there for a moment. Pamba was in a really difficult spot. Biggest difference, whereas Dark Zero's attacks so heavily focus on that white window and getting control of white corridor, top of white stairs, lumber, there was very little focus in that area. It was much more default and just a plain push in through Cigar.
Oh, JJ was 1 HP, huh?
And that's
okay, that makes sense then.
Not typically the winning strategy or formula, as was proven there. That Pixel spot is just so powerful. With Pamba's got what, like 3 different angles that he can bob and weave between?
Something like that.
It's going to be pretty difficult to time down.
I could do that from melee range, not kill him. Yeah, that's facts.
Picks in a row, by the way, for DZ.
Did I talk about it during this stream? Yeah.
Every single one of the rounds they've started.
I mean, long story short,
they've had the advantage in every single round.
there was a change of the guard. Guys wanted to go with Nate's calls. I mean, that's just long story short.
I don't know why I said it that way.
But
I mean, like even when you see how it ended, they trolled round 6.
Oh yes.
And then round 1, what? They're hopping down to the bottom floor or the middle floor with like what 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I think, you know, if you're Kenny, you look at the rounds. You know, you go and do your VOD review at the end of the week, and you look at the games, and you think, well, you know, we can tidy these rounds up for sure.
All right.
But
on mining.
The rounds that we won, there's not loads that you can go back and look at.
And like serious 7-0 territory if they did just tighten up like some small things.
W sub, thank you very much, legally.
Which, you know, may have an impact later on. You never know. Depends on how tight the league ends.
What are we doing with this attack? Okay, we're going. I was gonna say we have to do some type of fast rush strategy if we're seeing a Zoe open those walls. JJ went all the way up white stairs, I believe.
Talking about DZ looking good, but Envy have just pulled a really strong attack. Also, the first opening pick.
Oh my! Oh my!
The moment I mention it, 180 from Twist. Fighting the player upstairs and the player coming up from white. NGR often on the back.
Switching up the tempo on DZ. DZ just. I think we heard him talk about it too. They just lose to Cheese Blaze. That's pretty much the only way they can lose these rounds. I think we need Envy to keep doing these. Oh. Nick should have killed that guy. How was that not a headshot?
We were starting to wrap up the game. We were like, this is over. And all of a sudden, coming up through the top floor, we got a blitz. We got a Finka. We got
new sheriff in town. Yeah, pretty much.
Give Envy their first round on attack.
Do I follow any traditional sports? Yeah.
Twist was super quiet right up until round number 6, and then
mainly
he just explodes.
Mainly football.
Like,
but
inconsistent, yeah, but there when the team needs it. Okay,
I watch NBA in the playoffs mainly, and
a bit of a reality check right now, and this isn't going to be the cakewalk that it was.
I do look at what the Sixers are up to. Because that's my hometown team. And baseball, I'm starting to get into baseball. I went to
tonight we've seen him left as the last player alive for DZ.
I went to a Padres game when we were in San Diego, and I also went to a Giants game in San Francisco. And my God, I might just be a Giants fan just based on how beautiful that venue is on the bay. There's just nothing quite like it.
And if you want to go back further to Envy's game on Cafe against Shop,
baseball on TV never has been fun to watch for me, but in person,
rounds where they had to fight back from the
big fan.
Only one round, to be fair, on a similar site where they actually looked in hand from start to end, but those were still fewer and far between. So being able to look a lot.
Look at these ops, trying to see if we're gonna go for more of a site. Every time you see Aurora, there's always that potential for this blocking off the small bay, could do in a rush strategy.
Hopefully, maybe they could find a point out of this.
But this should be a full clear.
They're willing to drop a point.
You got Gridlock for the flanks, Buck doing the top down, Thatcher for the Cade. Should see these guys do a full clear here.
And Wildcard both on 5 to end the day.
DZ's still with a timeout if they need it, and Envy for that. Envy used theirs early, sorry. So
sports influence you brought to your rosters. Read a couple Phil Jackson books.
We will see that timeout called.
There's also another book. Can't remember the on top of my head, but it's the trainer for Kobe.
One of the first times we've seen Envy bring it. It's something that
LeBron, I think MJ as well. He literally trained all 3 of those guys. Forget the book, forget the name on top of my head, but yeah, definitely a lot of sports influence. Coach K from Duke.
And maybe DZ aren't going to expect it entirely.
Some Dan Campbell.
Even in some of the
motivational stuff.
Some of them, or games of the more bottom teams, we've seen teams bring the Aurora on Cafe and use it on that small big position specifically. It's only
you aren't filled. My bad.
Like
my bad. Hot.
Where I've seen them
my bad. Bat.
Cafe and not use it on the front side. And honestly, maybe I'm even misremembering that.
All right, they got the map. We're in the setup phase.
I also like this from Envy. It's a full turtle.
Pampazu goes down. Wait, where do we get that pick?
Really happy about that.
Ooh, booth window. That's VIP. That is. But Spirits. Wait. Spirits is VIP. Hang on. We doubled up VIP, or did he kill Whiskey? Must have been Whiskey. Goyo and VIP, huh? So at this point, Rob went down. Nate felt like he had to do something there. Another good pick from Envy. This should be another Envy round. course we got Nick on Tachanka here. Of course. Of course we have a Tachanka strat.
NJR, they might keep players at bay for a little bit of time.
Can't believe DZ got suckered in to this goddamn Tachanka meta.
But now they're both pretty tucked.
Okay. Why did we...
Oh. NJR on for 2.
That was not the call. That was not the call.
Red will find that trade. It's likely to be a quiet
You had a 5v4 man down to be a 5v3. Why do we block? Why do we roar off the door?
It feels right there. Spirits isolated on low.
Why are we going for picks? You're playing into DZ's hand. You had man advantage.
There's nobody to get the trade.
Absolute troll job.
Ones and they both come up short. Match point for Dark Zero.
So it just comes out, Matt. I'm just so used to looking at chat.
With inside of North America, but DZ is definitely not one of those teams. Especially with the positioning that Envy had there, it would have been.
Yeah, and it's their turn. It's just the problem with newer teams on attack. Like, it's just bound to happen. It's so much harder to be consistent on attack. Not everyone can win 6 attacks on Skyscraper. You know what I'm saying?
Fellow Brit on the roster going to save his homie.
Solidarity.
And the Roarador coming down at a perfect time. Because I commented, I said, they're pinched. They're both
VJ Edgecombe going to be a dog for Philly. Yeah, you hear that, Matt? We got a dog. Screw your Lakers. I have been to a hockey game, yeah. I actually really enjoy hockey. I've been to a Flyers game, and obviously down in Vegas, Golden Knights, and ton of fun. That might be one of the most fun games to go to in person.
Envy. As mentioned, they've used their timeout. They have only got themselves to look toward as they head into what
Aiden. That's someone called me out for it. Oh no. Spirits ran TCSG on Go, and I call everybody out. And I didn't call Spirits out on that. You're right. That's on me. That's on me for the glaze.
You know, they started with the lead and converted it. Or at least did so decisively.
Did I enjoy meet and greets? Yeah, that was the best part of events. I think Matt would say the same thing.
They ran the exact same rush against Shopify in the round.
It's literally like the best part of events. Like, you can't be sad when you lose, when you see literally how many fans line up just to like get a chance to talk to you. Signatures, like, it's literally surreal.
Also Envy, their game against Shopify. Snake ran.
Like, we're just playing video games. We're just chill guys, like Dream says, you know? Like, we're just chill guys.
So shout out Envy.
Well, they're nothing if not consistent.
Give them that. Well, it's just unfortunate if they're consistent in the score line, it'll end a lot more like the SSG game than the Shopify one.
Nice BP. Looking at Dream, the teddy bear right there.
Nice teddy bear.
We've been doing that BP at DZ for a while. I mean, a lot of teams do it, but it looks under the castle, so you can call the feet of anyone walking in Cigar. Good BP, but pretty default. I'm sure every team knows it at this point.
I'm not sure why it's. I don't know. They're looking under the castle barricade.
Yeah, it does. It will. It will call those feet. Yeah.
Maybe it's for the EMP. What they're EMPing, I don't know, but.
Take the D. I can't take it off. We're about to win.
It's kind of funny.
And yeah, I said we are. Oh, that's my king. Spirits opening kill, baby. Who's peeking? Who's fucking peeking, Spirits?
Such a nice spot for Spirits now, Ollie. I mean,
2 ADSs in his pocket. Hey, we're slapping him down now. Why not?
And look at the amount of time that's already wasted.
Yeah, I said it.
Control as Envy. Yeah, they've got a body in, but.
We are closing this round down easy. Pambazu going again. That's okay. Hardest position possible. Spirits for Citizen for 2. That's okay. Our king's alive. They don't know our king's alive still. Wait a second. Wait a second. Zaga he. Zaga. Too easy.
And why would you? Spirits 50 HP.
Too easy. DZ. Absolute kings. That was a yawn. I mean, did they troll a couple attacks here or there? Yeah. They trolled a couple of attacks. But they could afford to. Another 3 points. They gotta get so bored of just dapping each other up at this point. It's gotta be so boring. Just like, yeah, good game. Good game.
MV, I think improvements, definitely, given what we've seen from them in previous weeks. I believe they are making slow and steady.
Is this guy tweeting already? Alright, check the JJ Twitter.
Realistically, what are you going to do? They did manage a couple of rounds here today where
check the JJ Twitter.
But against Dark Zero, it was a very decisive win. We're going to cut to the desk for one last time. They're going to break down the play day.
God, I hate winning all the time. I know. Winning is so boring. So boring. Gotta make it interesting. GG $DZ. Oh my. So what does that make the standings? That's gonna put them into first. Again. Looking like a runaway at the moment. This is kind of looking like flashbacks from the very last stage where it was Dark Zero and... Were they Sonics at the time? I believe so. But, I mean, hey. Hey, who would have called the standings, huh? Who would have called the standings? Not a guy that made a tier list video and a power ranking video. Oh, wait, I got Cloud9 wrong. Yo, Dream, can you guys win some fucking games, please? This team got 7-0'd. Alright. Can we win some goddamn games, Dream? When is the DZ one? So, they're gonna talk about it on the cast. However, it looks like 4th of July, America Day. It looks like we're taking off next week of matches. And we will not see NA back until July 10th, which, again, I'm sure they're going to cover here in the matches or on the cast. So July 10th to July 11th. And July 11th is the one that we all want to watch. That is our DZ Shopify match. So mark your calendars. We got about literally 2 weeks at this point. 1 week, 6 days. Sheesh. What am I going to do without NA Pro League next week? Do I got to actually, like, play the video game? Oh my god, I have to play Siege? What? Am I going to watch E5? I'm kind of up in the air. I mean, originally I think I was planning to, but like I almost kind of feel like just leaving the guys without any like added pressure from me in a sense of like streaming their games. No need to play the game, have fans do 10-mans to react to? Ooh. Yeah, we'll just get my 10-man server up and going and I'll just spectate. Let's check, by the way. Do they even have a match yet? Wow, we are still waiting for the University of Cincinnati. I figured this one was going to be a little while. University of Cincinnati taking down Gigantic Gickbang. Horror game next week? Heard. We got to pick a game. I'm trying to remember. I literally have this team already pulled up. Okay, who's on this team? Oh yeah, the Cheese Boss. Of course. Of course, the Cheese Boss. The Cheese Boss stands in our way. I think this is the last game we have to play. I hope. Because when we were in Losers, it felt like we were playing all goddamn night. I think this is the last one we have to play, though, because the next game after this is a best of 3, which gets you into the league. Am I right? Someone know? Am I reading this right?
I'm leaving.
Ooh, which might be against Hush, huh?
Here comes. Play safe, Nick. Nice. Good shit.
I want to see who these rosters are.
Fucking clowns.
Ooh, the Knicks team. Yo, absolute cinema. If we gotta play Knicks R6. Sonky. I know. Wait, don't you guys be looking ahead on the bracket. We don't be doing that. But absolute fucking cinema.
What else is there to say?
I mean, we're in a position now that DZ has looked so good that we're just waiting for better opponents to come their way. They've looked so consistent.
I did not ignore Ali. I read her message.
Up, but I mean, that's one of the hardest parts about being at the top is staying at the top. Yeah. So no upsets, consistency all the way through, treating every team like a brand new one.
All the info's in the DMs. I don't check. Okay, maybe.
Indeed, we have Citizen as well for the interview to join
Ooh,
us.
Citizen
Another
interview.
Day in the office for you guys. What is the secret behind this consistency that we're seeing? Because every other team so far has really struggled with it.
I don't know. I think it's just we're having fun, playing well, working on the mistakes, and just I don't know. I think we're just playing well as a team. You know, I don't think it gets any better than that. Got the best prep from Ryan, best teamwork. That's how you win games, I guess.
Well, I was going to say, Citizen, again, congratulations. I know this is kind of boring at this point. You guys just keep coming up here, keep talking.
Just so boring to win. Just so boring.
I personally, as a former player, as a friend of yours, I want to apologize that we did not highlight your sick clutch that you made on Border a long time ago. Obviously, this has nothing to do with this cafe game, but I want to let you know, in the future games coming up, you're about to see something that's going to blow your socks off.
Okay. Thank you, I guess.
That's not a question.
How does he respond to that?
Well, I got a question. My question is, because you guys are so consistent, you know, we could talk about the maps, we could talk about you guys, but I want to know, you know, do you think Shopify Rebellion actually has a chance to dethrone you guys? Do you think you're going to be undefeated? They're going to be undefeated? Let's get a little gossip going.
I mean, they got, what, 6 wins as well? I think we'll beat them. As long as Nate doesn't put his pants against Troy and Aiden, you know how he is. As long as he keeps himself
nice.
nice and calm, then we'll take the dub.
Any words of encouragement?
Wait, did he hear any of that?
Probably did.
Yeah, he's next to me.
Well, you should relay that to him so he knows exactly what that was.
He heard poo in his pants.
They're saying that you're really scared of Troy, so you better win next time we play him.
Who's they? Hey, yo!
Janiro said that. Her words, not mine.
That is foul. Gosh. All right, you know what? I'm not even gonna say have a good weekend. Just bye. See ya.
We'll have a good weekend anyway. Yeah, see you guys later.
Have a good one.
We are reliable.
Perhaps. Beans
on toast.
Not
Now,
for
they
Nave.
said they don't like them, so.
No, Nave said he didn't like them.
English breakfast. Some tea?
Is it an English fry up? It's a fry up.
No, it's an English breakfast.
English
it's
breakfast.
Not a,
It's called a fry up.
You can call it, but it's not an English.
Okay, so it's called a fry up.
You can't.
It's called a fry up.
A little bit of crumpets and tea.
Crumpets slap though with some butter.
Let's get to the black light.
Hey, anyways, yeah.
Only good for predictions. Nice.
Detail,
we got good mods in here.
For this game as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was so consistent. We highlighted him earlier today, obviously in the pre-phase.
Mr. Nick Jr., so consistent. Mr. Consistent, in fact. Like, look at those peaks. He did that twice. He did it on that one and Red Stairs. Oh, here we go. Like, what is... You just can't... Like, how do you fight that?
Off in an angle. You'll be holding a position, and then, boom, you get headshot.
Insane.
He just doesn't miss. And obviously, Cafe, very small map.
GG dollar sign.
Perfect environment for you to be able to do that. Do exactly the same thing that he did on Clubhouse, you know, just people are on pixels, you know, he's on that white window sometimes. Yep. That upside down white window, that was known as NJR.
Most consistent player in the NA over the last few years, yeah.
I swear, whenever I do it, I get picked off like it's just like
the
show pig.
On this couch and not on the server.
Very well could
Let's have a look at the schedule for today and the games that we did see.
Media pictures of myself from DZ when I played. Oh, you mean in the archives?
I mean, actually, no, that did actually live up to expectations. But the M80...
You're talking about the actual archives.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around that, but, you know,
yeah,
it is what it is.
I think the M80 OXG game, we expected it to be a lot closer. We talked about how important it was going to be for pressure.
Let me scroll up in my 3,000 pictures. Hang on.
Because we've highlighted that they've already played the quote-unquote teams at the bottom of the leaderboard. So now they just have
look at
no
me.
more room for error.
Look at me. Look at young me, chat. You can't.
They have to go through. So obviously, points for them are looking scary as the bottom teams get to accumulate more. That race for 6th spot is not confirmed yet. It's still up in the air. So obviously, if you're OXG, you can't be happy.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly go back to that next slide. I saw
I'll send a few,
back, but,
a few to you.
Talk about this. I mean, Wildcard getting their win today, not
how's that 45, huh?
Getting those 3 points where they were in last, then put Cruelty back in last place. So if you're Wildcard, great job today. You needed those points.
Other than that, actual media day pictures, I don't know if I have any with the.
The team come together in the end, and that's
I don't know if I've ever saved any of those.
Making top 6, making it into playoffs, and then seeing what you can do from there. So
I mean, honestly, like, I'm just happy that there's not a singular team with 0 points on there.
Yeah.
But also, like, when you look at the standings,
you
look at 1, 2, 3 are all double digits. Yeah. Everybody else is like a 9 or a 6, and it's like, guys, gotta lock in a little. It's crazy that still, at the end of the day, we are, what, 6 play days in, and only 1 win can genuinely still put you in the top 6 of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob said it in that when we started the show, I mean, I think it was last week, of just saying, you know, this is the least competitive, or at least, you know, in terms of being top heavy or bottom. Yeah.
We already knew that coming into the season. Come on. You could just, it's easy to tell.
Lack of discrepancy in terms of overall skill, but it goes without saying. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a top heavy half.
No, absolutely. And we still have more play days coming your way next week, because next week is a little bit of a
wait, actually, wait, what? How? How do you have that many pictures?
Cruelty, Orgless, Envy, OXG, Wildcard, C9, Shopify, and M80 SSG. I'm hoping M80 SSG to actually be living up to the potential of it being a close match. I think OXG Wildcard is
their lead. Yep.
Lead heavy.
No.
Oh, Oxygen? Yeah.
OXG has 9, Wildcard have 5.
Yeah, but if they
But there's multiple other games.
Well, I mean, I'm saying they're gonna sure, they aren't gonna lose their lead, but they're obviously gonna make that gap just even tighter for themselves to try to walk.
Yeah, that's good. The 5th, 6th, where it's gonna be interesting in NA. That's gonna be the actual interesting. Who's gonna make it into the playoffs?
Really scary. But obviously, the top teams are gonna be at the top. They look like the best, most comprised team.
Makes me look like a saint. That was too funny.
Started this year. All the roster changes.
Wait, Dream was in here, and I didn't ask him to respond to me. God damn it. God damn it.
Figure out new consistencies, new teamwork. So it makes sense why.
And I checked my DMs. He didn't.
Time is running out.
No.
To that top 6. So that's the goal.
I think we're just gonna have to assume that's the date. If I don't hear anything tomorrow, I'm just gonna put it in chat, because it's tomorrow's what, Saturday. We're gonna have like 4 days to make sure that the rosters are set. And I'm also gonna need to set another forum and hopefully get something back in 4 days. All right, this might be scuffed, chat. We might need subs. I might have to get subs just in case someone can't make it last minute. Because that would suck if we set this all up and then nothing.
Yesterday's performance wasn't great, but today was a complete overhaul in terms of their performance, so I'm happy to see that. And SSG.
Aside from Envy and Cruelty, any team that's not in that top 6.
Oh, what about Orgless?
No, yeah, them too. Yeah, failure. Yeah, they don't make it. Orgless is not a new team. They're just Orgless.
I offered both you and Dream. Did you? Are you on the sheet?
Oh, brother.
Envy's finally done fighting the top teams. They can make top 6. Maybe. Maybe. It's almost anyone's game at this point. It's the standings.
We're not gonna be back next week. We're gonna be back the week after that. In the meantime, there's gonna be SAL. There's gonna be.
They finally said it. There you go. They finally said it. Yeah, no Siege next week for NAL, but there are for the other games. Let's see. We got. What am I even looking at? Oh, I'm looking at standings. That's what I meant to look at. Well, I did follow for him, but I mentioned multiple times. Oh, okay. Emergency hub. Okay, perfect. I appreciate that, mine. That might be absolutely huge, to be honest. That might absolutely be huge. Okay, yeah. I don't want to say top 4 is locked up, but we can kind of see where the standings are going. Again, NA being very fucking top heavy. M80 with the 7-0 over the 5th place team. M80's back. And yeah, the real fight's going to be for this fucking 6th and 5th seed. Is Oxygen going to be able to hang on? Are they going to be able to hang on? Is Cloud9 going to figure out their shit? I mean, for Cloud9, they have a pretty hard week. They got Shopify, and then Cruelty's been looking better than ever. This Cruelty game is going to be absolutely crucial. And if OXG keep losing, it really could come down to this Cloud9 fucking Oxygen game. They got to lock in. Everyone needs to be in Dreams chat. Tell them to lock the fuck in. We need them in the playoffs. Mainly for my predictions to be correct. How about that? So 2 wins there. Yeah, I mean, that gets them up to 10 points. You need Oxygen to kind of lose out. And Oxygen, I mean, Wildcard definitely could lose. SSG definitely could lose. And then it really could. This could be the match of the goddamn day. For sure for that top 6 spot. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on. Anyway, matches, yeah, they're gonna get a little bit more exciting as we get to the end of the season. If I'm gonna put on a show with yeah, I better see a show for sure. I'm expecting one regardless. I'm pretty sure we got a bronze in the lobby on Dream's team, so I might make sure the camera's on him at all times. All right. Look, that's going to probably be the stream. As far as Element, the guys got one more game. I don't even think they know when the game is at this point. And to be honest, I still have... oh, wait a second. Wait. Coastline Academy won? What? Who are these guys? Duke and Dookie? Oh my god, not Dookie. What the fuck? Oh, that's not what I wanted to see. Okay, well, yeah. Either way, I don't want to be like a disturbance to the guys. I'm going to let them at least rock for today, and if they will have me, I would love to follow the Element journey tomorrow. We'll be covering SAL in the morning time. The Brazilian League, we'll be covering that in the morning, and then, yeah, if the guys... I'll message them and leave it up to them, their kind of choice. If they want to continue the quals without kind of me being a little bit of distraction, or if they want at least some of my help in the background. So we'll see. I'll let you guys know when we turn on the stream tomorrow, whether we're going to continue streaming after SAL. But regardless, that's going to be the stream for today. Appreciate everyone for watching, stopping by. There's all the socials, Ali, WSub, or WSub, WMod in the chat. Yeah, don't forget to like the TikToks, guys. TikToks are, I mean, come on. They're fantastic. We're getting great views on there. We just need some more followers. That's what we need. We need some more followers. YouTube video not looking like it's going to happen today. I think High Bear got a little bit busy, and we got a video, but no thumbnail to kind of put with it. So looks like we're probably going to sit on that till tomorrow. Hopefully, might be 2 videos dropping out tomorrow. Stay on the lookout for that. A new POV video from Wizard. I have not got an answer from Ubi, so probably just going to go ahead and put that one out until I have to take it down. Anyway, everyone have a great night. See everyone tomorrow for some Brazilian Pro League.